Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was the Prince of Storms in My Little Pony. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Skies above Ponyville. It would somehow surprise everyone to see Rainbow Dash rest on a cloud with thoughtful expression instead of lazily watching the town below or even reading the latest Daring Do book, but as of late the rainbow-maned mare had a prickling feeling gnawing the back of her head regarding her cult friend. Oh, she did trust him with her life and she was faithful to him, element of loyalty notwithstanding, but she couldn't help noticing how other mares were starting to look at him a little too much intensely for her own tastes, especially since after the Timberwolves incident with the Apple family he and few other royal guards decided to make rounds around Ponyville to make sure every pony was safe. Sure, he is a prince and good-looking, and a first-class stallion, but did they have to harass him like that? He doesn't need cakes or presents, he has me. Dash muttered to herself. She had seen Filthy Rich and those other hussies cling to him like glue, like the dirty gold diggers they were, and those other girls being all praises and coy eyes with him and his companions during rounds and. Hoy, what has that cloud done to you? Gilda asked, chuckling as she landed near Dash. Wah, the other asked back while still biting savagely on the fluffy mass. What has you get so winded up? She asked again. Nothing. Liar. What's wrong? Who do I have to turn into ribbons? The griffin asked, showing her sharp talons. I hate it, Dash muttered. You hate what? I hate having a cult friend and lack the freedom to openly show it, the mare answered. Listen, I think I got the why you are doing this. Forget it, it doesn't make any sense. You horses have some strange, non-written rules, but this takes the cake and asks for an encore, Gilda said, sighing. But is still something I would be expected to do if I and Maelstrom come out in the open as a couple. Dash answered. Other girls have started noticing him. Yes, the rainbow-maned mare answered with a vitriol-dripping tone. Sigh. Where is he now? Home, in Canterlot Castle. It's his free day and he said Luna had organized some kind of meeting for him to take part to, Dash answered. What kind of meeting? Gilda asked. Like, hey, I know. He too doesn't know what it is about, the only thing he knows is that it was something the princess had been putting off as much as she could until she could no longer ignore the request and accept to have him meet this mysterious sumpony, Dash answered. Isn't Princess Luna very jealous of her son? Like really jealous? Of the kind of it's barely restraining herself from secluding him somewhere so no one will touch him other than her? Gilda asked. Yes. Don't you fear, you know. What? Dash asked, confused. You know what I mean, royal people do tend to do that sometimes, Gilda said with a nervous tone. Do what? Jeed, age, the griffin muttered. Quote. Arranged marriage, you know. Meet girls whose fathers wish to present to the princess in hope to have their daughters marry the prince, Gilda answered. Dash simply looked at her with empty eyes. Dash, and heavy tick on the left eye was the only response of the mare. Are you okay? Gilda asked, worried. Crataboom. In an awe-inspiring show of speed, Rainbow Dash went from zero to sonic rain boom in only few seconds as she sprinted towards Canterlot as fast as she could, leaving behind a bewildered Gilda with only half her feathers still covering her thanks to the rush of air. Okay, maybe I could have worded it a little better, the griffin muttered with wide eyes. No. Dash chanted in her mind as she tried to gain even more speed in her flying. 1 hour later, Canterlot. Your training sure is peculiar, Luna said as she and the prince walked back in the castle from the gardens. But from what I could see, you found it relaxing. The blonde stallion said, grinning. Okay, maybe the meditation part one can recognize as very helpful to fight stress, the moon princess admitted. You were snoring, Maelstrom said. I did not. Such an unrefined sound would never come out from my royal mouth. Luna answered, scandalized, a fierce blush on her face. I even heard the windows rattle from all the way there, he added. Oh, you. Those are not things a pony should say to his beloved mother. You should only tell me how wonderful I am. The moon alicorn said, pouting. Oh, really? Modest aren't we? Maelstrom said, leaning closer to kiss Luna's cheek, making her smile. Okay, I forgive you. Ready for the meeting? Luna asked. Do I have to? I don't like those people, they were trying to kiss my flank even just with the few letters we exchanged. He answered with a whine, both somehow missing the unnatural shaking of few branches of a near tree. I know what you mean, but I am starting to come up short in excuses to postpone the thing. Look, I'll promise you that once this meeting is over we will be able to tell them. No, but at least once you'll need to meet them, it's common courtesy, especially with how much accommodating they have been, Luna offered sighing. Okay, but I am doing this just because I don't want to bring shame to you, Maelstrom answered with a painful nod. You will never make me ashamed to be your mother, unless you start dating girls, then I won't be held responsible of my reaction to that blasphemy. The princess answered fiercely. Mother, the stallion said with a cry of despair, it was probably not the first time he heard those words. I am just remembering you and every pony that to get to you every mare foolish enough to court you will have to step over my unconscious body, Luna said huffing. If this makes you happy. He said sighing in defeat. Yes, it does make me feel good. Go rest a little, I'll ask Celestia to send a soldier to call us when the guests arrive, like that we will be rested and ready, she answered. You already slept during the whole training, mother. Really, Maelstrom? It was probably your imagination. I was relaxing, not snoring like an uneducated beast. If you say so, the stallion said as the doors of the castle closed behind them. Not far away, on the top of one of the trees. Dash was silently spying on the duo from between the leaves with narrowed eyes before sighing in relief as the two disappeared inside the castle. I made it in time. The meeting still has to begin. I can still talk to him and be sure he won't fall for those dirty mares, she muttered to herself. Once made sure no one was around, Dash silently flew near the windows to check where was Maelstrom's room, carefully scanning each one until she found the only one that could possibly be his, waiting then in trepidation for her target to enter before pouncing on him as soon as he opened the window to let some fresh air in. From the stallion's point of view he went from opening the curtains to being pressed on his mattress with a weight on his chest and his mouth getting raped by a foreign tongue twisting, twirling and tasting all around in complete despair. What the? Dashi-chan, the blonde thought once his brain finally rebooted, making him return the kiss and hug the mare. Not that I mind, but what's happening? He asked when finally the kiss ended and Dash just snuggled next to him with a tiny smile and closed eyes. I came here to save you, she answered while still hugging him tightly. To save me? From what? Maelstrom asked confused. From any marriage proposals Princess Luna will be hearing today. Come on, pack your stuff, we are eloping. Dash answered. Marriage? Biwahahaha. Oh, don't worry. It's nothing of the sort, there are no marriages involved. The stallion answered after a short fit of laughter. Really? Ooh, Rarity will love to hear about this. Dear Tom Coltish Rainbow Dash proposing something as romantic as a romantic escape between two lovers. Ooh, that's priceless, the blonde alicorn said in great amusement. Shut up, you fool. I thought you loved me. Dash said huffing in offense. And I do, I absolutely love you, he answered while covering her neck in small kisses. That's better, is this your room? She answered. Yep, all gifts the others from the elemental nations sent me when my closest friends learned of my returning into being and horse, Maelstrom answered as both climbed down from the bed. The room was ample, huge truth be told, red carpeted floor and simple furniture, but walls and corners of the room were littered by the strangest souvenirs Dash had ever seen. Masks resembling animals were filling a wall in its entirety, each one with a bandana similar to the one the stallion was using but sporting a different symbol on it. Anbu, the Special Operations Corp of any major shinobi village, a pair of masks for each village and a forehead protector of the same village under it. The plaque has written the name of the place both in the language of Equestria and the one of the elemental countries, he explained. Kanahagakur, no Sato. Dash said reading aloud. Kanahagakur no Sato, it means, village hidden in the leaf, the place is surrounded by a luscious forest, from that the name. He answered. Sand, cloud, rock, which one you used to live in? She asked. Konoha, you can see part of it in the right half of the painting, Maelstrom said. The painting was a gargantuan image covering the whole wall in front of the bed from ceiling to few feet from the floor, It showed part of Canterlot and the royal castle, then slowly fading to show for the remaining half part of a village Konoha. Thought with its houses and the entirety of a mountain with several faces on it. Right in the middle stood Maelstrom, with at his sides Princess Luna and a white-furred stallion with a blonde mane, behind them a blonde creature with blonde hair and similar clothes and whiskers, marks on his cheeks to Maelstrom with another blonde one. At his right, standing behind the white stallion, and a red-haired female one standing behind Princess Luna. On both Maelstrom and the blonde creature's shoulder could see the same small nine-tailed fox with blood-red eyes. "Your father?" she asked. "Yep, Fierce Storm, Pegasus, captain of the Night Guards. Right behind us my human self and my human parents Minato and Kushina. The fox is a miniaturized version of Kurama. Had we used a life-sized measure, his portrait alone would have been as big as the castle itself," he answered, sighing. "Human parents. I have spent years believing them to be my parents. I wanted to still remember them for the sacrifice they made to protect me the night Kurama went sealed inside me. Oh. They asked for forgiveness because they knew I would have had a difficult time as a Biju vessel, but they thought that since I would have grown up without a family they wanted to give me a mean to defend myself," Maelstrom explained. "The healing power," said. "And the stamina and the huge boost in chakra that also came with the sealing. They asked Mother to forgive them time and time again in her dreams, until she finally snapped and threatened to forever forbidden them entrance in our dreams if they didn't stop. She told them that they were forgiven the moment they escaped death, to help me control, subdue and eventually befriend Kurama, and so this painting was done," the blonde stallion said. "This big?" she asked, smirking. "When Mother told me she would have had a painting be done about me and both my families, I accepted eagerly. I thought that a small one to keep above the bed would have been nice, but you know Luna, she blew it out of proportion," asked, laughing. "Like everything that has to do with me," he said, sighing in defeat. "Your friends took well your being an alicorn." Princess Koyuki of Spring Village between giggles and squeals begged me to take part to a movie about magical girls with me as her companion. By the way, if you are interested I can ask if you and the other element bearers can take part too, if you want, that is. An actress. Why not? Said, grinning. The others too had been understanding, some in a more strange way than others. Flashback, Suna Village, Cage Tower, Gaara's office. Kya. The high-pitched squeal of girlish delight shocked the whole construction, cracking more than few window and deafening the people inside. Kawaii, 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 kawaii. I am happy to see that you are okay, Naruto. Gaara said, uncertain. Thank you, Gaara, Maelstrom, in his alicorn appearance, said while he went petted and hugged mercilessly. Ooh, your fur is so soft. And those angelic wings are so warm and pretty. Should I start calling you Maelstrom? The Cage asked while valiantly trying to ignore the gushing and giggling echoing in his office. It's okay if you still call me Naruto, it's still part of who I am. The stallion answered. Your mane, it naturally smells of berries. Kya. Stop it, Concur-ou. It's disturbing. Tamari yelled in annoyance. Ah, but he is so cute. The painted boy said with a whine. We understand, but he is still our friend, Gaara said. And you are hoarding him. Tamari added as she tore the blonde alicorn from Kenkuro's hands to pet him herself and snuggle to it. Hoi, I was petting him. Help, Maelstrom yelled in fear. Oh good lord, Gaara said, groaning. End of the flashback. Yeah, they understood. I wished they weren't as vocal or as physical, but I am happy they do not hate my being an horse, the blonde stallion said, shrugging. Physical? Asked, curious. The former Rakage, his name is, got his squeals when he saw me, and the way he wanted to pet me. The stallion said, shivering. It's okay, at least they were not scared or disgusted, she answered, nuzzling him a little. They decided to keep my being an alicorn a secret, but at least now I know that they have not abandoned me. I am happy to hear that. So those pictures, weapons and scrolls are all gifts from friends? Asked, pointing at the last wall covered in pictures adorning a small library and at the other strange objects around the room. Yep. The giant fan is a copy of the one Tamari uses every day and the puppet is the old one Kankuro used during the Chunin exams. The remaining ones are weapons from Tenten. The weights are a gift from Rock Lee and Guy. The small gourd is a present from Gara. The pictures are from pretty much everyone from small villages like Wave to big ones like Iwa and Kumo. The scrolls are simple jutsu the various cages gave me in case this place was not as peaceful as it seemed. What? Hoi. Those are people that lived their whole lives with the constant fear of a world war. You can't blame them for thinking that I may have needed extra help to stay safe in an unknown world, the stallion said blushing. I can see the reason, but still, we are not savages. Dash answered. I know, and I kept telling them that in my letters, but by now I have a collection and I can't exactly give everything back, Maelstrom answered. And those books? Dash asked while pointing at a stack of hidden books behind some of the scrolls she had took out. Oh, those, well. Sigh. Give a look, that's a joke from my old teacher Kakashi, or at least I hope this to be a joke. The blonde stallion said translating one of the books in a flaring of his horn. Make out paradise, oh, my. Dash said reading, just few seconds and her face had become red enough to produce light on its own. Yep, that's Ika, the second best-selling book in all the elemental countries. The author was a teacher of mine and his #1 fan another. Please don't judge me from that, I am not a pervert. He answered sighing. It's kind of graphical, that's for sure. Dash said rapidly closing the book and hiding it back behind the scrolls. Still unsure where to put them, Luna knows the language they are written in and will blow up should she find them. It's a cool room, not that I expected any less from the boyfriend of a mare as awesome as myself of course, Dash said smirking. I do my best, thank you. He said hugging her. So, if you are not here to meet a bunch of dirty mares trying to seduce you, who the hey do you need to meet? She finally asked. I had the bright idea to argue with a Pegasus 2 weeks ago. Yes. And in the middle of the arguing I ended up challenging her to a flight contest. While flying around Ponyville one did a trick and the other had to copy that, all at top speed. Maelstrom answered. And you won, Dash said eagerly. Barely, she was really good. I had the advantage of being an alicorn on my side and yet it was for all about a second that I won, the blonde pointed out. But you won all the same. That's what matters. Dash, he said with a worried tone. I know, win is not everything, we talked about it. But I still like to gloat from time to time, Dash answered walking towards the window. As long as you do not grow an huge ego. Super ninja, she answered grinning. Touché, he said looking down. So, who is that loser? The name, Spitfire, something like that, Maelstrom said uncertain making Dash choke on her spit before literally teleporting at a millimeter of the blonde's face. SSS Spitfire, Dash muttered with a trembling tone. Yes. And she is coming here? She asked with a shrilly voice. With other 2 ponies named Soren and Fleetfoot. Why? He asked dumbfounded. Oh my gosh, you must introduce me to them. Dash squealed before pointing at Maelstrom with an hoof. Do I have to? He asked whimpering. It's my dream to join the Wonderbolts. Please help me showing them how good I am. You were serious then? Yes, you really managed to impress Spitfire. How? The mayor asked. Apparently the Wonderbolts and the Royal Guards used to exchange rookies between them, so when I showed a good level for a flyer and a daring spirit, in trying some crazy stunt they became interested in seeing if I would mind trying out to join them. The stallion muttered nervous. And they are coming here. Today? Dash asked anxious. Yes. Squee. I need to get ready then. She said with a wide smile. You can use my bathroom if you want. Maelstrom said shrugging. Thank you, she said happily. But I will join you in there, and during the meeting with those 3 stuck-up mares. They are not stuck up. You'll need to stay hidden, and trust me, they are a bunch of over-glorified brats. I have already met that kind of people. He answered. Wait, what do you mean with joining me in the bathroom? Dash asked with a red face. I'll wash your back and you'll wash mine, and more, he said with a lecherous grin. Pervert, the mare muttered blushing. But we both enjoy that, especially when I use that trick Anko taught me, he answered. True, I do like that tongue jutsu thing, she answered, shivering in delight. Then why wasting time? Come on, the blonde said, pushing her inside the ample bathroom of the room. Okay, Dash said, laughing. 1 hour later, gardens. Dash was once again hiding in the trees, although against her will, while watching a bored Maelstrom and an annoyed Luna wait for the arrival of the Wonderbolt captain and the rest of the group. Both were evidently thinking about all the things they could have been doing instead of waiting for the 3 Wonderbolts, thing that somehow confused Dash that instead knew could just spend hours just watching those awesome ponies go through their exercises. They are late, Luna said with narrowed eyes. Wanna bet they will make some spectacular entrance? Maelstrom added, annoyed. Are you trying to use your own mother for some easy money, my son? The princess answered mockingly. Tsunade Bachan is not around, it was worth a try. He answered, shrugging. Oh, remember her that she still has to pay me for that bet we had when you meet her next week, Luna said. Get in line, you are not the only one she owes money to. The stallion answered before a deafening bang resounded around them, signaling the arrival of 3 Pegasi flying in formation towards them. Carefully ignoring the barely concealed squeal of Dash, Maelstrom narrowed his eyes to focus on the 3 approaching guests. On the front in fact stood Spitfire, cutting through the sky with a flare of her light striped orange mane mimicking a wildfire. Behind her the only male of the 3, Soren, and the shy-looking Fleetfoot. Naruto was still finding hilarious how the names of each one of the ponies he knew somehow reflected their job or personality, sometimes even sounding ridiculous, although he was named after a whirlpool and a dish, toppling, so he himself did not exactly have any room to judge. I have a wind affinity in my chakra and have a talent in directing winds as an alicorn. Where does a whirlpool fills in that? Because in old literature a maelstrom is used to denote powerful, chaotic and inescapable destructive forces. You were a very hyperactive colt, so it fitted you quite well, especially when you learned how to walk, but you also were very noble as any fairy tale knight. Luna answered with a fond smile. Aha, very funny. The blonde stallion answered, pouting, making Dash giggle a little at his expression. Sorry the wait, your highness. Muley, Spitfire said with a grin as she walked near the stallion. Muley. Rainbow Dash roared mentally. Muley, Luna muttered with narrowed eyes. Oh, I am sorry, Princess Luna. The prince insisted me to be less formal, so I thought about using a nickname, the Wonderbolt captain answered, bowing. I see, she muttered. We were trying to see if Maelstrom would have been interested into joining us for a while, a little trial of a week, nothing more, Soren said, walking forward. We don't want to force him, but Spitfire was adamant into giving him the occasion. She insisted quite a lot, Fleetfoot added. He has good wings and a mean streak when it comes to winning. He has a future as a flyer, the mare answered, nodding while circling Maelstrom, only Dash noticing how her eyes lingered a little longer on his back legs and flank and the strange light shining in her eyes as she did so. She means he likes to dare when doing stunts and risk a lot, Soren translated with a small smile. I am aware of his need to go through dangerous situations. As a war veteran he still has the need to do something exciting, to satisfy his adrenaline dependency. I am still trying to snap him out of it, but until now I have been unsuccessful, Luna replied, sighing. An adrenaline junkie. I like it, Fleetfoot said, smiling wide. Cool down. You are still talking to his mother, Soren said with a glare. While the princess and the 2 were still discussing the details of the offer, as per Spitfire's own orders, the mare had used the distraction to take the prince aside under one of the trees, oblivious that Dash herself had moved to hide in that same plant to listen. I don't like to lose, Spitfire said with a knowing smirk. Why am I not surprised? Maelstrom said, snorting. I heard that you had to fight against Princess Luna right after your return, is that right? She asked. Yes, what of it? And that you and some others fought a pack of timberwolves. She continued, saying. Okay, what does this have to do with flying? He asked, confused. It has nothing to do with flying, but I do like daring stallions, especially the strong ones sure of themselves, and one of them outflew me, in one of my best days. The mare muttered dangerously. Okay. Pay attention, she is planning something, I can feel it. Her intentions are not as clean as what I normally feel coming from those other horses. Kurama said with narrowed eyes. What do you want from me, Spitfire? Maelstrom asked cautious. I hate losing, I despise the mere idea ever since I was a cadet at the academy, ever since I joined the Wonderbolts for the first time. She answered, moving closer. It was a close call, and I am an alicorn, the blonde stallion answered. And you are not used to fly, she added. How do you know that? I have a lot of experience. For some reason you are afraid to push yourself to the max, to truly fly as fast as you could, why? Spitfire asked, leaning even closer. He does that for me. He is helping me getting faster and is actually considerate enough to not rub on my face that he would be faster than me, his mare friend. Dash thought in rage as her eyes kept trying to drill a hole in the mare's head. Part of her was cheering at the idea of having the occasion to know her idols, but now that she was watching the captain of the Wonderbolts shamelessly flirting, because in the rainbow-maned mare's head that was flirting with her stallion, a new part of her brain had come out and was at the moment considering the idea of going there and pluck every single feather from Spitfire's wings. I do that to help a friend. While she gets better at flying I too learn a trick or two, Maelstrom answered while taking a step back. A friend? Is she somepony important? Spitfire asked. Very much so. Do you love her? The mare asked. Because it's clear that she doesn't love you back, she interrupted him. What? Dash at this point had to bite down on a tree branch to stop her outraged scream from breaking the sound barrier and be heard in all Equestria. What? The stallion said angrily. You need a mare that would push you forward, that will encourage you to give more and more, a girl that will help you being the best. She whispered as she entered the prince's personal space to whisper in his ear. Hoy. That's too close. He yelped as his back went pressed against the tree. Princess Luna said that you always try to get into trouble to satisfy your need of excitement. I assure you, I can satisfy every need you may ever have, and match that monstrous stamina of yours with my, admittedly, unlimited drive to excel, Spitfire whispered as she tried lick his ear. Well, I am not interested. Maelstrom said with narrowed eyes as he shoved her away. Why? The mare asked back with her voice being a mixture of anger and shock. No pony refused her. She may like to play nice girl, but she knew how other stallions looked at her, ever since her days as a cadet. Not a single day passing without some pony asking her out or showering her in gifts. And once becoming the captain of the Wonderbolts the list of suitors could only triple after each show. And now He was refusing her. All for some mysterious mare. A no pony. No, this joke won't continue. Can she do this then? Spitfire said, slamming her mouth on his, gaining a strangled gasp from Dash. Stay the fuck away from me. Maelstrom all but roared, pushing her away. Did you like? I bet you have. I have finally found some pony able to keep up with me, able to give me a fair challenge and even help me furthering my abilities. Do you know how many stallions would beat each other senseless to gain my attention? I can give you more than any mare will ever be able to, and I won't accept a no for an answer, not when I have what I want right in front of me, she said in anger. Who the hey do you think you are? Dash said as she finally could not hold back any longer, coming down from the tree to get face to face with Spitfire, glaring furiously at the mare. So I guess you are the mysterious mare he was talking about, Spitfire said, smirking. Yes, and I thought you were a nicer mare, Dash answered bitterly. I am nice, but I am also very through in gaining what I want. Your friend is the first stallion I personally found to be what I always wanted in a cult friend. Strong, sure of himself, not afraid to do everything it takes to reach his goal, and just so darn brave. Why would I step back and let somebody else get him? Spitfire replied. Because I choose her, the blonde stallion answered, moving between the two. Nothing that I can't fix, I'll just need the week you'll spend with me and the rest of the Wonderbolts to show you who between me and her is the best one, Spitfire answered as she walked away towards her two companions. You okay? Maelstrom asked as he turned to look at Dash. She kissed you, she muttered. To her surprise he leaned closer to kiss her, making her turn cherry red on her face. And now I kissed you, she forced herself on me, you saw that? He said while leaning his forehead on hers. I don't like her, the mare said, huffing. But she is a Wonderbolt. And she tried to steal my stallion, Dash replied. Tried and failed. I am yours, remember it, I love only one girl, you. Maelstrom answered chuckling. I know, but apparently I don't like watching other mares be all lovey-dovey with you. Why you fear them? They are nothing compared to you, Dashi-chan. The stallion said smirking. Really? Really? He answered nodding. I'll still keep my eyes open, just in case, Dash said sighing, feeling as Spitfire could really be one of the few really able to be a threat to her relationship with the prince, even if only because she and the Wonderbolt's captain were similar on a lot of things. Why don't you come with me then? Like that you won't fear me to cheat on you, he proposed smirking. I have not afraid of you cheating on me, but for that mare to try something, Dash answered. But I'll still come to keep an eye on her, just to be sure. She then added. Good, it will be a lot of fun then if you come. He said grinning. I'd better go, your mother is looking for you, Dash said. Don't worry, you won't lose me. She may be all famous, but she can't compare to you. A sweet, awesome girl not afraid get her hooves dirty and work hard to achieve her dreams and not a mean nun in her. Maelstrom said while giving her a last kiss. And you won't lose me either. But I'll soon have to show you how much I appreciate those words, so get ready. She answered smiling teasingly as her tail gently brushed under his nose while she walked away. Hoi, Earth to Horse, you there? Kurama asked smirking while snapping his fingers to attract the stallion's attention. Ah, he muttered in answer as his eyes were glued to the tantalizingly swaying tail and at the short flash of the treasure hidden under it she had given him the moment she raised her tail to tickle him. Feels nice to be appreciated physically as well. I am still not ready for it, but I still like to see him get all riled up from a light teasing. Not that I would mind him snapping and pouncing. Horse feathers, I am turning into a pervert. I'll blame those books his teacher gave him. Yes, for some reason blaming those and the author of Ika feels right. Damn pervert, Dash thought as she took height with few powerful flaps of her wings. Last thing she saw before flying away towards Ponyville was Maelstrom trot towards Luna while still glassy-eyed before recovering and nodding to the princess. She saw the moon alicorn talk to him and the stallion drop his head before nodding once again, clearly accepting the offering of the Wonderbolts for the trial of a week. But while she was returning home, the rainbow-maned mare couldn't help but feel unease. Her decision about keeping her relationship with the prince a secret was showing the same ugly sides she had feared would surface. She was certain that Maelstrom won't accept other girls' proposals and be faithful to her, but that didn't mean those mares will just stop trying. She was happy though to know that should she need, her friends would be with her to help protect her cult friend, the element bearers would stand together and that AJ would surely buck in the teeth of whoever would try to seduce Maelstrom. She said. Meanwhile, with AJ. Granny Smith, the farm pony asked with a small voice. Yes, dear. The old mare said with a gentle smile. Shucks, the girl muttered with a groan. Language, what happened? Maybe she muttered. Applejack, come on, Granny won't judge ya, the old mare said. Maybe I like him, AJ finally admitted sighing. That dashing prince, Granny Smith asked amused. Bloom likes him and I. And you like him too, but not as a friend, she added. Yeah. So what's the problem? He will never like me back. AJ said sighing. If ya don't try, ya will never know da. We apples are strong, just like de trees, but we are sweet as de apples too, talk to him. Granny Smith offered. I'll try, AJ muttered nodding. Sigh, you are growing so fast. The old mare said proudly. Thank you, Granny Smith. Applejack said with a small smile, barely noticing the small streak of rainbow flying high right out of the window. With Dash. Oh, yeah, AJ will definitely defend me if I ask her, that or point Rarity towards the poor idiots trying to take him away. Dash said smirking. Carousel Boutique, in the meantime. Rarity was looking at the poor Pegasus sitting with her at the counter of the Unicorn's boutique after turning the sign on the door on the closed side. So you like the prince, Rarity said with narrowed eyes. Ahoo, Fluttershy admitted while looking down at her cup of tea. Sigh, you will never catch his interest if you are afraid even to just talk about him, the young mare said with an exasperated sigh. Catch his interest, Fluttershy repeated blushing. Listen, darling, you are cute, even, pretty, and I am sure that a lot of stallions would find your being so damn shy adorable. Rarity said with her most gentle tone. But you like just him and no pony else, and don't know how to actually approach him, but why you are here to ask me for help. You are good at this. Fluttershy muttered. At dating? Rarity asked with a raised eyebrow. Why yes, and speak openly to other points, and courting stallions, the other admitted with a very low whisper. Fluttershy. Are you, by chance, calling me a scarlet mare? Rarity hissed. Oh goodness, no. I have never been in a relationship. So I thought that you had more experience. You are pretty, so maybe you already dated some pony, Fluttershy said in horror while shaking her head wildly. Thank you for the compliment, I do take care of my look, and yes, I do have a date or two on my back, all turned out to be disasters, but at least I have some suggestions about what not to do. Sure, we'll have to have those tips, tailored, on you and the prince, especially him since he grew up in a different setting than Equestria, but he seems to be a nice pony. In hindsight, he is a good choice, even if a little rough on the edges, Rarity answered. He is a nice stallion if you get to know him, and he has a nice side with a huge gentle heart. Fluttershy answered immediately. I know, silly. The fact that you are so ready to defend him shows your determination, so ready to plan. We'll get you your dream colt friend in just a week. ACC colt friend. Fluttershy muttered with a red face while hiding her face with her own mane. Sigh. This is gonna be a LOOOOOONG day. Rarity muttered with a sigh of dismay while looking at the sky outside hoping for divine help, totally ignoring Trail as it moved towards her apartment. With Pinky must have take out some muffins. I can smell them all the way here. Maybe I'll get some, said with a wide smile as she immediately descended towards the Cake family's shop. Rapidly entering is a rainbow-colored bullet, the mare seized the opportunity to snatch a couple before exiting the place, leaving behind only the still twirling coins on the counter. All just happened in less than a second. What happened? Miss Cake asked dumbfounded. She just entered, bought 6 muffins and left the shop, all without stopping her flying. Pinkie Pie answered sighing. Okay, is there anything you wish to tell me? The older mare asked. Nothing, the element of laughter answered distractingly while adding some icing on a near cake. Is there a problem with your colt friend? Miss Cake asked with a knowing smile. I have not a colt friend. Pinkie answered. Then why you use the icing to draw an heart with your initials and the princes inside it on that cake? Mr. Cake asked back smirking. It was supposed to be a smiling face. The pink pony muttered confused. Well, you were smiling while doing that, and it was not the usual smile you always wear, but a fond one, Miss Cake said teasingly. I don't know what you are talking about. Pinkie said defiantly while trying to look inconspicuous in erasing the heart on the cake. Aha, Pinkie loves the prince. I knew it, Mr. Cake said with a sing-song voice. That's not true, Pinkie answered shocked. Pinkie and Maelstrom under a tree. KISS. The stallion kept singing while jumping around her. Meanie, the pink pony said with an embarrassed face. Darling, please stop. Seriously, do you stallions never grow up? Miss Cake said sighing. I don't like him, Pinkie muttered. I am not judging, the other mare answered gently. Maybe a little, the element of laughter admitted with a low whisper. It's a start, want some help in capturing him? Miss Cake said smiling. I am sure I can do that by myself, if I ever grow interested, thing that I certainly am not at the moment, Pinkie Pie answered. So you are not interested in him? Of course not, she answered with a childish pout. If you say so, Miss Cake said with a knowing smirk. Of course, a little help or suggestion, just in theory of course, the young mare muttered. Yay, I knew I was right. Come on, let's plan the perfect trap to catch your colt friend. Even if I am not interested, Pinkie added blushing. Of course. Maybe I should warn that poor boy. Mr. Cake muttered before his wife's trusty and favorite frying pan landed on the back of his head. Do not interfere, she hissed with narrowed eyes. Okay, dear, I won't. Mr. Cake answered, sighing. Later that night. Ignoring the new shiver climbing up his back, Maelstrom tried to forget the feeling of impending doom that had started plaguing him in the last few weeks. Shaking his head wildly, he climbed on his bed. He opened one of the books Luna asked him to read. I am becoming a studious guy, what happened to me? He said, chuckling. You want to impress your mommy, like the good kid you are, ah. Kurama said, smirking. That is not true, he answered, moaning. But while this was happening, Celestia was looking her own student pace in front of her with a worried expression. I am starting to get worried, Twilight, why you asked to meet me so urgently? The princess asked once she finally grew tired of watching her student dig a hole in her room's floor by walking without stop. I am so sorry to disturb you, Your Highness, but I don't know what to do. Twilight said with a despaired sigh. SSSH. It's okay, I am here to help you, my faithful student. Celestia said gently. I wanted to ask my parents, but my mother would have treated this with the wrong approach, and both my father and brother would have just hunt down him to beat him to a pulp. The unicorn said. Him, you mean, Sumponi finally managed to catch your heart. Really? Celestia said in surprise before blooming into a huge smile. Twilight nodded with a red face. Ooh, I am so proud of you. It seems like yesterday that you started being my student, always worried about excelling and nothing else. You finally found something else those old books can't give you, the Sun Princess gushed proud. I was surprised myself, but from what I could read, I do show signs of being infatuated, the unicorn answered with a shy nod. You have read a manual about how to recognize love. Somehow I am more surprised about such a book existing than you actually reading it. Celestia said with a defeated sigh, she just knew some things were just impossible to change. I don't know what to do though. I know is not something I should ask you, Your Highness, but can you help me find a solution? At this moment you are the only one that I can ask. It is a strange request, but I'll see what I can do. Who is this mysterious pony? The princess asked. Oh, well, he is very determined and has a no-nonsense attitude when the situation calls for it. He is not exactly book smart, but he can think and rationalize things on the fly in an instant. Twilight answered. A good match, you are more about a theoretical approach, while he is more of a tactile learner, and learns by doing things directly. You may actually balance each other out. Good choice, Celestia said, nodding. Thank you, Your Highness. He is kind of cool, so his boasting, mostly as a way to joke, can even be justified. He is helping me developing a new spell, and whenever I need an assistant to test the results he immediately offer his help. He always says that he founds magic awesome, so he doesn't mind helping me. Even Spike likes him, even if he is a bad influence for him. Twilight said, frowning momentarily. A bad influence? For Spikeoran? He talked Spike into joining him in his morning exercises and into gaining a membership to the gym, that and teaching him how to be cool, but no matter how many times I ask, they don't want to tell me the reason for it. That is not a bad influence. On the contrary, I think he is trying to do to him what I am trying to do to you ever since you moved to Ponyville. Have you enjoy life a tiny bit more? Celestia answered, chuckling. I do enjoy life, Twilight muttered, pouting. But enough beating around the bush. Who is he? Do I know him? Celestia asked. Yes, you do know him very well, Your Highness. Twilight answered, uncertain. Why that face? And why you asked me to not tell Luna about this meeting of ours? The princess asked. She may get angry. Twilight answered, sighing. Get angry? Why? Oh, I think I got the identity of your mystery pony. Celestia said, and as soon as she understood who her student was talking about, her already pale complexion turned even paler as colors seemed to get drained from her body. Exactly, what should I do? I think I would really like to try and see if between me and the prince could work, but I am afraid Princess Luna won't like that. Twilight said weakly. I am not against it, especially if you and him would be happy from it, but my sister may have something against this, not because of you, but on the whole principle of the thing. Celestia muttered. Any suggestion? The unicorn asked, hopeful. I think I can actually give you a little help, even just to survive the thing when the news will become public knowledge. I admit that my relationship with my nephew is still kind of strained, but I should be able to give you an hoof, even if just a little. The princess answered. Thank you, your highness. I don't know what I would have done without your help, Twilight answered with a tiny smile. I'll accompany you home, just to be sure you'll be safe. Celestia answered as both disappeared from the room in a flash of magic. She just hoped she won't lose a student because of Luna's worryingly possessive nature once she will discover Twilight's courting of Maelstrom and her own influence in the whole thing. But those two would look so damn cute together. Celestia knew she would actually enjoy playing matchmaker for at least once in her long life. Meanwhile, throne room, with Luna. The moon alicorn was just in that moment finishing her last touches to the whole paperwork regarding the active roster of the night guards when her wings shot wide open and her back turned as rigid as a plank. I can feel it. There is a disturbance in the natural order of things. Some hussy is planning something against my innocent baby. I can already see a great shadow approach. She muttered, snarling, watching with narrowed eyes outside the window as to dare the responsible to make a wrong move so to gain her royal punishment. Ponyville, Carousel Boutique. Now, let's see. Rarity could be heard muttering from the back of her shop. Why, you know that I am not one for dresses that are too daring, right? Fluttershy said, embarrassed. One of your strong points is your flank, that we know is also where his eyes are more probable to drift towards. The fashionista answered. He always denies that, the other said, blushing. But he does have a point though. You, Applejack and Dash do have very nice backsides, unfortunately, Rarity replied bitterly. Are you jealous? The shy mare asked with wide eyes. Not every pony has a metabolism that stops the excesses from going directly there, oh. I am sure Dash and AJ will play it cool and answer that it's all about exercise or bucking trees, but I know the truth. She answered while surfacing from behind the door long enough to throw an accusatory glare at Shy. Quote, I do make some exercise too, and I have lots of animals to take care of, so I am always busy, the Pegasus answered with a very low whisper. And I tried to buck trees myself. Every Sunday I jog around Ponyville for hours, I spend a fortune at the spa in special massages, and I check and double check every single morsel of what I eat so to have it low in calories while balanced, fully nutritive, and so low content in fat to have it measured in negative numbers. Then why my flank looks like two planets stuck together. Why? Rarity said with a furious roar while almost shoving her cutie mark on Shy's face. I don't know. The very scared mare answered, shaking her head wildly. Taking several long calming breaths, the unicorn slowly recovered her self-control before nodding to herself and returning to her search. Sorry about that, it's a sour point for me and it tends to make me lose control. Now, we were looking for a way to help you win a cult friend, and we have to be subtle. Rarity said with a much calmer and apologetic tone. Subtle. Stallions do get scared if it's the girl to make the first step, or better, they get scared if they get too intense. It makes them feel like a slab of meat more than a pony, just like a mare feels when the stallion tries too much to court her. Hence why we will not use provocative dresses or a too heavy makeup, she explained. I am not one for makeup, it makes me feel uncomfortable, Fluttershy answered. You mean that all that is your natural look? Everything, not even a tiny bit of powder in there? Rarity asked, surprised while moving her hoof in a circle while pointing at the other mare. Shy answered with a tiny nod while looking down. Faye, some pony have all the luck. The unicorn muttered. Sorry. It's okay, so, no makeup either. I got it. Wait here a minute, Rarity said while studying Shy with narrowed eyes before inspiration struck her, making the mare dive for her storage with a knowing smirk. Oh okay. What followed was a series of grumbling, unintelligible mutterings and flashes of magic calling towards Rarity scissors or pieces of cloth from all around the boutique, followed by half-completed accessories that the mare had apparently found not of her taste and abandoned to start a new one. There. Perfect for what you need to do to catch your very own prince, Rarity said in triumph as she walked back to her friend. Really? Fluttershy asked, surprised. That's right, darling. Luckily for you, between my ability as an excellent listener and my irresistible charm, and the fact that I apparently remember him, an old friend of his named Eno, I could gather some very interesting facts about our dear Maelstrom's past during his time here as my helper, Rarity answered while positioning a small pin on the Pegasus' mane, the small flower standing out from the pink of shy hair thanks to its very pale lavender color. A pin, she asked. A very special one. Let's say we are kind of cheating, more or less, if we have to be absolutely sincere. The other answered while moving a tall mirror in front of both. How can Sumponi cheat with a pin? And why I can feel a very faint smell of flowers come from it. The human girl he used to date was called Hinata, that by his own admission has very pale, pupil-less lavender eyes and natural dark blue mane, that and she used a lavender-scented shampoo, so I created that pin. It contains a very concentrated extract of lavender, between its colors similar to the girl's eyes and that perfume. It will fill the blanks and grab his attention long enough for you to court him, Rarity answered with a proud smirk. What? You can't do that, Fluttershy said scandalized. Why not? It would be unfair. You are asking me to use a trick, lie to pull on his being forced to break up with his former mare friend for my benefit. The poor dear would just suffer from it, or even latch to me just because of that. I don't need this, I can talk to him on my own, Fluttershy replied while gently taking away the hairpin. You sure? The other asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, even if it will be hard. I am sure I can try to talk to him without cheating. Good. At least a lesson got stuck in your silly head, Rarity said nodding proud. What? He. First lesson to deal with a stallion, be yourself. Never Sumponi else, it makes them feel cheated, betrayed. Now we can deal with the rest, most of all we'll be making sure you won't get too nervous while approaching him, the unicorn answered giggling. You are kind of meanie to be the element of generosity. The shy Pegasus muttered. I am brutally generous, I'll help you whatever you like it or not, darling. So get ready, Rarity said with a devious smirk. Help. The other whimpered as the unicorn literally pounced on her with the sacred mission to play matchmaker burning in her eyes. At the same time, with Twilight. You sure you can't help me? You and him spend a lot of time together as friends, I am sure you do know some more details that would help me, Twilight said while studying a chart detailing body measurement like height, weight, wingspan and horn length of an alicorn scarily resembling a certain prince. There was even a small diagram near it detailing the exact shade of rust red of his fur. Twee, Spike said sighing while momentarily stopping lifting weights in his miniature-sized gym. What? She asked curious while lifting a pencil with her magic to adjust part of the chart listing his likes and dislikes she had composed by going from the least important thing up to the favorite one. You can't treat love as something to study like that, it can't be done. The small dragon answered worried. What do you mean? The young unicorn asked dumbfounded. Love is chaos, it doesn't have a fixed list of rules. One thing can work with Sumponi but make another hate you, it's all about heart. He answered slowly while turning off the music he was hearing working out. Since when you were into philosophy? Twilight asked in surprise. Ever since I want to sigh. I want to grow up, Twee. I need certain conditions to grow in body, but in the meantime I can try and get older in mind. Maelstrom is helping me with that. And that thing about love was one of the first thing he told me. And why you are so desperate to grow up. It's personal, but here we are talking about you, and Twee. Can I ask you how you managed to gain those info about him? Or do I have to fear the answer? I observed him while he helped me and the others, and took notes. The unicorn answered looking down at her hooves in great interest. You stalked him? Spike asked with wide eyes. I prefer the term, data gathering. Stalking sounds kind of bad. She answered with a weak chuckle. You do know that he is a ninja, right? That he was used to fight against ambushes and at sensing people trying to sneak on him. Twee. Horse feathers. Twilight muttered with a wince. Yep, horse feathers indeed. You may have even burned any chance you had with him by just doing that. The dragon said shocked. But I do like him. I just want him to see me as Sumponi worth dating. She answered with a tone bordering on the whining. Listen, burn everything, and forget everything you wrote, because I know you memorized everything just in case something like this happened. And talk to him, talk and get to know him like a normal pony would. Do not try to use tricks to conquer him or treat him like something to study, he is not a specimen or a book to decipher. And what if he doesn't like me like that? What if he doesn't like the real Twilight sparkle? She asked back with narrowed eyes. Until you try you won't know it. I find you a wonderful mare, I am sure he will be yours if you try hard enough. You are biased, you like me too much. Twilight answered smirking. I assure you that I can be very objective when I want to. Now if you excuse me, I need to take a shower, and can I take the rest of the day free? He said smugly before blushing shyly. Why? Going somewhere. I have someone to meet. Who? The unicorn inquired curiously. It's a very important sumpony, but do not ask me more or I will tell Maelstrom about your data gathering, if he doesn't already know about that, Spike answered. Eep, you wouldn't dare, Twilight said horrified. Yes, I will. So, can I go? The small dragon asked with a superior smirk. The prince taught you that, right? You never used blackmailing before. She hissed angrily. I am the student of a shinobi, for us no move is too dirty or wrong if we have a mission. And I have a very important one. Spike answered. TCH. So be it, but you will return here before dinner. You are still young enough for me to give orders to and ground and even spank if you disobey. The unicorn answered. Why you wouldn't dare? I am a dragon. We don't get spanked. We are too awesome for that. He said in horror. My house, my rules. Fine, have it your way, he muttered while marching towards the bathroom, trying to think about his meeting with Rarity in her boutique to help his mood, otherwise she won't let him help her with her costumers. Once saw the small dragon leave Twilight destroyed everything she had on the prince in a flash of magic before looking at herself in the mirror with a sigh. A boorish bookworm, would he like all this? She asked aloud while passing an hoof on her mane sighing. Let's try, if I don't try I will never know. I am going out, Spike. Remember to close the door when you leave. The unicorn said to herself before leaving her house, almost bumping into Applejack on her way to Sugarcube Corner. It's me or there is something different about AJ. She thought, noticing how the farm mare seemed different than usual, almost polished, in her way of walking or holding herself, as if she was a mare on a mission. You okay, AJ? She asked. Oh, Sugarcube, yup. Got my eyes on a stallion and decided to see if I could get his attention. So I asked Granny about some tips, and got myself some help in how to catch a boy's heart, she answered smirking. That's good to hear. It was about time you got your eyes on Sumpony. I am happy for you, Twilight said smiling. That's way soon to say. I still need to talk to him, but Bloom likes him too just like the rest of the family, so that's a good start if I can say. I just need to see if he feels the same, AJ answered chuckling. I am sure he will like you, you are a cool mare, even if not all girly. The unicorn answered. I'll take that as a compliment when you say that I am not all uptight as others like Rarity. Now sorry but I need to go. Still got lots of things to do, so to have tomorrow free and chase Ma Stallion down and talk to him. See ya around. AJ asked. Of course, I won't hold you then, and good luck with your stallion. Twilight said nodding while watching the other trot rapidly away. Oh, I didn't ask who he was, probably a farm pony. One of the soldiers. It doesn't matter, it's not my business. She muttered with a shrug before moving towards her destination and ignoring Pinkie Pie speeding past her with a big bundle on her bag, muttering something about Maelstrom to herself. Now that I think about it, Princess Celestia said she would have helped me by distracting Princess Luna so to let me talk to Maelstrom without his mother discovering me. I wonder how she is doing it. Meanwhile, with Celestia and Luna. The two Alicorn sisters were at the moment locked in a fierce war of glares, all because Celestia had started her own part of the plan, with capital letters, mind you. To have her dearest student Twilight win her nephew's heart and become, to the Sun Princess's humble opinion, the cutest couple ever seen, and dare she say it. She already had the shirts with Twimiel Forever already prepared for herself to wear, so to celebrate her victory. If only her sister was not so darn stubborn. I don't understand, why do you want to take over the lessons in magic my son is taking with me? What are you planning? Luna asked with narrowed eyes. Can't I spend some time with him? I am still trying to rebuild the bridge between me and him, and I too am not pushover when it comes to magic. On the contrary, I might even say to have 1,000-year advantage as I kept studying while you were indisposed, the other replied nonchalantly. And what about your other student? Miss Twilight? Are you forgetting about her? Or proposing an exchange? I can't see why I can't have two students. Why? They may even study together and help each other during the lessons. Study together, Luna said with a tone bordering on the shrilly. Study together would mean leave her pure son alone, in a room with a girl, and since he was such a gentle soul he would chat amicably with her, but in turn that would leave him open for her to try and sink her dirty fangs on him. And kiss him. And. Luna's mind theater. The dimly lighted, and almost romantic-looking room, was filled by books while at the only table of the room was sitting Maelstrom and Twilight Sparkle with the mare inching always closer while shamelessly fluttering her eyelashes at him before stealing a kiss. Because a dirty mare like her can only do that to poor, studly, innocent stallions to gain their attention. No, we can't, the poor alicorn would say in hurt. Why not? The evil, dirty mare would answer before kissing him again. Because that would upset my dearest mother. Such a wonderful, beautiful, smart, just, gorgeous, loyal, generous and powerful mare should not be behaving lust-filled thoughts. Maelstrom would then answer with his angelic halo of purity shining brightly in love for his dearest mother. She wouldn't know if neither me or you will say a thing, she may even be happy for this. The ugly, evil, dirty mare would answer leaning closer. Happy. The innocence-made pony would stutter scandalized. Yes, happy. Don't you want to give her tons of grandchildren to spoil? At this point the corrupting, ugly, evil, dirty mare would push, the embodiment of studliness aka Maelstrom, on the floor to straddle him. But that was supposed to happen only when my beautiful, perfect, incomparable mother will deem it okay. Which is to say, when hell freezes over and turns into a skiing resort. What she doesn't know, won't hurt her. Once said that, the perverted, corrupting, ugly, evil, dirty mare would then shamelessly have her backstabbing, perverted, corrupting, ugly, evil, dirty way with her poor, innocent son and mate with him on the dirty floor, surely the most unromantic place ever for mating because only an ignorant, backstabbing, perverted, corrupting, ugly, evil, dirty mare would do that. Oh, Maelstrom. Oh, Twilight. Real world. RGH. Luna bellowed in a fit of ungodly fury. Never. You will never give that mare the opening to corrupt my baby. She then said. What? No, I just want to spend some time with my nephew. Celestia said immediately, trying to cover the fact that she was planning just that minus the corrupting, to help her student. Some time. I knew it. You were trying to seduce my sweet Maelstrom yourself so to win back his affection. Luna screamed in horror, her mind theater replaying the former scene only with Celestia in Twilight's place. Oh goodness gracious, now you are exaggerating, the son alicorn answered scandalized. What, are you angry he is no falling all over himself to court you? You are his aunt, my sister, you can't harass him with that humongous flank of yours. Not only because that would be incest, but because you are also way too old. What, I'll have you know that my flank, dear sister, is not humongous but perfectly proportionate and soft. Sonnets had been written about it and artists went mad trying to talk me into letting them reproduce it in marble or others to paint it on canvas, and I am not into incest, I just want to reconnect with my nephew, Celestia answered indignant and adding her last bit almost as an afterthought, but she was proud of her beauty, fruit of thousands of years of traumatizing working out and diets, and not even her sister will be free to belittle it. Stop telling lies, and stay away from him. I will protect him from you and any other mare that will try to take him away. Luna bellowed in answer. You can't protect him forever. Celestia muttered with narrowed eyes. Aha, then thou admit thy sin and wish to feast on my son's virtue. Mongrel, culvert, felon, Luna said with a booming voice filled by anger, falling back into medieval, ye old Canterlot, dialect and insults from rage alone. No, I didn't mean it like that. The son alicorn answered with wide eyes, unfortunately her angry blush went dramatically misunderstood by the other mare. Celestia, Luna roared, pouncing on her sister while burning in pure maternal fury. Kya! A lone scream of panic shook the royal castle as a clearly bloodthirsty moon alicorn chased the sun princess through the whole palace, throwing the poor guards in her way against walls or out of the windows as she refused to stop for nothing, walls and closed doors comprised. Luckily Luna's son was safe in the Wonderbolt's training camp. Far and far away from any corrupting mare and still single. The last thing the moon alicorn needed was him being victim of something pervert. At the same time, Wonderbolt's training camp. Showers, adult content. You have no idea how hard it is for me to write this, sorry for quality. Spitfire was angrily marching towards the shower's cabin to clean herself from the mud that was covering her from head to tail, all courtesy of Rainbow Dash and her prank, a rather ingenious time-delayed catapult loaded with the stuff and prepared so to spring when the rainbow-maned mare had an iron-clad alibi. I know it was her. That satisfied smirk was a dead giveaway, that insufferable filly in a mare's body. She muttered with a sneer. For a week she had tried to win herself a cult friend the good way, by just being nice, supportive and playing on her strengths. When that failed she moved through a more dirty tactic, like openly challenging Dash to a friendly flight around the camp, so to try and show her talent. The thing ended in a draw much to her surprise, so that too was a failure. Then she had tried to have Soren and Fleetfoot play diversion by presenting Dash to the others so to leave her alone with the prince, but while that part worked as the happy squeals of the mare could be clearly heard, her prized stallion was still adamant in preferring Dash to Spitfire. At least I know he is faithful, if only to the wrong mare, she muttered sighing. As soon as that plan too went discovered, Dash had started pranking her back, and the captain of the Wonderbolts could still not demonstrate that it was all the rainbow-maned unicorns doing as she suspected. And today he will leave. This whole plan was a complete failure. A waste of time, eh? Ooh. A suffused moan in that moment caught her attention, snapping her out of her thoughts. What the? Spitfire muttered, leaning silently to the high windows, finding them obscured if not for a very small opening. As soon as she peeked inside though, her eyes flew wide keen and her jaw gently dropped in shock. She was watching as her beloved target and the mare standing in her way were lying on the floor under the warm water filling the room with a thin mist. The prince had discarded his coat and suit, leaving his muscles perfectly visible even if his head was now resting, for some reason unknown to Spitfire, between Dash, back legs, giving her his back. The problem though was what Dash herself was doing, which was bobbing her head back and forth as possessed while suckling in greed on his second horn, coating it in saliva with sloppy kisses or slowly licking it from bottom to top. Maelstrom too was not sparing her as he was doing the same to her with outrageous slurping noises and grunts as he was diving his tongue as deep as he could inside her and forcing Dash to briefly interrupt her licking in order to bite down her own moans. No way. Spitfire whispered, shocked, almost shrieking when Dash eyes fell on her, but instead of looking scared at being discovered doing those things, she locked eyes with the Wonderbolt captain and smirked, quite the feat with how much the stallion's shaft was obscenely stretching her own lips, and once took the whole thing in her mouth and throat without breaking eye contact. She gave Spitfire a wink and slurp produced the loudest, dirtiest and wettest sucking sound Spitfire had ever heard, while the rainbow-maned mare's cheeks caved in by the strength of the suction as she slowly retracted her head from the stallion's rod. Holy she-eat! The prince howled as his hips bucked forward in several wild jerks. Ah! The spying mare could only watch in awe as Dash's cheeks rapidly puffed out and her eyes went wide. Ooh, I think you sucked out one of my balls with that. Maelstrom muttered with a weak chuckle while the remaining strands of his release fell on her face once she removed her mouth from his shaft. But the mare was not answering, too taken by smugly showing to the flustered Wonderbolt the content of her overflowing maw in all its thick pearly white glory before making a show of gulping everything down in a single movement, making her throat bulge for an instant. Now it's your turn, use that tongue trick on me, Dash ordered while literally sitting on his face and still looking at Spitfire in the eyes. As you wish, the Wonderbolt heard him say before focusing enough to light up his horn until, to the mare's shock, and quite arousal, he had then unfolded a tongue clearly double the normal length if not triple and way thicker than before. Done that, she saw him dive with bestial hunger on Dash, snatch and penetrate her until his mouth closed around her lower opening, making her go cross-eyed and start trashing violently, tearing an high-pitched scream of ecstasy after another from the mare's throat in rapid succession. Yes, there, the ear, Dash screamed while lightly bouncing on the prince's face, her vacant expression and tongue falling limp from her lips speaking volumes of her pleasure, but nothing had prepared Spitfire for the thoroughly broken expression Dash soon took when Maelstrom switched and started spearing the girl's butthole with his tongue, making the mare shake wildly as if in a seizure as a new orgasm teared her mind to shreds. I love Ryu. I love Ryu. The dazed mare kept repeating as her mouth closed once again on the throbbing shaft of the alicorn, distorting her words even more than her lust-clouded mind already was. Meh, he replied before giving a soft bite to the inner side to Dash, ass, making her howl in what must have been an earth-shattering orgasm soon followed by a new awe-inspiring explosion from the stallion's rod as she could no longer focus enough to suck on it, showering the rainbow-maned mare in a thick layer of white as she did the same to the prince's face, both then collapsing on the tiled floor to catch their breath. This will need to suffice, for now. Dash muttered weakly as she kissed tenderly the head of the still hard member of her lover, shocking Spitfire with its staying still up and proud. Okay, I can live with that, for now. He answered grinning while taking huge gulps of air. What was that? Spitfire asked barging inside the shower room. What, you saw us? The prince asked horrified. It's called 69, buddy. We were eating out each other, Dash replied smugly. So you were together, you know what that means. The Wonderbolt said with a smug grin. Will you really step so low? The rainbow-maned mare said with narrowed eyes. What do you want, Spitfire? Maelstrom asked. Oh, that's simple, you, the other answered. Why? Because you won against me and refused my advances. No pony refuses me, it can't be done. And you want to base a relationship on that? Dash said with a raised eyebrow. What else then? We are similar, Dash. Both of us love to excel, both want to be the absolute best and plainly refuse to be the worst. We both love to push ourselves to the max and can't accept a no for an answer. I am just sure I can do a better job at loving him, Spitfire answered. Listen well then, Dash was about to say before a rust-red wing moved in front of her face. I don't want you, Spitfire. I like Dash because in numerous ways we are alike, but she has not that attitude you are showing right now. You are ready to use what? Blackmailing to have me leave Dash. You are ready to destroy her reputation just to force me to leave her. What will you do, mount a scandal on that? The prince asked with narrowed eyes and a growl in his voice. I will if I have to, chose, Dash and the ruin of both your lives, or me. Disgusting, I was born a prince, I grew up as a nobody and I can tell you that I would not trade a title for the girl I love. I can easily renounce to being a so-called noble, to stay with her. I know how to survive with the bare minimum. He answered with a sneer. But what about Dash? Do you think she can do the same? Ruining every chance to be famous. To never be recognized as the coolest flyer ever. To lose her job in Ponyville just for you. All to preserve her weak love for why, Spitfire said. Yes, darn it. The mare answered immediately. Wah, what did you say? I said yes, I will stay with him, now and forever. Even if we'll need to run away and change names, I will do it in an instant and never regret it, Dash answered with narrowed eyes. Dash, Maelstrom muttered in mild surprise. Shocked you too, I surprised myself as well, but I started thinking about it, and I found myself hating losing you more than losing some honor. You and my friends are just too important, she answered nuzzling his neck with a little sigh. I love you, ya crazy mare, he said chuckling. Love you too, ya knuckle-headed stallion, she answered. So that's it, You prefer staying together, Spitfire said. Yep, do your worst, I'll protect her. The prince answered while covering Dash with his wings to empathize the answer. And so will I. I'll protect him, no matter what. The element of loyalty added. Sigh. I envy you, Rainbow Dash. I really do, you got a cult friend ready to drop everything just for you. I am still gonna say that it's a waste for him to stay with you, but I recognize a losing battle when I see one. Just see to make him happy. Because if you dare break his heart I'll break your wings and then swoop in to take him with me, the Wonderbolt captain said with a defeated sigh. So no blackmailing? Dash asked surprised. To gain what? Burn any chance for me to conquer him in case you buck up everything. Not a chance. I tried to see if you were really committed, now I'll just wait for the first sign of weakness to pounce, Spitfire answered smirking. Kinda cruel as an answer. Maelstrom answered. Women with strong will are like this, we don't back down graciously, we wait in the shadows for the right moment to save the clueless male from the hooves of our rival, the mare answered. As if. Dash growled. Then watch out, the other said. You know. This must be how that Uchiha brat felt when Sakura and Ino were still young and fighting for him. Kurama said interested. That is not helping, furball. The prince thought in answer. Hoo. By the way, I still want to get paid for my silence on your dirty deed, Spitfire said with a predatory glint in her eyes. What do you want? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. Some eating out. I am kind of curious about how that feels like. You seem to enjoy it quite a lot, she answered. Over my unconscious body. Dash roared. What? Afraid that he will prefer my taste over yours? Are we lacking self-esteem, Rainbow Dash? Spitfire taunted grinning. Faye, last week he kept licking me for 8 hours straight. I have nothing to fear. The rainbow-maned mare said sneering. 8 hours. That's a lot. I was too out of it after the first 3 hours to properly count. But I won't certainly deny him his favorite drink just because my brain turns to mush, the other said smugly. I still pretend my silence to be paid, or you really are afraid. So be it, but this is a one-time deal. Dash answered. Oh, it's okay, how good may it be after all? It's just some licking, it's surely you the one with a very poor pleasure threshold. Get ready to eat those words back. Maelstrom. What? The prince said as he snapped back from his talking with Kurama. Is he okay? Spitfire asked. That's not important. Follow me, Dash answered dragging both back inside the shower room. What's happening? He asked. I'll explain later, now please trust me and do as I say. 1 hour later, Wonderbolt camp, with Soren and Fleetfoot. Where do you think she is? Fleetfoot asked. Spitfire. Probably cleaning herself after Dash. New prank, Soren answered shrugging. You think it was her? Considering how competitive the two are, and how much our captain had tried to stay alone with Prince Maelstrom. I guess Dash could be a good suspect, especially if that mare too tried to get closer to him with the excuse of his spending the week here. So you think he and Dash are together? Fleetfoot asked. Nah, he is Princess Luna's son. If he was in a relationship every pony would have known, Soren answered. Then what do you? Oh my goosh. A deafening scream of ungodly pleasure echoed in the whole camp, scaring everyone present and making more than one cadet crash against each other with the distraction. That was Spitfire, Fleetfoot said shocked. It came from the showers. Soren added as both hurried towards the source of the scream and missing completely the two trails of light. One rainbow-colored and the other golden, as both hurriedly left the area to fly towards Canterlot at max speed. With Dash. Got a split, I'll return to the castle. The Maelstrom said worriedly. Did I scream like that the first time? Dash asked with wide eyes. No, just a little stronger than that, see you tomorrow. He answered. Better the day after this incident, better play it safe. She answered. Okay, he said. Sigh. Why certain rules have to exist. It would be so much easier staying with him otherwise, she muttered while watching him move towards Canterlot gaining speed in his flying. Sooner than expected the Pegasus mare had landed in front of Carousel Boutique, noticing to her surprise the sign with, closed, on the door and a red and blue handkerchief tied to the handle. Ouch. That's Rarity's signal for, I had an horrible date and I need comforting. And buckets of low-fat chocolate ice cream. Maybe the others are already inside. She said with a groan as she moved to knock on the door with the accorded code to gain entrance. Really, that mare was reading too many romance novels and spy stories for her own good. Come in, we are already going through the 6th box of tissues, Twilight said opening the door. That must have been a bad one then. Once entered the boutique the loud sobbing was clearly heard, making both sighing mares join the others plus Spike in the back where the fashionista was sitting on a puff crying her eyes out while blubbering about her latest failure in dates. The fact that Spike was holding one of her hooves while massaging her back was met with a shrug from Twilight to answer dash, surprised look. It was sigh, all perfect. I hick, I was even wearing my special occasion dress, and he didn't even show up. Rarity said with a despaired tone broken by sobs and hiccups. It's all okay, we are here. Spike muttered while presenting her a new tissue and patting her back. Thank you, but the worst part was when I did find him. The mare said with a small grateful smile before melting back into fat tears. What happened? AJ asked while tearing away with some effort the third box of ice cream from the unicorn's hooves before she could devour that as well. The unicorn said before erupting into a wailing of pure sorrow as she hugged the closest living being she could find to death, in this case Spike. Help. Help. The small dragon groaned weakly as his ribs were giving out subtle cracking sounds while his face had instantly turned blue. That was definitely an hug he was not enjoying. Sweetie, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, Pinky said while literally using a crowbar to free Spike from the deadly embrace. He was clopping with one of the waitresses in the bathroom. It was not mating, just two animals giving into lust. During our date, Rarity bellowed before returning to crush Spike ribs and spine in her hug, the small dragon only accepting in virtue of both love and the force of will to not die in such an idiotic way. Ouch, what an idiot, Dash muttered with a wince. Not an idiot, I'll take a page from the prince, and call him an asshole. Good manners be damned, he was having his way in a bathroom with a stranger while his mare friend was waiting like an idiot at the table. He didn't even admit to be wrong when I questioned him, he said that he was tired of waiting. Rarity answered with a loathful expression. Tired of waiting, wasn't that your second date? He was tired of waiting after a single month. Twilight asked taken aback by the reason. Yeah, I was making him suffer apparently, the other answered bitterly. That resulted in a chorus of snorts to accompany the sneer on pretty much all of the Mare's 6 faces, although Fluttershy's one was still the weaker one out of her all-too-nice personality. It's okay, I am used to it by now. What is another failure in dating after a dozen? I may even write a book, the complete guide to how to choose the wrong stallion, at least others won't suffer as I do. The pale unicorn said sighing. There must be someone out there that will treat you well, Spike offered. Dear Spikey Wakey, I would love to have the same amount of hope you have, but I am starting to believe that there is not a single pony good enough for me, but thank you for your words. She answered with a gentle smile, giggling at his blush once kissed his forehead. But enough talking about me. If I keep talking about that idiot I will end up hunting him down to shove his horn where the sun doesn't shine. AJ, what's this thing about you courting a stallion? She then said finally showing a more happy expression. Ya heard about a mare can't keep a secret in here, The farm mare groaned in disbelief. Not when it is such a tasty little news as you getting your heart stolen by some pony. Who is he? Come on, tells us, Rarity said grabbing the sides of her puff to drag it closer to the earth pony. Don't think this the place to talk about it. AJ answered nervous. Come on, Pinky said with an exaggerated whine. We can keep a secret, and make sure Rarity does keep her mouth shut. Dash added grinning. Hoi. Don't wanna, the mare muttered weakly. Spill, 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 the other girls plus Spike chanted as one with wide smiles. Shucks, okay, it's Maelstrom I'm talking about, AJ admitted. Spill, SPI what? The others yelled. The prince, all like him, K. The farm mare repeated with an huff. But I like him, Pinky answered indignant. You too, Twilight said shocked. Me too, sorry if I like the same pony as you all. Fluttershy admitted with her weakest voice yet. Meanwhile this horrific series of revelations was taking place. Dash was trying her best at keeping quiet and trying to blend in with the background and not be noticed, trying to also understand how this happened, until she asked. How this happened? He keeps helping me at the acres, he never whines and is an hard worker. Bloom too likes him as a big brother, I don't know how to explain this. Ah, just like him, AJ answered. Gentle, good-hearted. He doesn't judge me for my love of books or magic. He loves to cook, laugh and play pranks. Sigh. I swear, just because I got to know him enough, otherwise I would think that he purposely seduced you all. Explaining to him that you four like him will probably shock him pretty badly though, I don't envy the poor soul tasked with that. Rarity said with a sigh of dismay. What about you? Dash asked, momentarily stopping biting her tongue to not admit a thing about her relationship. I enjoy his company, he is nice pony to chat with and way too good at listening to be real, and Sweetie too seems to like her. Big brother Mile, he can help with my dresses thanks to his techniques as he can take the appearances of other ponies so I can deal with various body types and fur colors, but other than that. Meh, I would love to have him as a big brother myself, even just to not always be the big sister, but also because he has a nice attitude, but nothing romantic, he is just not what I am looking for in a man, she answered shrugging with no one noticing Spike sighing in relief. A pity he is already in a relationship, Dash said bitterly to herself, shocked to hear the others gasp. He already has some pony. Who? AJ asked with wide eyes. I am afraid I don't know for certain. Dash answered immediately while berating herself for her slip of the tongue. The Spa twins, Pinky said shocked. Who? Twilight asked. Those two mares that own the spa resort, he and Luna always go there, he told me himself, probably he is seeing one. Or even both, the pink mare answered. What about Vinyl Scratch? He is a great fan of her music, maybe he managed to court her. Rarity, ever the gossip queen, added with narrowed eyes. NNNHG. The rainbow-maned girl of the group groaned as she could feel her anger rising at each new name added to the possible list, and between the stress of the girl's admittance, the name of some suitors and the whole hiding the relationship was causing her patience to get eroded to nothing. What about one of the night guards? Maybe Luna herself presented one of them to him, Spike said shrugging. That did it, with a roar worthy of an Ursa Major. Dash got to her feet and stomped down with enough strength to crack one of the tiles, silencing the whole room in an instant. No, he is mine, 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 mine. He is not seeing twins, or guards, or musicians. He is mine and mine alone. I am his mare friend and not you or any of those dirty hussies will have him as long as I breath. Never. She yelled in blind rage, panting hard as soon as she stopped screaming before collapsing back on her seat. What? Once again the whole group of mares and dragon yelled the same question at the same time, this time though focusing their eyes on the still angry Pegasus. I have been seeing Maelstrom for some time now. I didn't want to say anything to not cause issues with any pony that might like him or drawing attention to myself for dating the prince, so I asked him to keep the thing hidden and he gently agreed, even if by his own admission he doesn't care about gossip, only that we love each other. That's why I like him, he just doesn't care about what people say and focus only on me. Dash explained with a small, fond smile. Darn it, well, at least one of us is happy. I can still see if I can find somebody else, congratulations. AJ muttered with an empty smile that didn't reach her eyes. Okie dokie. I guess I'll look elsewhere for a cult friend, Pinkie Pie added unconvinced. Sorry, I'll stay away then. Fluttershy said with a small nod. The law of refusal, that's what you are afraid of. Twilight said with narrowed eyes making Dash gasp. How do you know? The mare asked with wide eyes. I remember you that I was top of the class when in school and then got tutored by Celestia herself. The purple unicorn answered. What's that law, Twee? AJ asked curious. The law of refusal is an old law that never got removed from the books that states that a mare openly presenting her cult friend to the population can be challenged by other mares in case they deem her unworthy of the stallion. Noble families used to evade the issue by having marriage contracts signed as soon as heirs were born so to not have rival families intrude in the alliance the others wished to gain from the marriage, she answered. But that's completely barbaric. Rarity said horrified. It's an old law born during Discord's rule. It all happened because the Chaos entity, before being petrified, turned most of the population and newborns into mares as a last prank, and so unbalancing the ratio male-female for years to come, forcing the newly crowned Luna and Celestia to somehow help repopulating with strong offspring in the hopes to have more males in the future. Twilight said. It doesn't make much sense, Twee. Spike said uncertain. We are talking about something happening in the old times, thousands of years ago and even before Maelstrom's own birth. At the time they believed that studs had more possibility to produce males than normal stallions, so the law was created in the hope to have more males being born. And how does that law works? Fluttershy asked. If the mare that is in the relationship win the challenge, she can freely stay with her beloved until the next challenge, but if she loses, she has to concede to the challenger the permission to use the stallion until pregnancy comes. Like that there would be enough mating to cover the lack of males. Dash answered with a strained sigh. Not every pony knows about that. How do you know that the law exists? Twilight asked. I was born from one of those challenges. My mother won and got to sleep with the stallion she fancied before he got married. I was the accident that resulted from that. My father married explained it to me along giving me his excuses about the whole reason behind the fact that I was born. I prefer keeping distance from the three of them, but I do exchange some polite letters with the stallion. Since we are both victims in this, we try to console each other, she answered. What about your mother? I prefer to stay as far away from her as possible, but she admitted she wasn't expecting me to be born. They had apparently an accord for a single night whatever pregnancy came or not, and the contraceptive herbs failed, so here I am. After that I just washed my hooves of her and moved here, Dash answered. And that other mare? Never interacted with her. Probably she thinks I am a reminder of her husband cheating, since the law is basically an invitation to cheating. I don't actually care about her. So you are afraid to have Maelstrom fall for another mare that would challenge you because it would let him open to be courted by others with him unable to refuse. Twilight said. In useless fear, he doesn't seem to be the pony that gets swayed by another mare while in a relationship. That is, if some pony else other than Twilight and you know about the law, and I don't think that it is of public knowledge. Rarity said with an uncaring wave of her hoof. It only takes one girl to try it, then the various gossip mongers of Equestria will make sure to spread the word, then it will be open season on him, and unless I marry him nor me or him will be able to refuse the challenges, and I don't want to trap him, just for the sake of keeping him all to myself, Dash answered sighing. The law doesn't state a thing about fellow mates interfering. If one gets challenged, the others can jump in as it would be a challenge to the group, instead of the single mare, Twilight said with a calculative expression. Group? What group? Dash asked. I don't know the others, but I am not backing down for him, but I won't either ruin my friendship with you or Maelstrom, so I am proposing an alliance. In exchange of an occasion to date him and stay with him, I'll help you in each challenge. And you'll do the same for me when someone will dispute my staying with him, the unicorn answered. And you want me to share him? Dash roared as she moved at an inch of Twilight's face. Yes, the other answered after taking a short breath to steel her nerves. No. I like him and just want to know him better. Then you should have woke up sooner, he is with me now. The rainbow-maned Pegasus answered. You have to admit that her idea does have some merits, Rarity said calmly. Like what? Letting the first passing by steal him from me. Even for just a night. He can't refuse, and Luna herself will blame me for it because I was not strong enough to win the challenge. Then accept Twilight's suggestion. She is just asking for the permission to date him in exchange of her help against any mare that may try to step in your way. That if Princess Luna herself won't turn them into minced meat as soon as they utter the words. I challenge you, Dash, for, while looking at her son, the fashionista answered unconcerned. And what if he falls for her? I am not girly, I am not that shy cute or even uber smart. I am just me, Dash said weakly. And he likes that, just me, just fine, but I fear telling him would be a terrible idea, Rarity answered. Why? He is very faithful and loyal. So much that I am surprised he is not the element of loyalty. Telling him that you agreed to have him date another girl would break his trust in you, that is if he doesn't do something foolish because he knows about that law of refusal thing. That he would do, he likes to do foolish things. Pinky said giggling. I am not trying to steal him away from you, but I do like him, I just want to know how it feels to go on dates, and he shouldn't be as bad as the ones Rarity had already met, please. Twilight asked. Why? Can't I have a cult friend for myself without people interfering? Why do I have to watch my back just because he is a prince? The girl asked with a sob. Please, we can defend him together. If he is not interested, then I will step back, but if I don't try, I won't know if there can be something. And you wish to see him feel something for you as well? Yes. Listen, let's tell him that we know about you two being together, but we will then tell him that AJ, Shy, Pinky and Twee need some practice in how dates work. Like that he will hopefully treat them as he would as if going out with them, and the girls will have their occasion to shine and know him better, Rarity offered. And if he discovers to have feelings for them as well, wouldn't that hurt him? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. In that case we will then inform him about the law and explain to him what we are doing. Then it's either him getting pretty mad at us or accept the thing as an inevitable thing to protect you and him in your relationship. I don't like this. Dashy, please. He knows that I love to play but can see beyond that. He doesn't believe that I am crazy or something like the other ponies, please. Pinky asked. He never questioned my shyness or my preference for staying with animals. You others too, Dash said shocked. Come on, I am not one of those uptighty misuses from big cities. I prefer to get dirty and work hard, and he likes to spend time with me all the same, please. AJ added. I don't want to, Dash muttered before the other four hugged her. Please, Twilight asked again. He will leave me if he talks with another mare. No, he won't. You think he never got offered the chance to see one of the daughters of a minor noble family? I even heard from Celestia that an offer came even from all the way to Saddle Arabia, and he refused. You have nothing to worry from outsiders, Twilight answered. And from you. If something do happen, we will deal with it together, as friends, she answered. I promise to explain that I don't mind as long as you are still with him and me, Sugarcube, AJ added. Yup, and if it's me, I'll make sure to have a three-way party for the three of us. No pony is left behind, Pinky said. He never gets tired, he would be too much for a single girl. Shy muttered. What? I mean, I would never separate you two if he chose me. The blushing Shy pony said immediately. Promise? Dash asked. Promise, the other four said as one. No one noticed a small dragon stealthily leaving the room to write a letter to a certain alicorn. Canterlot, Castell, Gardens, 1 hour later. Maelstrom was looking with narrowed eyes the strange statue that should have been holding the chaotic entity known as Discord that was starting to show several deep cracks on its whole surface. This is no good. Mother Luna and Celestia still can't find a way to reinforce the seal nor understand why this is happening. Can it be that my sage training is causing this? The flow of natural energy may be interfering with the spell, he muttered. His musing got interrupted by the puff sound of a toad reverse summoning herself near him, bringing Spike in the gardens. It's a nice method of transportation at least, the small dragon said. You asked for a meeting and used the delivery spell Celestia usually uses to send messages to Twilight, but why you asked for a summon of mine to be dropped where you were and then recalled back here? I could have come there myself, the prince asked curious. The less you are around Ponyville at the moment the better, Spike admitted sighing. What's happening? He asked. What followed was a full retelling of the girls' meeting, the admission on Dash, side and the whole law of refusal explanation along Twilight and Rarity's plan regarding Maelstrom and the girls. The law of refusal. Why Dash fears it if it's been erased from the books as soon as Luna returned into being a princess. The alicorn asked with wide eyes. It's no longer valid, Spike yelled in disbelief. You really think that Princess Luna, my mother and probably the most overprotective mother in the history of the whole universe, would leave something like that standing if it could even just barely affect me? Sure, she covered it with the notion of it being a barbaric law that should have stopped existing years ago, but everyone, every pony, knows that I was the main reason because she was adamant in dismantling it, Maelstrom answered. Oh, damn, Spike muttered. I am rubbing off on you, the other said with a faint chuckle. We dragons can get away with it, can I still ask you to give the others a chance? Why? Dash is not happy of course, but Twilight is so damn focused in dating you, she never showed that much interest in anything that was not a book or something related to it, But then the others came in, and she started enjoying life so much. Then there's you and her first crush on a pony instead of a lesson. Can I ask you to go on with their plan? Only just to show to Twee that there are other things to life, and if you and her discover that there can be something between you and her, then I am even happier, as long as you treat her well of course, Spike answered. And what about Dash? Are you asking me to break up with her? Because it's not happening, the other said growling. No, I just want Twilight to be happy. Try and know her as you would with a mere friend. I am not saying you should love her, but to see if there can be something between you and her, and Dash. I'll talk to Dash myself. If she doesn't want, then I won't. I can't lose her, Maelstrom answered as he opened his wings wide. Hop on my back, we are flying to Ponyville to meet my rainbow princess. She'll have the last word in this, he then said. Okay, it would be bad for the others otherwise, Spike admitted as both flew away at Mach speed. Behind them, a soft chuckle echoed faintly from inside the cracked statue, followed by a lively eye peeking from one of the cracks in the rock. Interesting, very, very interesting, hoo. This promised to be lots of fun. The voice admitted as new cracks appeared on the prison of the chaotic Dragonequus. Just a little bit more, and the party will start. Done. Extra long chapter once again, I got lots to say apparently. I added 2 extra long omake as well, so to excuse myself for the lack of one last chapter, still hope you like my story. I am not very good admittedly, sorry. Omake 1 Spike's troubled libido 1 Yes, I am using the damn poison joke, so stop asking XD. Ooh, Spike was having so much fun. The girls had all stumbled on the herb called poison joke, and were now suffering from their tailored curse because of it, and he was starting to run short and nickname to use. You okay, Miss Flopple? He asked with mirthful eyes. You know you will be in trouble once this is over, right? Twilight Sparkle, or Twilight Flopple as the young dragon had renamed her, answered with a glare. That is why I am going to enjoy this as much as I can before the inevitable payback will come. He answered grinning. Twilight Flopple. Apple Teeny, normally Applejack. Spitty Pie, Pinkie Pie. Flutterguy, Fluttershy. Even Rarity could not be spared. It was just too funny seeing her mane, coat, and tail become frizzled, very long, and mop-like, making him welcome it as an open invitation in christening her, Rarity. But Spike's absolute favorite was Rainbow Crash instead of Dash, as the mare with the now inverted wings kept crashing everywhere until in a despaired maneuver she managed to fly upward high in the sky, and crash on Maelstrom as he was returning from Canterlot to join the guards' rounds around Ponyville, making both her and the prince crash land in the middle of the poisonous herb. Now, how to call him? I'll have to use the knight in his name since Maelstrom leaves very little choice. I can't wait, Spike thought giddily, eagerly waiting for the alicorn to wake up from his landing head first on the ground. Hoi, hoi, hoi. I am sorry Mael, didn't see ya up there. Dash said groaning. Sigh, so this is the poison joke Miss Zecora was talking about, and you all managed to drag me into this, thank you very much. Maelstrom answered with a suffered sigh. The problem was that the voice was actually feminine and ringing like angelic bells in Spike's ears, stopping him dead in his nickname's listing. Goo. The young dragon muttered with his eyes gaining the size of dinner plates while every drop of blood simply teleported south, leaving very little for his poor brain. What? Something on my face? The princess asked with a raised eyebrow. You are a girl, Dash said unsure. Oh, he. This brings back so many memories. When I was young I created a jutsu able to turn me into a sexy girl for pranking purposes called Oroke no Jutsu, seducing technique. I guess this is a way for the plant to acknowledge my being a prankster at heart, so. Is my Naruto form still good? The transformed alicorn said with her usual laugh, turning into a very delicate giggling before tossing her long, fluent mane behind her in a dramatic fashion and somehow making a faint scent of vanilla slam on the others' noses, enticing a massive blushing on everyone's face save for Rarity that instead roared in denial. This is unfair. I get turned into a ball of fur and you got transformed like that. I won't accept this. Something here smells of favoritism. The fashionista shrieked in blind rage. You make for one disturbingly hot mare, and even if I am as straight as an arrow. Wow. Dash admitted. You think, isn't my flank too big? And what about my legs? Maelstrom asked, grinning while taking few, risky, poses. I know a lot of mares that would kill to have legs like that, Sugar Cube. AJ, the world's smallest mare, said with a low whistle. Like what you see, Spiky? Twilight asked with a vindictive smile. Homina, homina, homina. He muttered while unblinkingly tracing every inch of the new alicorn girl's long, creamy and deliciously shaped legs, shining cerulean eyes, and then down her silk-like golden mane to the happily swinging tail, an oh-so-toned and sexy flawn. It was then that, with his eyes rolling on the back of his head and the softest of the thud sounds, Spike collapsed from sensory overload. Last thing he heard was Maelstrom, or Maali, as he renamed her, say in a very satisfied voice. Yep, still got it. Too sexy for either the elemental countries or Equestria, both as a boy or a girl. Go me. Followed by the sound of the girl spanking herself smugly. Later that night, Spike would wake up panting after his dreams, not as innocent as one would think, switched from the usual one about he and Rarity dating to a new one of Rarity and Maali going at it in a scene of obscenely hot lesbian mating with lots of gyrating, moaning, and his own tongue going to places that should not be explored with that appendage. Why I had to walk in on Maelstrom and dash doing those things, he said, whining before trying to tell himself that Maali was just the prince's prank identity and so not real, no matter how soft her skin seemed or how nice it looked to watch her flank with Rarity sensually biting down on it and sigh. Bathroom. The small dragon said, sighing while taking a box of tissues and a bottle of lubricant from under his bed before marching towards the bathroom with an expression of pure self-loathing. Only once, then I will put in my head that he is a male and the mare face is an illusion, he said to himself. A week later he will just do his best to evade the princes instead of going away. The image of Maali got stuck in his brain, and so whenever he tried to appreciate wanking about Rarity's body to other than her mind, the traitorous libido would forcefully add the Naruto form of Maelstrom to turn the fantasy into a three-way thing, making the young dragon start questioning his own sexuality as a result. Omake to Spike's troubled libido to Omake not influencing the main plot. The marriage of Shining and Cadence was finally beginning after the resolution of the small issue of Chrysalis and her changeling army, as the still groaning pile of beaten Metamorph plus Queen was still getting carted away by soldiers, forcing Twilight to fish inside her purse an empty vial of clear liquid she had her friend, assistant Spike drink without him knowing. Ever since the poison joke incident, the small dragon had took staying away from Maelstrom as if he had the plague, leaving the area as soon as the prince arrived or squeaking every time his name went pronounced, even in passing, this not considering the many times she heard him wake up in the dead of the night grumbling and cursing about something he also deemed the alicorn culprit of. Whenever asked about it he would just dodge the issue and change subject, until the unicorn had had enough and decided to dip her hoof and get the answer she needed before the thing destroyed her small friend. That's why she had fished through Celestia's personal collection for a book about potions, looking for the most ancient and, as per an unwritten rule, the one with the most powerful ones. Most potenti potions veer 2.0 feet by a mysterious married couple whose names had been lost through the ages and now only known by the two set of initials, H. J. P. and H. J. P. Separated by a golden lightning bolt. Whoever those ponies were, Twilight would have to recognize they were good if only half of what the specifics of the so-called Veritaserum potion were indeed true. Slipping it into Spike's drink had been easy. What she had not calculated was the changeling attack happening immediately after, nor Maelstrom Knight silencing the room during the dinner after the wedding to ask if someone had something to say to every pony and the couple, making the still glassy-eyed Spike stand up. Is the potion still in effect? And I thought that it would make him answer only my questions. Oh, maybe I miscalculated the quantity and gave him enough for a pony instead of a dragon with his body mass. This is not good, Twilight muttered with a wince as she saw Spike clear his throat. Yes, I have something to say, the small dragon droned. Yes, what is it? The prince asked, uncertain. I need to say this. I am sorry, Maelstrom and Rarity. But I masturbate every night while thinking about her in your mare form, Naruto, or Maali as I call her. Spike answered, making a dead silence fall in the room. Oh, God. A very green-faced alicorn prince muttered, shivering. What do you do? Rarity shrieked. I masturbate every night thinking about you in a female version of Maelstrom licking each other's marehood while I myself bite your flanks, like I saw Maelstrom and Dash do that day under one of AJ's trees, the dragon answered. You dirty whore. Luna and AJ screamed as one with foaming mouth as they tried to pounce on Dash and stopping only in virtue of Celestia using her magic to paralyze them. And this happens every night. A shocked Rarity couldn't help but ask. Every night. I used to come 4 times before going back to sleep, but now that Maoli 2 joined I reach 5 and sometimes 6 if I am inspired, like when I managed to spy on you during your yoga sessions, Rarity. He answered. And you do that while thinking about no one else but me and Maelstrom? She asked. No, I think about Twilight too from time to time. I never thought I was one for incest since I see her as a surrogate mother. Twee. Why I come the most when thinking about you and Rarity licking each other while Maoli licks me. Does it mean something? The dragon asked curious. Goo, was the only horrified answer. That's all you had to say? Shining asked, he too green on his face and a step close at joining Maelstrom at puking behind one of the bushes only with Cadence instead of Dash near him trying to console the distraught stallion. Just that I am sorry Rarity, but I love that dress. I have just wanked a couple of times 5 minutes ago in the bathroom as I could not stop looking at you and your back legs. Now I need to go. Spike answered before falling face first on his plate to snore from the mixture of the potion being untested on dragons causing somnolence and the liquor he had been secretly drinking to stop new images of Maoli from surfacing. The end result was a puking prince, a shocked fashionista, an horrified groom and Twilight herself apparently fainting while still standing and a snoring small dragon unaware of what he said and that won't remember a thing about what happened once awake. The next day. Wah, I sleep so well. So, how was the wedding? I can't remember a thing so it must have been something epic. Spike asked as soon as he moved to have breakfast with Twilight. Yes, it had been eye-opening. The unicorn answered in a dead voice and with dark bangs under her eyes, discovering that the dragon you normally saw as a surrogate son used to masturbate while thinking about you was not as flattering as people may think. Why? What happened? You really want to know what you admitted? Admitted? What did I say? Something bad? Spike asked curious. Well. 30 seconds later. A long, high-pitched and horrified scream was heard in all Equestria as Spike learned what he had openly admitted in front of everyone, Maelstrom and Rarity especially. In the meantime said duo of Alicorn Stallion and Unicorn Mare were gratefully meeting with a counselor about the scarring discovery, the prince especially in need for it since apparently he had talked about it with his friends back in Konoha and discovered, to his horror, that everyone had at least once used Naruto to masturbate, but not only Kiba or Kankuro, but Sai, Choji, Rock fucking Lee, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata and Sasuke as well as Guy, Kurenai, Tamari and Anko even Shino, Gaara, Kakashi and Tsunade of all people admitted to their utter shame that once or twice the pony-tailed blonde human girl had been the catalyst of few of their self-induced orgasms as well. Poor Luna was besides herself to try and stop he baby stallion from drinking himself to death, not that Rarity was not keeping him company through the various bottles of cider. As for Spike, after that he secluded himself into the library, determined in simply outlive the ones knowing about his dirty secret in the hope that the normal long lifespan of a dragon could help him survive the shame, that and adopt an old adage reciting, constant vigilance. And check food and drinks for other secret spitting potions Twilight may decided to test on him. Unfortunately for him he also continued having dirty dreams about Maoli and Rarity, and sometimes Twilight, all for his despair and lowering of sight as apparently that particular rumor was true at least for dragons. Canterlot, castle, throne room. Celestia could feel it, it was like a faint tickling on the back of her head, but the by now faded away link to the old spell she and Luna had used so many eons before now was still working with enough power to tell her that the seal they used when still in possession of the elements was eroding away at a faster rate than anticipated. Sister. Something horrible is happening, Luna yelled as she barged inside the room with a frantic expression. I know, Luna. But what can we do about this? The son Alicorn said sighing. We shall banish the element bearers on the moon for their transgression. The other answered snarling. Yes, there is no other. I am sorry, what? Celestia asked, taken aback. You heard me, your student Twilight Sparkle and the others have gone too far this time, I demand retribution. The Moon Alicorn said, huffing. Sister, we have more pressing matters to worry about. The other said slowly. You mean that having those dirty mares plan to rape my son is not important enough to have me worried? I saw their dreams last night. Sure, in there my sweet son was consensual, but only in those girls' depraved minds. Sompony as pure and innocent as my maelstrom would be happy to be subjected to those perverted ideas, especially the dirty filth I saw in the element of kindness. Mind, that mares spend too much time with animals, her mind is filled by depraved fantasies she wishes to try on my baby. And I want them punished en masse. Luna answered, offended. They are teenage girls, bound to be curious about that kind of things. No matter how surprising is hearing about Twilight and Miss Fluttershy being that perverted, but the fact remains that we have discord to worry about, Celestia answered, tiredly massaging her temples. What about that stoned fool? Luna asked. Concentrate. The seal holding him is almost broken, we need to act fast and contact the elements to reinforce it before it breaks completely. And now he may seek revenge on us, you especially, dear sister. The Moon Princess said. Why me? I had been banished on the moon barely few years after his imprisonment, so it was all you, the one that decided to move his statue in the gardens. Being subjected to birds' excrements for 1,000 years will certainly not make him open to dialogue, at least with you. Luna answered. I didn't consider that up until now. That will make him kind of against the idea of resolving this specifically. Celestia said with a grim expression. Forcing someone to spend 1,000 years being shat on by generations of birds was not a nice way to make a friend, that was certain. Canterlot Gardens, Discord's statue. In a hidden corner of the ample garden stood a rather peculiar statue, representing a being seemingly made by casually stitching together parts of different animals. That was the petrified body of Discord, chaos entity and former mad ruler of Equestria. Curiously, two wrapped gifts could be seen sitting innocently at the feet of the statue, one with Celestia's name on it and the other with Luna's. Gifts, the Moon Alicorn said with narrowed eyes. Let's open them from afar. If nothing happens they are harmless, but we can't risk being an early attack from him. The other sister answered. Concentrating carefully on the wrapping, Luna slowly undid the ribbon, making a cloud of smoke shot out of the small package before remaining still. Some kind of smoke-based curse. Luna said, uncertain as her shadow slowly grew larger. Sister. Celestia said, worried. Yes, what do you nay splaaaat? The Moon Princess had the time to say before over 50 kilograms of pie fell on her like a meteor, burying her in cherry-flavored frosting. Bleeg. Help. I am drowning in cheap pastry. The Alicorn shrieked as she dug her way out. It's certainly the work of Discord, Celestia said, making her own present blow up in a flare of magic, making the box lid placidly fall at her hooves. I bested you this time. I whoa wham. The Sun Alicorn said in triumph, cheering. Intel from the box lit a boxing glove at the end of a long spring went shot out at light speed, nailing Celestia's face, fully launching her high in the sky. In that moment the statue exploded in a colorful display of fireworks in every possible shape, color and size, shooting rubbles and sparks everywhere until the last rocket, the biggest and most noisy one, exploded with enough power to shatter every window of the castle and showing its message proudly in bold red letters. After 1,000-year-long sabbatical, Discord, the King of Chaos, is back. In the silence that followed, both Alicorn princesses limped their way towards each other, once recovered enough from their presence, and once sure no other surprises had been left behind for them. Discord, then? Luna asked while removing the last remaining frosting from her face and mane. Who else? Celestia answered gravely while nursing her black eye with a wince. We need the elements bearers, and we need them now. The Moon Princess said. By the time they reach us he will be already around, wrecking havoc in half the land. The problem is that we can't know where he will strike first. That is a terrible advantage he has on us. Luna answered, displeased. Unfortunately we'll need that first strike to understand where he is and what his intentions are. Celestia answered, going wide-eyed as a first, terrifying idea struck her. Unless. The elements. Both princesses said at the same time. He knows that the elements of harmony are the only thing able to stop him. He will probably track them down to firstly remove them. The Sun Alicorn said, horrified. Then our first stop is Ponyville, as he too will probably move there. He may be able to sense the power of harmony inside Twilight, Sparkle and the others. Luna added. Said that both Alicorns immediately rushed out of the castle, determined to reach the small town before the chaos entity could possibly attack the girls and corrupt them with his powers to then bring desolation in all Equestria. Meanwhile, Ponyville, Dash and Gilda's apartment. Twilight sighed as she and the other element bearers were sitting around the small living room of the apartment with Gilda, while Maelstrom and Dash kept arguing loudly in the near bedroom about the new trouble they all were facing. What problem? Apparently both Prince and Rainbow-maned Mare had been secretly dating for quite a while. The problem was that in the meantime the stallion had spent some time helping the others, resulting in Twilight herself, Fluttershy, Applejack and Pinkie Pie to also develop romantic feelings for him, all without him openly trying to court them but just by acting as he normally would. The problem was that without a law such as the law of refusal, giving to the other mares an opening, no matter how forced upon Dash it would have been, the fact remained that now 5 of the 6 elements of harmony, minus Rarity that preferred seeing Maelstrom as just a big brother, were all interested in the same stallion, and Dash was not open to share, and nor was the prince himself open to idea. From that the current predicament with the blonde Alicorn and Pegasus yelling at each other behind closed doors. Darn it, we reached the 3rd hour of no stop yelling, Gilda said, impressed. This is not a matter that can be resolved easily, so I am not as surprised as you, Rarity answered, sighing while offering some tea she liberated from the kitchen to the others. I am not trying to break up with you. Dash was heard yelling in despair. Then why are you setting me up with your friends then? If it is not in the hopes to have me fall for one of them, then why? Maelstrom asked. I don't know. Okay. I want to stay with you, but I want my friends to be happy and they won't bulge about not staying with you. I don't know what to do. She answered with a sob. Shucks, we are making more damages than good, AJ muttered, flinching. It was a bad idea telling him, Pinkie said, sighing. It was the right thing to do instead. Going behind his back would have been worse, Fluttershy answered, shaking her head. Do you, Dash, do you really love me? They heard the prince ask with a worried tone. Yes, for Celestia's sake. I do love you, Dash roared in answer, clearly offended by the question. And I love you, what do we do then? He answered, sighing. I don't know. Dash answered, sobbing. Unseen by the others, the Alicorn had hugged her and was now consoling the distraught Pegasus as she cried on his shoulder. Hoi, Dash, come out, this thing needs to be discussed with the interested ones all present, Gilda said, knocking on the door. Do we have to? Dash asked back as both she and Maelstrom walked out, the girl hidden under his wing as she leaned close to him. Sigh. You ponies do things differently, I get it. But we Griffins follow the right through might rule in this case. We have on one side a powerful male, do not deny it, Mr. Pretty Wings. Now is not the time to play the humble horse, and to the other the bearers of the elements of harmony that even we know and respect, Gilda said. So, Twilight asked, confused. I say to give this group relationship idea a try. People would find it strange at first, but the fact that he is a prince, so royalty, and you others the elements of harmony may be what it takes to curb bad-mouthing almost to nothing, as it would be a group formed by special ponies, and so akin to act in an eccentric way. Gilda said. Eccentric may be a good way to describe it, yes, Rarity said, nodding. And why should me and him accept this? Dash asked with her puffy red eyes now filled with annoyance. You are all friends, not strangers, you know each other well enough to not overstep or voluntarily hurt the others. Maelstrom, the others do feel something for you, try giving them a chance. Rarity added. And then, what if I too start feeling something? And if instead I keep seeing them as just friends? He asked back. Then I will step back, even if I won't like it, admittedly. AJ muttered and answered. Me too, Fluttershy said. Ditto. Pinkie added, whispering. I ask for a small chance, nothing more. Twilight said. I never was in this kind of situation before, neither in a normal relationship either. I don't know what to do, the prince answered, sighing. Do you trust me? Dash asked. Implicitly, with my life and more. He said immediately. Then let's try this group thing, even if it will mean lose you to one of them, she said looking away. This won't happen. I won't stop loving you. Never. The alicorn yelled in horror. You cannot be sure, Dash said with a sad smile. Girl, you don't know the guy then. If he says that he won't, then he won't stop even if he loses his memories. Maelstrom answered with his eyes getting red and his voice coming out distorted. Are you influencing my cult friend, Furball? The rainbow-maned Pegasus asked with narrowed eyes. He is pretty agitated at the moment, taking over for a little is not hard if he is stressed like this. Remember, I can see his heart, Rainbow Dash, he may add some space for the others, but other than his mother, the biggest slice of his love will always be yours and yours alone. Unless you are the one breaking up with him, you won't get rid of him that easily, he is stubborn like that. Kurama answered with a feral grin. I don't like that guy, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Gilda muttered. But if what he says it's true, then we have a confirmation that Dash has nothing to fear. Rarity said with crossed arms. Can you confirm that? Dash asked hopeful. Girl, he is so much into you that it's at the same time cute, pathetic and diabetes-inducing. Do shut up and help him understand that you are going nowhere either before he gets depressed. I hate depressed people, makes me feel bad myself. Kurama answered annoyed. Then give him back control, so I can kiss him senseless, she answered with a devious smile. One love-struck blonde coming. The Bijou said laughing before the alicorn's eyes returned being blue. That bastard. Maelstrom cursed wincing. I love you for that as well, because even with a grumpy oversized furball in your gut you can still be considerate and adorable, so please, never change. Dash answered with a loving smile. So, what now? He asked sighing as he leaned his forehead on hers. We try this whole sharing nonsense and see where it does bring us. To be sure we will keep this to ourselves and do not divulge the idea until we have a clear image of what this will mean for all of us. What do you think? She asked. As long as you are happy, I'll do everything. He answered kissing her. Do keep repeat that and you'll regret leaving me that freedom of choice. Dash answered chuckling. So, can we come closer? Twilight asked. Yes, but who's where I can see them, the mare answered with narrowed eyes. Okie dokie, Pinky said smirking. Pinky, what are you touching? Rarity asked sighing. His flank, why? She answered dumbfounded. Dash meant that until she feels at ease with this you others are not free to touch any forbidden place on his body. The fashionista said. But my hooves are perfectly visible where she can see them. The pink pony said whining. That is the problem exactly. Dash hissed. Oh, pooh, okay, but it's a very toned flank. Pinky said pouting as she removed her hooves from Maelstrom's backside. Thank you. The blushing stallion muttered uncertain. I am already regretting this. Dash sighed in defeat. It was in that moment that a blinding light engulfed all of them, making them fall in the middle of Ponyville's main square as soon as the light dispelled and right in the middle of a wide stage all of them were sure it wasn't there that morning. Welcome. Welcome stallions and mares to Discord's Game of Love. The Draconiquus said with a 1000-megawatt smile as he appeared on the stage wearing a blinding yellow suit with red polka dots while twirling around a microphone. His head was horse-like, he had a deer antler on the right, a blue goat horn on the left, one long fang sprouting from his lips and different-sized pupils, a snake tongue peeked out at each word while his goat beard shook at each new laugh just like his white bushy eyebrows. He had the right arm of a lion, the left claw of an eagle, the right leg of a lizard and the left leg of a goat. In addition, he had a bat's right wing and a pegasus left wing, a horse's mane, and a dragon-like snake's tail with a white tail tuft. The stage itself was an huge heart-shaped construction with several seats, one for Maelstrom and one for each element of harmony interested in the stallion with a tall, red wall separating him from the girls and with a towering heart-shaped screen showing a picture of each pony with a brief summary of their bio. Today, as a special treat to celebrate my return, we will have a nice little show about love affairs and question of heart. What do you think? Discord said as he moved the microphone in front of a bewildered earth pony making her face appear on the heart-shaped screen. I am happy to be here. The poor girl said in discomfort. Wonderful. I love when the audience is enraptured by my shows. Now, we have here Prince Maelstrom Knight, proud son of Princess Luna and Fierce Storm. Never heard of him, must have been cannon fodder. The entity said. Hoy, that's my father, you bastard. Maelstrom yelled, surprised to feel himself glued to the seat. Let him talk, I am trying to break us free. Kurama muttered. As I was saying, our prince here enjoys training, and if you see his muscles you girls can see that he does get results. He enjoys learning new things, romantic walks, flies and good music. Discord said as the screen showed footage of said things. When the fuck you got those images? And why one is of me under the shower? The prince yelled in embarrassment, especially while the shower one had an overly exaggerated blur on his crotch area, and while flattering, the blush on the various mares' faces were still embarrassing. Next, we have not one, but 5 of the bearers of the elements of harmony fawning over him. Here showed without makeup or in various others embarrassing moments, Discord answered. Kaya, Twilight, Dash, Pinky, Fluttershy and Applejack screamed in horror at the same time in shame. And one clip show of Rarity Bell without makeup and stuff, like that, just to be a bother. The Draconequus added smirking. No, said Unicorn screamed as a short clip show of her without makeup, wearing beauty mask and slices of cucumber on her face or several with her mane in disarray went rapidly showed. Now the fun part. Guess what? Those wonderful 6 ponies decided to form a nice little herd. What do you think? Will they manage to find an equilibrium? I say that instead our Studley prince should settle for just one of the girls. Who do you think should stay with him? Let's have a vote, people. Let's vote. Discord said, laughing as he released the trapped group that immediately jumped in front of him. So you are the Chaos King, Discord? Twilight asked with narrowed eyes. Chaos God, girl. I wish to underline that more than me there is no one more skilled me in the arts of chaos. He answered proudly. Discord. Celestia yelled as she and Luna joined the scene. Selly. Lulu. I am so happy to finally meet you two again as well. Those 1,000 years had been merciful with you, Moon Princess. You look divine. Even giving birth did nothing to your figure. Discord said ecstatic, then he looked at Celestia and grimaced. Good heavens, Selly, what happened to you? You look like your own grandmother instead, never thought about a diet or beauty treatment. You are a wreck, he then said, shaking his head. Enough foolishness. What are you planning? The Sun Princess asked, snarling. What I am planning, but finishing the job I started so many years ago. Bring to this world some well-deserved chaos to spice things up. But first, away with the ninja. The Draconequus said, snapping his fingers, making Maelstrom disappear in a puff of smoke. No, Luna and Dash yelled in horror at the same time. He'll be safe, he should be safe where I sent him. Done that, I'll gently take away the elements of harmony and start my wonderful game. Discord answered unconcerned as with a new snapping of his fingers a white aura covered Twilight and the others before shooting Hig in the sky and disappear. The elements. What do you plan to do with them? And what game are you talking about? The purple unicorn said, worried. I want to challenge you all, win my game and Equestria will be safe. As for my plan for the elements. That's so simple I can even write a riddle about it. Twists and turns are my master plan. Then find the elements back where you began. Simple, right? I'll be waiting for you others, my precious little mares. Discord answered, smirking before disappearing together with his Game of Love stage. Twist and turns. Canterlot Castle's labyrinth. He must have hidden the elements in there. The purple unicorn said with wide eyes. Maelstrom. Luna said, sobbing in sorrow. We'll save him, sister. We will bring him back and eat. What Celestia was about to say stopped when the terrain under her hooves moved by itself. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique, the prince yelled as he resurfaced from underground with a scream of elation. Muley. Luna squealed as she hauled him out to hug him with all her strength. I switched with a clone the moment we got free. I didn't expect him to attack my clone like that. I had to wait for him to leave to come out, otherwise he would have made me disappear as well or worse. Sorry. He wheezed before breaking free from the crushing hug. It's okay. I don't care if you were hidden. All it matters is that you are safe. Luna answered, kissing his forehead. We need to stop Discord. Should he grow bored of his game, he will start corrupting everything with his powers, Celestia said hurriedly. Me and the others will accept his challenge and retrieve the elements from the castle's labyrinth, but we need somebody to distract him long enough for him to not cheat and try to stop us himself, Twilight proposed. Then I'll buy you some time myself, Maelstrom said in determination. No, Luna yelled immediately. You told me about him, he will be able to take away my magic if he wishes, but he doesn't know I also have chakra in me. I should be able to use that advantage and several tricks I know to keep him occupied for a little while, if worse come to worse. Kurama can still take over and show him why Abiju is feared as a walking weapon of mass destruction, just be fast though. The stallion answered. There is no way for me to stop you from doing this, am I right? Luna said, hugging him. I would never leave my friends in danger if I have even just a chance to help them, it's not who I am. He answered with a small smile as he hugged her back. Sigh. Then pay attention, I don't want to lose you. She answered, sighing. Then it's decided, you girls will accept to follow Discord's game, me and Luna will stay hidden ready to intervene should any of you need help while Maelstrom will try and distract him long enough for you six to recover the elements. It's all clear? Celestia asked. Yes, the group answered as one. Pay attention. Dash pleaded as she kissed her cult friend, uncaring of Luna's growl. You two, return to me in one piece, it's all I ask. He answered, nuzzling her. I will, we all will, together. The rainbow-maned Pegasus answered, making the other girls smile. We'll talk about this, heard, think later, now we have more pressing issues. Luna muttered, scowling. In a flash of joined teleportation of both princesses, the elements plus shinobi appeared at the entrance of the castle's labyrinth, Discord already waiting while sitting on a floating chair munching popcorns, luckily Maelstrom diving for the trees before he could be spotted by the Chaos God. Good. For an instant I thought you all had chicken out of my little proposal, I am glad I was wrong. So, shall we begin? He asked eagerly. Yes. What are the terms of the game? Dash asked with a challenging tone. Oh, that's easy, you need to find your elements in this funny little labyrinth, to prevent you all from cheating in his game. I'll just magically remove your wings and horns. Discord answered, smirking, making said body parts disappear with a new snapping of his fingers. This will enforce the first rule of his game, no flying and no magic. The second rule is that you must all play the game, or else I will win. He then said, opening his arms wide to give a bow. Quote, We accept the rules and the challenge. Twilight said for the others after a short consultation between the girls. Then, off you go. Chop chop. Those pretty elements won't come out by themselves. He answered, making the element bearers disappear in an instant. We will wait here, we trust them to win this thing, Celestia said, sitting on the grass near the hidden Maelstrom. We will win this time too, Discord. It's inevitable, Luna said as she did the same. TCH. We'll see, the Chaos Entity said with crossed arms. He is planning something, the hidden shinobi muttered. He has physically separated them in different areas of the maze, he will probably confront them separately with trials created to make them question themselves, causing them to contradict the elements they represent. Luna answered. He did that when we personally faced him, so he will theoretically try the same trick on them, Celestia added. Then the elements are not in there. Why risking them to find those? Or is he so full of himself to believe he will win even with those in there? The blonde alicorn asked. He is both full of himself and a master of deceit, we cannot be sure, but he never was one shy of cheating whenever a situation did not suit his plans, Luna answered, as to confirm her statement. Discord had started frowning before rapidly entering the labyrinth himself. He is trying something directly, he has already decided to cheat. Celestia said with wide eyes. Then I'll cheat too. I'll attract him outside and distract him, you enter there and save the girls, if the elements are really in there you should be able to find them by working together. Maelstrom said, jumping out of his hiding spot. We won't be able to use magic or flying in there, just in case he has a way to detect both things, so we'll need time. Luna answered. Then I'll try to buy you as much time as I can, both of you will be able to teleport the girls here as soon as you found them. He answered, nodding. We will be as fast as we can, but you need to pay attention. Celestia said, nodding and surprising the other two by hugging Maelstrom. You two, break the girls free and reach me fast, he answered, getting a little tense at the sudden contact. I am sorry for not telling you the truth, for dragging you here without an explanation and for pretending you to just drop everything and move back here, the Sun Alicorn said, sighing loudly. Celestia, he said, shocked. Just return to be my nephew too, please. I want us to reconnect, to become a family again. It hurts to see you so warm and smiling with every pony just to drop everything and treat me like a stranger. I am sorry for what I did, now just forgive me. You'll need to talk to my friends as well, to Hinata. I am not the only one that got hurt. Maelstrom said, sighing. We will, together. I will explain everything and take the blame that will come from that. Now please. I am sorry. Celestia said, sobbing. Sister. Luna muttered sadly. Maali. She asked pleadingly. Can we talk about it once this is over? He asked. We will talk about everything you want, she answered, nodding. Just tell me why you did this, just the simple reason that had you rush to bring me back here without checking first. We are alicorns, Maelstrom, our lifespan covers centuries the same way minutes pass for normal ponies. To me and Luna those 1,000 years of her banishment counted just like few months do for Twilight and the others. I was just feeling so darn alone. You and my sister are the only ones at the moment that won't be outlived by myself. I was just tired to be alone, and made an horrible mistake in my haste to fill the void. Sigh. It was painful recognizing that I have lost what I believed was my life back in Konoha. And I am deeply sorry for that. I acted blindly, only interested in calling back the two people I loved the most from what I believe were prisons. I never thought that your village would have become your home. It was a mistake I did just because I believed that I knew best, and I regret the way I decided to bring you here without considering your feelings. We'll talk more later, now go you two. And pay attention. The prince answered. We will, let's go, sister. Luna answered, dragging the Sun Alicorn behind her. Maelstrom, she said, hopeful. Sigh. Go and save the girls, auntie, he said with a small smile. Thank you, nephew. The princess answered with a small sob, breaking her voice in happy smile. I knew you would have forgiven her sooner or later, you never were one to hold a grudge forever. Kurama said, chuckling. She was misguided by her own hype of being an infallible princess of wisdom. I guess that I can give her a second chance, if she really talks with the others as well. The former shinobi answered. She will. I am ready to bet that she will beg them for forgiveness even just to show you how much she wishes for you to return her affection. Now, enough sappy crap and let's kick ass. The nine-tailed fox said, cracking his knuckles. As on cue, the chaos entity reappeared near the entrance of the labyrinth with an amused air that had the prince's blood boil in rage. Now let's see how much good those mares are. Even the element of kindness won't last long now. Discord muttered triumphantly. Fuma Shuriken. The blonde alicorn said, creating a shadow clone, turning it into 4 blades composing a huge-sized shuriken he then covered in wind element chakra and grabbing it with his mouth to launch the sharp weapon towards Discord with all his strength. The twirling weapon rapidly reached behind the smirking Draconequus when the prince's whistle grabbed the mismatched creature's attention. Ooh, Dissy, Maelstrom called with a sing-song voice. Who dares call me Dis-Yeok? Discord said, turning around with a snarl only to drop down barely an instant before getting beheaded, the weapon only shaving his head bald while cutting a deep gash in the labyrinth wall before dispelling. I am here, dumbass. Catch me, the prince said before running away. As if you can escape me. Why would I waste time hunting you down? The chaos entity said challengingly, gaining a swishing sound as an answer as a kunai flew towards him. Ah, I got it. Not so cool now, Discord said, smirking as his hand caught the blade in midair. PFFFFFF. Why this knife smokes? He asked, curious. Crataboom. The answer was an explosion that burned away the creature's goat-like beard and removed his fuzzy eyebrows in a flare of fire, blackening his face completely. It's an explosive note, Dissy. It explodes on contact. The disembodied voice of Maelstrom answered. Now you are exaggerating. You dare ruin my beard. The still smoking Draconequus said, biting down on his thumb and blowing, making beard and hair regrown in an instant. Since it sucks, I feel obliged to remove it. So much suckitude can't be allowed to exist, so I'll cut every single hair that I see on your head. The voice answered. That does it. Come back here. The angry chaos god said as he gave chase to the blonde alicorn, so angry to not notice Luna and Celestia use the hole opened by the first Fuma shuriken to enter the labyrinth. Inside the labyrinth, with Luna and Celestia. We need to be fast and find the element bearers. How can we track them down? Luna asked. I don't know, but we need to hurry. Discord can't be left unchecked too long, the damages would be incalculable. Celestia answered worried. What are you two doing here? This is my place. Mine. You have no right to come here, I am not sharing. A known voice said in fury. Miss Bell, Luna said with wide eyes. Discord managed to corrupt her, Celestia answered grimacing. The former unicorn, now deprived of her horn, was glaring at both princesses from a pile of rocks her distorted mind was picturing as her personal treasure, one the now completely selfish mare had no intention of sharing. This is my treasure. My labyrinth. It's all mine. Mine. Rarity bellowed, hugging the stones close to her and hissing at the alicorns. Rarity. A new voice said sadly. Miss Fluttershy. Are you okay? The Moon Princess said relieved. Discord tried something with me. I remember his eyes shining and my being unable to look away, then he said something about intruders and abandoned me. Fluttershy said. He must have been trying to personally brainwash you. You resisted his poisonous words, right? Celestia asked. Why yes, he tried convincing me that being kind was not my true self, but I kept denying and he grew angry and left after doing something to the labyrinth. What happened? The shy Pegasus asked worried. He is very impatient, your corruption was taking too long and he tried forcing the issue. Luckily me, my sister and my son managed to reach here in time to distract him. Can you help us returning Miss Rarity to normal? Luna answered. I can try. Fluttershy said with a determined nod as she neared the corrupted fashionista. Rarity. Rarity, it's me. Fluttershy. Do you remember me? She asked. Go away. This is my treasure. I won't give it up. It's mine. It's my Perseus. Gollum. Gollum. Rarity answered, hugging the biggest rock to herself before coughing out that, kind of copyrighted, name. Ah, I can already feel the lawyer's breath on our neck for that. Luna said, grimacing. No, Rarity, that is not a treasure and you know it, just like you know that you are not really that selfish or that nor we or Sweet Miss own the works of Tolkien, so to freely use them without risk of getting sued for copyright infractions. Fluttershy answered patiently. I am just being honest. I want everything without bothering to share. What is so wrong in me to admit that I am just a selfish mare that only seeks personal gain? The corrupted mare answered with a deranged smile. This will take too long. Celestia said worried. I'll try to save her, you please hurry up and help Twilight and the others. Fluttershy asked. We will, pay attention and try to not be seen by Discord should he return, Luna answered as both hurried away. Not far away the two alicorn could see Gilda herself struggling to keep Rainbow Dash down as she tried to reach for a glass panel containing the mare's wings. Miss Gilda, what are you doing here? Celestia asked. I saw you all come here and wanted to help, so I followed from afar. As soon as I saw that guy take away Dash wings and start filling her head in nonsense, I teared my way inside at the first sign he went away. Now help me. If she gets to her wings she will break one of the rules and make that crazy thing win. The griffin said while biting down a shriek as Dash biting her arm to try breaking free. Rainbow Dash, why are you trying to get her wings? Luna asked as both alicorns too pounced on the girl, knowing well that any spell they use may be sensed by Discord and alert the Draconiquus of their presence in the labyrinth. I need them. Let me go. He says that Cloudsdale will burn to the ground if I don't fly there as fast as I can. Dash answered with a desperate voice as she struggled harder. Your man is out there trying to buy his time and help you. Do you want to waste his sacrifice by making us all fail? Gilda said with narrowed eyes, actually roaring in anger as the mare gained even more strength in her struggle. Maelstrom, I need to help him. I need to help Cloudsdale. Let me go. I need my wings. Dash yelled in hysterics. Damn my stupid mouth. I say that you have to calm the censor down. Gilda bellowed as she finally lost her patience, headbutting Rainbow Dash to unconsciousness with a loud gong-like sound. It was certainly an unconventional way to resolve this problem, but was the cursing really necessary? Luna asked with a raised eyebrow. I am not in the mood for niceties. Now, if you excuse me, I have a friend to snap out of her brainwash. The griffin said, grabbing Dash with one of her talons to use the other and slap the holy hell out of her. You. Slap. Need. Slap. 2. Slap. Return. Slap. 2. Slap. Normal. Slap. Understood. Gilda yelled while accompanying each word with a powerful slap to the rainbow-maned mare's face. Okay. Okay. I am fine now. Stop the slapping, Dash said, nodding frantically. Good. Do not force me to use bad manners then. The griffin said, smirking. Those weren't bad manners. Both princesses thought with wide eyes. What happened? Dash asked while massaging her abused cheeks. Discord managed to manipulate you into going against your own element of harmony. From there he corrupted you using his powers, Celestia answered. He wanted you to grab your wings and break the no flying rule of his game, Luna added. And Maelstrom? She asked. Out there trying to distract him, now help us freeing the others. Miss Fluttershy was the only one able to resist Discord and is now trying to have Miss Rarity return to normal. Celestia answered. Want me to use the same method on her? Gilda offered. I think we can trust the element of kindness for that, thank you. Luna said immediately. Maybe AJ will need a strong hoof too, I fear. She is an headstrong mare by default. I can only imagine how bad that monster managed to get her to become. Dash said, worried. Ooh, I can't wait to help her. The griffin said in glee. I swear, I don't think I ever saw any pony so eager to hurt some pony else and get away with it, Celestia muttered, sighing. Few minutes later and a voice scarily resembling AJ's echoed in every corner of the labyrinth, followed by the dull sound of a face getting slapped to oblivion and low curses of pain being yelled immediately after by the same mare. Meanwhile, with Discord. I got you finally, Discord said in elation as he grabbed Maelstrom by the back of his neck. He had discovered that the alicorn prince he was chasing was apparently an hidden pyromaniac. There wasn't a single thing he threw at the Draconiquus that hadn't exploded at least once. Kunai. Kaboom. Shuriken. Blazing flare of fire. A birthday present. The little thing exploded with enough power to shot him high in the sky in a shrieking ball of fire. And what about a whole damn tree covered from roots to the tip of its branches in dozens of sheets of explosive paper? That hurts. The chaos entity was just sure that if things continued in that fashion the damned blonde stallion would find a way to make air explode as well, and Discord already had his bad mood eye tick return with a vengeance from his teenage years half an hour ago. He was plainly sick of the whole damn thing. Nope. Wrong one, dumbass. The real stallion said from the other side of the garden before letting out an infamous beep. Beep. Call as he sprinted away with enough speed to have the grass under his hooves catch fire. Sigh. And what about you? The Draconiquus tiredly asked to the clone in his hands, almost fearing the answer. I am a bomb. Clone great explosion. The Maal clone said as it blew up with a flare of super hot flames and a shock wave that momentarily had the whole castle jump up from the ground a few meters. Of course you realize, this means war. Discord, his face now blackened and still smoking, said, reaching behind his head to set back a duck bill in front of his face, his own sprint to chase the escaping stallion leaving behind a tall wall of dust. 1 hour later, with Luna, Celestia and the element bearers. Hurry. Maelstrom won't be able to keep him occupied for long, Luna said as her magic blew a hole in the labyrinth wall. We are coming, princess. Twilight answered. I'll go see if I can find more guards, Gilda said, rapidly flying towards the castle. Bwahahahaha. A long laugh echoed from the other side of the gardens. No, Luna yelled in horror as she hurried towards the source of the voice. That was Discord. Something must have happened, Celestia said with wide eyes. But when the group reached the source of the laugh, a surprising show was waiting for them, as apparently Discord had witnessed Maelstrom's cloning abilities enough times and decided to do the same to fight the prince, if what the two were doing could be even remotely be considered fighting. In fact, as soon as the mares entered the gardens they could see a Discord clone and a Maelstrom clone fighting in a setting resembling a mockery of a cheap 70s King Fu movie, out of sync voice acting, crappy special effects and costumes, bad dialogue and ruined background music comprised. In another corner another pair of clones had apparently decided that a disco dance showdown was what they needed to settle things down, with the Discord clone sporting an oversized afro hairstyle too. What's this garbage, Discord? That apple pie is so raw, fruit bats are trying to steal it. And that's what you call crust. I call it shit. I am sorry, Chef Ramsay. Another Discord yelled in shame with a voice broken by barely restrained tears. Behind the Kung Fu fighters the group of mares found other two clones dressed as chefs standing to attention while a mysterious human was verbally destroying Discord for his badly made dish while praising the shadow clone of Mael for his good recipe. The Draconic was keeping his head low and muttering, I am sorry, Chef Ramsay. From time to time with a defeated voice. Past the two clones going through a freestyle rap battle, the two princesses and the element bearers could see 5 shadow clones wearing skin-tight spandex suits in different colors, and calling themselves the Stallion Rangers, facing a Discord wearing a flamboyant cape flapping around by itself even in the total absence of wind before, somehow, ending with both groups having a giant robot fight with the Rangers piloting a giant robot alicorn and Discord a giant robotic version of himself. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Twilight muttered as the group passed an ALL female version of the previous thing, this time with 5 female clones of Maelstrom called Sailor Mares, apparently fighting Discord with the supposed power of love of their heart-shaped weapons. I guess Maelstrom is trying to fight chaos with chaos. Celestia tried saying. He is doing a darn good job at that. Applejack answered sarcastic while watching transfixed the pie-eating contest 2 copies of both Dragonequus and Alicorn were going through. At least is not karaoke, Rarity said. Nope, they are doing that too. Mr. Discord has a great voice. Pinky answered smiling while pointing in a far corner of the gardens. Shish, be viewy quiet, I'm hunting wabbits. Came a voice from behind the group scaring them. It was another Discord, this time dressed as an hunter while carrying a long weapon. What the? Dash was about to say before a short laugh interrupted her. Hey, what's up, Doc? A shadow clone of Maelstrom with bunny ears replied from afar. Phew it is. The Discord hunter said as he started chasing the clone while shooting streamers and confetti from his hunting rifle. We are getting close, the less sense things make, the closer Discord is, this way. Celestia said as the group moved faster towards the real duo after passing the Twister showdown between 2 clones of both Discord and Maelstrom and sidestepping the Tango contest right after that. Where are they? Luna asked confused. Excuse me, we were looking for the real Discord and Maelstrom. Pinky asked to the closest Draconiquus clone. Audria Ann. The Discord clone, completely trashed after an evident beating, with 2 black eyes and few missing teeth, yelled in answer while raising both his boxing gloves to the sky while flashes of photographers came out of nowhere around him. Thank you, he said to look that way. The pink pony said pointing at her right. You understood that? Twilight asked surprised. It was very clear, why? Pinky asked back dumbfounded. Never mind. I think we should just continue on, Twilight said sighing. Further down the path, another pair of the Discord and Maelstrom clones burst into their path, these 2 wearing some odd clothes. Discord was wearing a black uniform with a metal badge on his chest while Maelstrom was sporting black, thick material jacket and boots and sunglasses. He also had a strange metal tube on his back that Twilight could tell focused magic. An invention of Discord, no doubt. Celestia muttered with narrowed eyes. Discord clone had one as well, smaller and in a different shape though. As he pulled it out and started squeezing the trigger it unleashed shots of chaos energy hitting Maelstrom in the face but leaving the prince unscathed. Although shocking the ones watching as where the shots had hit, the ponies could now see metal beneath the alicorn's flesh and a shining red light acting as eye. As if offended by that wound or the destruction of the sunglasses, Maelstrom clone grabbed the tube on his back, threw the lever on the bottom, and shot his chakra out of it at Discord's head. To both princesses and element bearers shock a large hole opened up on the chaos entity's head as it turned him to the side, before Discord straightened up showing that beneath his skin there was some kind of liquid metal. Facing his friends and family, Maelstrom clone shot again and again until Discord fell to the ground and didn't move before opening his mouth to speak in a strange, strong German accent. Evrione, come with me if y'all want to leave. No, I think not, Discord said, coming behind with the holes refilled and morphing his right arm into a large blade to stab the Alicorn prince in the back, making Maelstrom spin around, barrel placed to his forehead of the Draconiquus, and fired again, splitting the other in half. Better to keep 'em moving then, the prince stated, still in that strong German accent. Okay, I think we can leave them do their thing. Dash proposed, unnerved as the group discreetly crept away from the crazed duo that kept shooting each other while spewing macho, testosterone-filled one-liners. We are almost there. The sky looks like jelly and the grass is made of clay, they must be close, Luna said as the group kept trotting at top speed. When they finally got to the duo of Real Mael and Discord, the mares could see that they weren't even trying to fight, apparently happy to just leave the clones deal with that for them. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it, Maelstrom said with watering eyes. It's true. I even got pictures. The real Lord of Chaos, Discord answered with a similar laugh and producing a stack of pictures. Both were sitting on comfy chairs, probably that used to be a pair of guards, as those were still wearing helmets while drinking tea and chatting like old friends, apparently exchanging stories and or jokes of their past. Maelstrom, Dash yelled as she dived for him, enveloping him in a four-legs hug, making both fell to the ground while burying her face on his neck. I am here, I am here. I am happy to see that you are fine, he answered with a soft chuckle as he happily kissed her forehead. Don't you dare scare me like that ever again. If you fight, we do that together. Dash answered angrily. Keep the shows of affection to a minimum. I still have to give my blessing to this situation, Luna said bitterly, making the rainbow-maned Pegasus detach from the prince with an unladylike grumbling. Changing topic, Celestia, you never told me you used to wet the bed even after entering your teenage years. Are you okay now? Maelstrom said, grinning. To the other's surprise, the Sun Alicorn simply blushed while looking down, unable to even defend herself out of embarrassment. Okay, that's it. What in Equestria's name is happening here? Luna demanded. Well, you were taking an awful lot of time coming here, so I had to improvise and tried to just talk to him, the blonde stallion answered, shrugging. From behind an army of copies of yourself, Discord added with a jokingly accusatory tone. Can you blame me? You manipulate reality, Maelstrom answered with a jab of an hoof. Yes, and it was kind of surprising see you drop almost dead when I removed that strange energy from inside you. The Draconiquus answered. You almost killed my son, Luna roared as she pounced on Discord. Wait, I didn't do anything after that. I put everything back together after he collapsed, I swear. The chaotic entity said, backing away from the rabid princess as Celestia and the others were having troubles restraining her. You screamed like a little girl when I collapsed, Maelstrom said, grinning. I did not, Discord said before slapping the other with a salmon that wasn't in the Draconiqua's hand before. Yes you did, I could almost count the freckles too. And I swear I got a glimpse of a teddy bear as well, he answered, laughing. Your son has no manners, Lulu. He got your temper as well, Discord said, offended. What happened exactly? Celestia asked while Luna kept confronting Discord while the mismatched creature just settled with changing the Moon Alicon's appearances every now and then while she verbally chew him alive. After he took away my chakra I saw him panic. I guess that with all his power he was not used at having people die by his hands since he can control whatever chaos his powers produce. But chakra was something he didn't know, so he couldn't know that removing it could have been a too big shock for me to handle. I see. But what I don't understand is that he is not that bad as you others draw him. I mean, yes, his pranks are destructive and most of the time tasteless, but he is not bad per se. He seems to me that he is more chaotically good than fully evil, Maelstrom said, confused. He is evil. He is a creature unable to feel compassion and love, Celestia answered. Hey, I can hear you, you know, Discord said from the sidelines. A monster that only loves himself, a parasite that feeds in other ponies' fears. The princess added. I am at barely a feet from you, the Draguniquus muttered. A disgusting creature whose twisted mind can only devise methods to bring sufferance, despair, ruin and anguish and destroying everything it touches. Can you please stop tap dancing on my feelings? Please. It hurts, the chaos entity asked with a loud sniff. A crazy freak of nature that. Whoa, you have not an high opinion of him, okay. The prince said, covering her mouth with an hoof. You were not there during his first rule. Equestria had been on the verge of destruction, with every single pony waiting in anxiety for the moment where he would bring things too far and cause the end of the world. Luna added as she finally returned to normal from being a toaster. I was not that bad, Discord said with childish stubbornness. You used to turn unicorns to arrows so to play archery. And pointing them at the sun. Luna answered with narrowed eyes. Yeah, not my brightest idea that one, but at least they never left the atmosphere. Few Pegasus could always fly up and help them re-enter from their orbiting around the planet. He said with a nervous smile. And then there was that, every pony become mares, last joke. Celestia said bitterly. Ow, come on, it lasted a week. Are you really going to be angry for that? Discord said in disbelief. A week. It lasted for 1 year, you dumb imbecile. It was a miracle me and Luna managed to create a ritual to have at least one colt being born every 10 pregnancies. Celestia roared in a surprising show of anger and shrilly voice. 1 year, wait a minute. The Draconiquus said, taking out from behind his back a tall, wooden longcase clock to look at it in surprise. My watch is broken, so I calibrated the spell the wrong way, oops. He then said with a nervous laugh. Grah. Both princesses bellowed in fury as they pounced on the creature, making him shriek in fear and try to crawl away from under the assault. It's strange, Princess Celestia in her lessons described him in a worst light, even the books talked about Discord as of a mad, merciless ruler of chaos. Twilight said, confused. I can freely say that he is a meanie, but I have cousins in Manhattan more evil than him, Sugarcube. AJ answered, shrugging. Can it be that the princesses' low sympathy for him influenced the books to leave a bad impression? Rarity asked, all of them ignoring the various rude epithets both Alicorn were using for Discord while beating him. I would say no, Celestia herself always preferred to leave ponies get their ideas about something or some pony by themselves without influencing it. Twilight answered. Now she does that, but in the past. Maelstrom asked. You don't like her too much, one may say that you two are biased, Pinkie Pie answered. We are making peace, I even started calling her aunt once again. He answered, sighing. Good, it will be good for both of you to finally get closer, Dash said, kissing his cheek proudly. Thanks, he said, smiling. Just because I'm curious, how did the princesses defeat the guy? Applejack asked. With the elements of harmony. The two of them used to be the bearers of them before Celestia had been forced to banish Luna. Then she said that the loss of harmony between them and the huge power requested from the banishment caused the elements to lose their powers, until we arrived, of course. The purple unicorn answered. Wait, now I remember. Mother said they used the elements all right, but, wouldn't that? Hoy, you two, stop that, ya crazy women. The prince yelled as he ran towards the princesses. Waff, Luna asked with her mouth still occupied by biting down on Discord's tail, trying to tear it off. We are kind of busy now, Celestia added with her hoof still posed to strike the Draconiquus face while the other had a strong grip on his hair. Wait, time out, peace, parley, that thing where both parties just talk pacifically. You can't hit someone wearing glasses. And I am wearing 6 pairs of them. The chaos entity, sporting 2 black eyes and other bruises, said frantically. You two used the elements to turn him to stone, right? Maelstrom asked. Yes, Luna said, confused. So he was encased in stone, made by the condensed magic of the elements of harmony instead of normal rock, right? He clarified. Exactly, Celestia answered, nodding. And he had been encased in therefore. The prince said. Thousands of years, Luna answered. 1007 years, 6 months, 2 weeks, 3 days, 4 hours and 37.5 minutes, but who's counting when conscious and trapped in rock, Discord said sarcastically. You were conscious the whole time? Celestia asked, curious. Yes, he said bitterly. And my nose started itching after the first week, I got the occasion to scratch it only once I broke free. This not considering all the pigeons that used my whole body as a toilet. He added. That's not what is important now. What I mean is, he has been trapped in a cocoon of pure harmony magic for 1,000 of years, right? The same magic that purified Mother from being Nightmare Moon, am I wrong? Maelstrom asked. No, it was the very same power, Luna answered. Can it be that, after all that time in contact with all that harmony magic, Discord here has become, not good, but at least, less evil, than before? He asked. Impossible, he is evil incarnate. Celestia and Luna said at the same time. Hoi, I like to point out that I am chaos. And as such I am neither bad or good. Okay, I now feel like a tiny bit more good than what I was before, but this doesn't mean I'll be all hero-like. I love my games, thank you very much, and by the way, you wanted the elements back. You had to show that you all were worthy of it. I can't have the only thing able to stop me in the hands of hormonal teenagers without being sure they can use them properly. Discord said, huffing. But you cheated. You almost had to personally brainwash Fluttershy to have her fail her trial. Dash pointed out, offended. And we are not hormonal, Rarity added. That too. The rainbow-maned mare said. I saw your dreams, you dirty miscreants, Luna muttered while glaring at the mares interested in her son. Can you blame me? She can put sugar to shame with her exaggerated sweetness. It was the only way to even the play field. The Draconiquus said, offended. We cheated too. I distracted him while Luna and Celestia broke down the labyrinth and showed Dash that Clousdale was not in ruins. Maelstrom admitted. See, he is a good one. He admits his mistakes. Now, since that means I won, how to turn this little castle in the focal point of the chaos capital of the world. Discord said with a triumphant smile. Time out, Luna yelled, crossing her hooves. What now? Can't a Draconiquus bring chaos to the world without being interrupted? Discord said with an exaggerated whine. We still have the elements and, the princess began when the chaos god started laughing. They weren't in the labyrinth. I fooled you, he said, grinning. I know, that's why I sent a clone to take them while I was in there with my friends. Twilight said, smirking herself. You perfected the spell, cool, Maelstrom said, amazed. Thank you, it's very useful to cut down my work and… Whoa, wait a minute, you knew they weren't there. Discord said. Faye, that riddle was easy, who do you think I am, a fool? Twilight answered, offended. Then why you accepted my challenge? I needed you to be occupied, so to grab the elements, I knew you wanted us in that labyrinth, so I played by your ruse while breaking them at the same time, the purple unicorn answered proudly. A damn fine kunoichi in there. Kurama muttered, grinning. I second my Biju tenant, that was a damn fine ninja-like tactic, the prince said. Thank you, I am sorry though that you all got corrupted, I didn't know he could do that, she answered while looking down with a sorry expression. It's okay, Twilight, at least we are all fine now, Rarity said. See, you have 3 alicorns and the elements against you, are you sure you want to bring chaos? Luna said, smiling wickedly. It's unfair, you cheated and now pretend me to stand down. Where is justice in that? What am I supposed to do to pass time, I hate to feel bored. Discord said petulantly. If you promise to use your powers for good causes, most of the time, Maelstrom offered, adding the last part at seeing the small frown on the Draconiquus face. Yes, Discord asked. I offer you 2 things, want to know what those are? I am listening, the other answered, taking out of thin air an huge horn and positioning the smallest part in his ear and almost covering the prince's whole body with the widest one. My friendship. TCH. Don't be like that, I know you enjoy company. I guess Fluttershy too may be open to give you a chance, Maelstrom answered, scoffing. I know you can be a sweetheart should you try hard enough, the shy Pegasus said. I am Discord, I am a badass chaos god. Not a sweetheart, he said, offended. Stuff it and admit you feel lonely, you can't hold moonshine worth a damn, and admitted it before sobering up. The shinobi alicorn said. You cheated, healing factor trumps getting wasted. Discord said, offended. I am a ninja, I cheat every time. We don't follow rules unless it suits us. Unless is a romantic relationship, then we are the most faithful ones around, Maelstrom answered proudly. Whatever, the second thing. The Draconequus asked uninterested, although a small tugging of his lips betrayed his wish to smile at the offer. Wait a minute here, the alicorn said before disappearing in a burst of speed, returning barely 5 minutes later with a dozen books. Those books, Dash said with wide eyes. Hoi, it was a joke present, I don't read that stuff but Kakashi-sensei is fixated with them, if more than half the elemental countries goes crazy for them, maybe he will like them himself. Maelstrom answered shrugging. Books. I am not one for books. Discord said offended. Try to read one, just use the Draconequus kind instead of humans. Whatever. How good can they, oh, my. The Draconequus said before reading few lines before falling silent, take out a pair of reading glasses and sitting down on the grass to read, the giggles he left out every once in a while unnerving the others not knowing the books. I have all 20 of the old series, now my friend Ino has took over and keeps writing them, be good and help us in times of need and I'll have her send me a signed copy at day one whenever she publish a new issue. Maelstrom offered. Throw in you, the shy one and the other element bearers taking part to one of my games once a week without cheating and we have an accord, now be silent, I want to see if Megumi manages to ensnare Toshi with her naked apron technique. Discord answered without stopping reading. Friends then, the prince asked grinning. Whatever. I'll take that as a yes. Naked apron, what are talking ab oh sweet mother of harmony. Luna yelled in horror at reading a book herself. Never read them, never like them, my sensei Kakashi gave them to me as a joke. It's his fault, the alicorn stallion said immediately. I'll be right back, sister. Please take care of the rest. Luna said with narrowed eyes as a portal appeared behind her. So, I guess then that Discord will stay around. Hopefully not causing trouble, Celestia said unsure. Keep those books around and I'll think about it. But don't bring your hopes too high, he answered unconcerned. Attention, full nonsense content ahead, be advised. Fine, I'll use it, my forbidden technique, Maelstrom said angrily. Forbidden technique, Celestia said curious. Cover your ears everypony. I am gonna use my talk no jutsu at max power. The alicorn said in determination. No, you idiot. It's too dangerous. Even Kagaya and the Uchiha could not resist that. Kurama said horrified. It has to be done, girls. Aunt, he said sighing. Ears covered, Celestia said as translucent bubbles appeared around her and the other mares' heads. Good. Discord, Maelstrom said. Yes. The Draconequus said finally giving his attention to the alicorn. Friendship is one of the most. The prince said as he started talking with his most heartfelt, convincing tone. The full speech had been censored from the story though, as a measure to stop the readers from embracing their computers, tablet phones, reading devices and professing their undying friendship to Maelstrom and Ponyville as a whole for the rest of their lives. There are already too much brony around the globe without this story increasing their numbers tenfold thanks to the Shinobi Op speech perk. 15 minutes later a slack-jawed, wide-eyed Discord finally stopped nodding along and took in a huge breath, making the Sun Princess drop the silencing bubble around the mares' heads. Okay, that was surprisingly convincing. I think I can give friendship a try and lend a hand once or twice should you need it. Not too often as I don't want to be reformed completely, but okay, I guess I'll try to make a friend or two. The chaos entity said slowly. Better than nothing, Maelstrom said deflating a little, his tongue hurting from all the talking he did. Amazing results, but where will Discord live? Celestia said in wonder. He can live with me if he wants, it's not a problem. Fluttershy offered. Won't your cult friend here be jealous? Discord asked smirking. He is my cult friend. Dash said roaring. Oh, come on. A standard, harem ending number 3 feet. The one with the girls accepting to share but maintaining a small form of rivalry, mostly comedic, to be the favorite girl of the clueless male behind the scenes. What's wrong with that? Discord said whining. His idea. Don't look at me, Maelstrom said itching away while rising both front hooves. Even then, I would of course being the favorite one. Dash answered huffing. Yup, Sugarcube. Don't this sound meany, but I would be a better candidate for that, AJ said while distractingly clearing her throat. In virtue of what? I'm more family-oriented and he wishes to have a big family, the farm mare answered. And how do you know that? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. I have my sources. Don't look at me, I am not selling info. Rarity answered while still counting the roll of bills Pinky gave her in exchange of a sealed envelope with info written on it and with the prince's cutie mark on the front. I hate you, Discord. Maelstrom said with a glare. Come on, it was meant as a joke. He answered with a grimace. Then help me calm them down. Fine, but just because I like you. The Chaos God answered sighing. Said that the Alicorn and Draconequus duo joined the frantic Celestia in calming down the arguing element bearers before the mares could reach the point of going for physical assault instead of keeping to only use mean words and rebukes. Omake 1 Maelstrom vs Discord deleted scenes, courtesy of my friend Foxcom. Showdown 1. What did they add now? Celestia said, stopping before another new addition to the garden. A stone wall was now blocking the path with a set of stairs leading underground. Can we go round it? Applejack asked, noticing how the way was blocked. Without flyin', I mean. There might be a way around, but that would mean have us going back through a dimension of purest chaos, the place from which Discord called the wall from, Celestia told them. Last one that managed surviving a trip through the world of imaginary numbers was a really dark guy named Alucard, and I'm not sure you others could make the trip like me and Luna. The son Alicorn then added. He is my beloved son that is fighting that abomination, we shall go and check to see if it is safe. Luna said in determination. Taking a deep breath, she walked down the stairs into the delve. Coming to an end, she looked around curiously and almost didn't spot the group of Maelstrom and Naruto clones up ahead waiting for her. And you notice an Alicorn coming up behind you. She has already spotted the party. Discord's voice thundered all around there, but not painfully so, but almost like the source was much larger than the Alicorn herself. Is the Alicorn hostile? This time it was Maelstrom that was talking. No, she appears more confused than anything. Then my elf, Aliza, the spell thief, will approach her. At those words, one of the Naruto clones turned around and walked towards Luna, carefully watched by the members of the party. What brings you down here to such a dangerous place? This Naruto clone had red hair, green eyes, and her ears came to a point way longer than normal. She held a staff on her back and several daggers and a short sword at her waist. Luna looked around a little confused for a moment as the scene seemed all too familiar for her. I am trying to find safe passage to the heart of the garden, she said, unsure as to why she felt the need to say it like that. When we came upon this passage, I felt it better to look before all others entered as well. Roll intelligence check for ALIIZSA, Discord ordered, followed by a very familiar clattering. I made it. You notice from her speech and posture that the Alicorn holds herself with much refinement and pride. Moreover, not a hint of dirt can be spotted on her despite the traveling, and she is in incredible health. You determine that you are speaking to a traveling noble. Wait a second, I got it. Luna yelled, looking up. She wasn't surprised to see that there was no roof to this place. Instead, she just saw a giant Discord sitting behind a DM's screen and a giant Maelstrom looking over his character sheets with a frown. The Alicorn has just shouted in denial and shock, her voice echoing down the corridors and alerting everything that you are there. Nice going, Maelstrom grumbled, face hoofing. Luna looked to the two of them a moment before turning around and walking back out of the dungeon. Did she think bad of her son for playing this? No, she played it too and was a veteran of that kind of games, but was she going to reveal this to any pony other than him? Nope. Sister, is the way safe? Celestia asked, worried. Not in the least, Luna stated, which was true. If that was a dungeon crawl adventure, then that meant traps, monsters, unfair DM and bad voice acting. We'll go around it, Luna answered, shaking her head, secretly wondering just where she had left her character sheets and dice. It had been 1,000 years since she had used them. Maybe she could join in later after she had found the real two. Showdown 2. Twilight was leading the others around yet another corner to evade a new bunch of crazy clones of an Alicorn and a Draconequus when suddenly they were no longer in the garden. What the hey? The purple unicorn muttered with a raised eyebrow. The surroundings had abruptly changed into some kind of ship bridge out of an old TV series. Looking behind her, she couldn't see the garden or the others anymore, but they quickly joined her from a near door, all to her elation. On the deck they could see many Maelstrom clones sitting at high-tech stations, in the center of which was a copy of the Alicorn prince lacking his mane but with a red uniform. Next to him a clone with a beard, and behind them one that was striped like a zebra, this one sporting a gold uniform and a sash across his chest and back. Up front, looking at a large screen, two more clones in gold uniforms were waiting for orders, one with some kind of strange glasses and the other with a combed-back mane, pale skin, and strange golden eyes. "Mr. Data, where is the Warbird?" the bald Maelstrom asked. "Position unknown, Captain. Subspace scanners are not finding any trace of the Draconian vessel." Suddenly the screen changed and a picture of Discord appeared, standing in a rather squarish uniform with a subtle smirk on his face. "I see you, Maelstrom. But do you see me?" he asked, amused. "Discord, what is the meaning of attacking my ship? Why take control of a Romian ship? Oh come now, Captain, this is how you truly prefer it, is it not? A great battle to the end is the only thing fitting a warrior such as yourself. Once more into the breach. I will not be part of some game. Au contraire, mon capitaine. The game has already begun and there is no stopping it. And so it begins." Discord answered before the communication went closed, making the screen to back to show a starry sky. "Shields up. Mr. Data, begin a random firing pattern to optimize zones our phasers can reach." "Yes, Captain." "Number 1, take command of the battle bridge." "Yes, Captain," the one with the beard said, nodding. "Mr. Laforde, you're with me." As soon as the bearded clone turned around he saw Luna, Celestia and the element bearers and stood to attention. "Ladies, if you come with us, we shall get you on your way," he said with a gentle tone. "Mr. Worf, fire a barrage." In the meantime the captain ordered as the battle continued. Firing. No effect. "Royal Canterlot Garden," Laforde said as the door slid shut behind the group before reopening to show a long hallway. "Just step right through," the clone simply told them. "Maelstrom, this." Luna sighed in defeat. "Yes. Are you and Discord the best of enemies or the worst of friends?" In answer the speakers came to life with the captain's voice barking orders with a sharp tone. "Hit right," he said, making the two clones jerk to the right. "Hit left," now making them move to the left. "Shimmy," he then ordered. "Your son is having too much fun with this," Celestia stated before walking through the door leading the group of mares back into the gardens. "That he is, sister, that he is," Luna replied sighing. "But I must admit it, his, Worf, alter ego did seem quite studly." Omake to what Luna was doing while Maelstrom and the others talked with Discord. Konoha, Hokage Tower, Kakashi's office. Kakashi was finally taking a pause after another long day as Hokage, having discovered that no one was fool enough to take the job after Naruto's leaving and so still leaving him without a future leader ready to learn how to take the mantle, hopefully before Kakashi himself kicked the bucket. He was versing himself a new dish of sake when Sakura's voice drifted inside from her PO station as his secretary. "No, please understand, Luna-san. Kakashi-sensei can't receive you at the moment. Please take a seat and he will be free in a moment." The girl could be heard said with a frantic voice. "Luna-san, where did I heard that name before?" Kakashi muttered, frowning. "That deranged fool of thy leader dared try to drag my dearest son in the mud of his sinful books. I cannot condone this felony to my family. I demand retribution," the other woman answered with an high, booming voice that rattled the windows. Sakura asked, confused, expression mirrored by Kakashi. "I shall explain in terms you people will understand," the mysterious woman said bitterly as she clearly took in a huge breath. "The bastard gave my son some pornographic books as a present." The same voice bellowed it in human volume and rage, literally making Sakura fly against the door, tearing the thing from its hinges and making both girl and wooden structure tumble inside the office. "Ah, that Luna-san, Naruto's real mother." Kakashi deadpanned, forced to ignore Sakura's whimpers of agony to focus on the furious Alicorn marching in his office. "What can I do for you?" he asked, curious. "You gave to my sweet, innocent son those books, you will pay for that." Luna answered with venom-coated voice. What books are we talking about? The current Hokage asked, ready to swear the other shinobi in the tower and even the pictures of Minato and the other previous cages were stealthily inching away from her. Ika, Luna hissed. Yep, angry mama bear mode. Every available Anbu and shinobi in the cages in the pictures as well surprisingly choose to dive for the nearest exit instead of doing their duty, soon leaving Kakashi alone to face the full wrath of the mayor. Ah, those books, what about them? The masked man said. I'll give you a 10 seconds head start, then I'll show you what I think about people trying to corrupt my baby. Luna answered, unknown to her gaining the spectral form of Kushina hovering behind her with a similar angry expression as a form of blessing from the dead human woman and fellow overprotective mother of the same blonde. Kakashi saw that ghost instead, and also saw what was the right choice to take in that situation to show all his abilities when faced with that fierce enemy standing in front of him. Kya! With an high-pitched scream the current Hokage of Konoha jumped through the reinforced glass of his office's window to run away through the streets of the village. Come back here, you mongrel! Luna roared as she threw herself into chasing him as a bullet of dark bluish energy of maternal fury. 2 hours of gratuitous violence and huge amounts of property damages, Konoha's main square. Burn them, Luna ordered to the broken Hokage standing in front of her. No, please no, Kakashi pleaded between tears, looking at the pile of his beloved Icha books with horrified eyes. I say that you have to burn those filthy books. Now, the Moon Alicorn ordered as she kicked the nearest book on top of the pile of wood she had forced him to amass in front of everyone in the village. I can't watch, this is just too cruel. Kiba muttered looking away while being consoled by Sai. Everything but not this. Pluck out my eyes. Tear off my tongue. Smash my testicles with an hammer, but don't make me to burn my books. I beg you, Kakashi pleaded pathetically. Had you kept that filth to yourself this won't have happened. But you had to try and ensnare my son Maelstrom with that so-called literature of easy sex and tasteless pornography. Now you must pay the price for your sin. Burn them, Luna answered merciless. No, I can't, Kakashi said in denial. There is no other way for you, be a man and burn those yourself, or I'll do that in your place and then force-feed you the ashes. Luna said. I am sorry, my dear, precious collector's editions signed by the author. I have no choice, but at least it will be by my hands that this happen. I love you, Kakashi said lighting up the match and throwing the little thing on the pile of wood. Soon an imposing column of fire enveloped everything, blackening every book and rapidly turning them to ashes. Let this be my last warning, pull off something like this again and the punishment will be even harsher. To you others, sorry for the sad spectacle, but as a mother I have a sacred duty, protect my beloved son from everyone that may wish him harm. Have a nice day, Luna said with a little bow before disappearing in a new portal. All that was left to do was for Junin to accompany the heavily sobbing wreck of their Hokage to the hospital to recover from the traumatizing event. Few of them forced more than once to drag Kakashi as his body got shocked so hard by his sobs to make it impossible for him to walk by himself as he just kept wailing in despair. Luna's name will soon become legendary as the one that defeated the son of the White Fang, and Hokage of Konoha, forcing him into a long stay in the hospital. Fortunately for Konoha, no one ever discovering that all was about few books getting burned instead of some unseen battle. Otherwise the village's credibility would have took a crippling strike lasting until a new Hokage was elected. Canterlot, Castle Gardens, a week after Discord's attack. The 5 bearers of the elements of harmony currently interested in having a romantic relationship with Maelstrom Knight, prince and son of Princess Luna, were at the moment standing to attention and in silence as said Moon Alicorn slowly walked in front of each one of them, seizing them up with a cold stare. A little far to the side, Celestia was watching the drama unfold with a defeated sigh as she shook her head at every snarl of her sister. You all, Luna hissed with narrowed eyes. Yes, Rainbow Dash answered with a challenging tone, actually matching Luna's glare with her own. And you especially, element of loyalty, you dare corrupt the heir to the throne of Night? The overprotective mother asked. It's love, not corruption, you got the 2 things mixed up, your highness. Dash answered. Insolent filly. You really expect me to let the first passing by take him away from me? Luna yelled as she moved at an inch of the rainbow-maned girl's face. He is no longer a colt, he can take his own decisions. Dash yelled back, uncaring of the others looking at her as to plea her to stay put. He said that I could have very well disowned him if I didn't like his staying with you. What have you done to him? The princess yelled. He said that. Twilight asked with wide eyes. He showed himself ready to forsake me, his mother, in order to just stay with her, and you all. The mare answered with a bitter glare almost drilling an hole in the unicorn's head. Sister, you know that he would never do that instead, but he loves Miss Dash just as much as he loves you, not in the same way, but the two of you are the most important women in his life. Celestia offered with a calm voice. That's not true. He will abandon me, forget my very existence, all because of them. Luna replied. Your Highness, he grew up without you, and you spent 1,000 years without seeing him. Neither of you will ever forget the other. We just want to take part to the family, if it's not a problem. Fluttershy asked timidly. So you are not planning to take him away from me? How can I be sure? Luna asked with narrowed eyes. I don't know. The shy Pegasus answered. ... You still dream about that choker you have hidden under your bed. I am letting this matter drop just because in every dream you are the one wearing it as he pull you closer to have his way with you, but mark my words, I will be watching you closer than every other. Miss Pervert she. Luna coldly whispered in her ears as an answer, turning the poor mare deep red in embarrassment. And you all, what are your intentions with my son? She then asked to the others. Don't think he will let us keep him apart from you, and personally won't even try to do that as a principle. Family must be together, no matter what. An united family is a darn happy family. Applejack answered. That's actually a decent answer, worthy of the element of honesty. Luna said with an appreciative nod. Thank you, ma'am, AJ said bowing. But this doesn't mean that I will let this go without proper procedures being respected. The princess added. I am ready for the evaluation, Princess Luna. Twilight said with her head held high and her mane sparkling in a particularly enticing way. So you knew? Luna asked. It's part of royal etiquette. Every mare or stallion that wished to propose him or herself to the crown to date an heir must be firstly accepted as suitable contender by the parents. Page 62 of Proud Flankisser's Book of Etiquette. Twilight answered. Wonderful answer, the Moon Alicorn said in approval. She's my student, I taught her well. Celestia muttered while discreetly preening, no pony missing her, Twimiel forever. Shirt with both Alicorn and Unicorn's faces kissing inside and huge heart under the text. But all of them just pretended she wasn't wearing it. You knew and didn't tell us. Dash shrieked with an expression of betrayal. Cough. I forgot. Twilight answered lamely while covering her blushing with a fake coughing fit. You cheater, ya did that on purpose. AJ said with narrowed eyes. And I even offered you free muffins, Twee. Pinky said pouting. Yes, free muffins, but laced with laxatives in the hope that I would not have come here in time, Twilight answered sneering. Those are details, the pink pony said blushing herself. Good thing I had checked them before, your smile was even too gentle. Luckily Big Mac happened to pass by and take them once I offered. Not ma brother, AJ yelled with wide eyes. Oh God, the pain. My flank is on fire. A faraway echo of agony momentarily reached the gardens, easily ignored by the mares present. Oh Miss Sparkle does have a mean bone in her after all. You are climbing pretty high in my scale, young filly, but do not believe I will accept you anytime soon. I still have to give my blessing. Luna said amused. I don't need your blessing. This farce has been gone for far too long, he is not a baby that needs his mommy to decide for him. I'll stay with him whatever you like it or not. Now excuse me, but I have a colt friend to spend time with, definitely more enjoyable than staying here. Dash said as she took flight. Come back here, Rainbow Dash. Luna said as a translucent hand of energy left her horn to grab the speeding mare and take her back in front of the princess. What? The Pegasus asked with venomous tone. You dare speak like that to me? What makes you think that I will let you disrespect me like that? The Moon Alicorn asked with narrowed eyes. For the stallion I love. I'll do this and more, you want me gone. Then banish me, because I am not going to break up with him just to make you happy. Dash said growling. Quote. Return to your place in the line, I am still not done with you all. Luna said smirking as she threw Dash back with the others. But just so you know, as for now only you and Celestia's student Twilight are the closest at being accepted, because both of you showed the strength of will I want in a mare that will stay with my maelstrom, and while you 5 are still not worthy, in my eyes. I will trust my son's judgment enough to give you all the benefit of the doubt. For now, she then said before turning to walk inside the castle. You all are hereby dismissed, I will soon speak individually with every one of you, not as a test, but to know better my future daughter-in-law, should any of you show to be worthy of it, of course. She said without looking back before slamming the door closed once she entered. Sigh. I am sorry if my sister is bothering you, but I fear that Storm's leaving us and her banishment as Nightmare Moon has took a toll on her. Now she is latching to her son almost desperately in fear of losing him too, so her judgment takes a dive whenever faced with a threat to him. Celestia said with an apologetic tone. We understand, Princess Celestia. We expected something like this happening. Maelstrom himself withstood a meeting with my parents for the same reasons. Dad was particularly creative in his threats should he break my heart. Shining is instead being kept in the dark about the whole thing and told it was all part of Discord's game, for his own sake. Twilight answered bowing. Mr. Cake joined my dad too. Both said they would have cooked him on an open fire if he makes me sad. He. Maoli answered that should that happen he would personally present himself to them with an apple already in his mouth. They were strangely happy to hear that. Pinky added giggling. Yup, he would have the whole Apple family hunting him down. I don't think he will treat me bad. AJ said grinning. I trust him, so I have nothing to fear. Dash said. Angel and my other animal friends circled him with barred fangs and claws. I guess that counts as, meet the family. Fluttershy said looking down. Good, but, Dash, sorry if I am being so bold to ask this. Celestia said with a small, nervous smile. Yes. He is still virgin, right? You two have not mated yet, right? The Sun Alicorn whispered as low as she could with a pleading, scared tone. Of course, it will be our first time, we are waiting to be ready for that and do it, properly. Who do you think I am, Your Highness? Dash whispered back scandalized. I was not insinuating, just making sure. Luna's rage would have been legendary at that. Celestia answered sighing in elation. She has no rights over it either, and we did other things. Dash muttered. Other things? The other asked. Well, he has a very long tongue normally, and he can make it get even longer. She muttered looking down with a very red face. I don't see the point, Celestia said confused. Me neither, Sugarcube. AJ added shaking her head, the other mares doing the same. There is this thing where it's embarrassing. Dash said. You are acting strangely, are you okay? Celestia said worried. In answer the rainbow-maned Pegasus just leaned closer and surprised the others by whispering something in the princess's ear, making her eyes shot wide open. Whaat. The alicorn yelled in shock. Quote. It's very addicting, Dash admitted in shame. So that scream, it was you? Celestia asked. Quote. Yes, I have got better at holding my voice, but it's still hard. What's happening? Twilight asked worried. And what about you? Celestia asked while ignoring her student. I do the same to him, the first time it felt strange, now I got used to it. The other answered. For the sake of this land, please make sure Luna never finds out, or at least not until you and Maelstrom get married, Celestia pleaded, trying to cast away from her mind the conjured images of that cunnilingus and analingus act, especially since her dear nephew was the perpetrator of those things. Where is Mael now, Princess Celestia? AJ asked, trying to ignore Pinky's whining at Dash to know what she told to the alicorn. If I got the details right, he and Discord had went to take care of some non-described issue. I got along with this just by virtue of the fact that both the prince and that Mad Draconiquus seems to get along in a good enough way to stop Discord from causing mischief in the immediate future, Celestia answered. They all turned to look at Dash when the mare finally caved into Pinky's demands with a frustrated growl. Okay. Fine. He likes to lick and suck my marehood and butthole while I do the same to his thing, okay. She admitted. Meanwhile, Everfree Forest, with Maelstrom and Discord, fought. A faraway shrilly scream echoed everywhere in the forest, reaching the ears of both Chaos Entity and Blonde Alicorn Prince, the latter transformed in the flaming form of his Sage Chakra cloak to use energy-made hands to tear off from the ground and destroy to nothingness several evil-looking seeds. Hoi! That sounded like the element bearers screaming in shock. Discord said, absent-minded, as he too took away the same seeds from the terrain. 350, shut up and keep taking those things away. Mael said, annoyed, as a new seed got turned to ashes by the flaming cloak of chakra. I am surprised my plunder seeds still have to take over. The Chaos Entity admitted. Why you did this, again? The prince asked. Time ago I planted the plunder seeds the same moment Celestia and Luna defeated me. I wanted to use them to steal the Tree of Harmony and capture the Royal Sisters. The seeds should have sprouted, ages ago, but I think that the tree still has enough magic to keep them from carrying out their original purpose. He answered. And then why you asked me to take them away before they could do that? Maelstrom asked with a raised eyebrow. Had I asked to Celestia or Luna, those two would have turned me to stone the same instant I finished talking before coming here themselves. Same going for the elements of harmony. They would have gone for, first shooting then asking questions, instead of giving me a chance to explain. Discord admitted, frowning. And what about me? The prince asked. You are different. You grew up in a world that teaches that reality is not black or white, but that everything can be seen in shades of gray, with things being not so bad, or not so good, instead of fully evil vs good. I had issues back there and wanted both princesses gone and chaos ruling everywhere, the Draconiquus answered while forcing out a new seed and dispelling it with a snap of his fingers. And now, what do you want? I still prefer chaos, but I want something to be left behind, so to rule over the world. Something, or somepony. Like a friend. Down there is another cluster of seeds, right under the Tree of Harmony. Discord simply answered after a moment of short, uncomfortable silence. I'll get them. What would have happened had I not been here? Had the seeds took over? Maelstrom asked. I would have talked the elements into addressing the situation, probably hiding everything behind a supposed lesson about friendship, or duty or morality, depending on the situation. The problem is that should that have happened, they would have been forced to sacrifice their elements to power up the exhausted reserves of the tree. But since you are here, I can skip that and hopefully hide the whole thing with no one ever knowing. If I have to stay around, the less I get pointed at for bringing ruin the better. Discord answered. So you would have forced them to give up the power we may have later needed to defeat another bad guy weak only to the elements of harmony? The blonde alicorn asked with narrowed eyes. I am many things. What I am not is being good at admitting of making a mistake. Back there I had issues, now I have others, but I still won't ever admit that I personally planted those seeds unless a disgrace like their blooming comes along. Don't force me to erase your memories once we have done. The Draconiquus answered. I won't talk, but for future references, come talk to me if you need. I hardly judge people, so I will at least let you go through a first explanation before actually judging. Good. We have almost made it, barely a dozen, and all of them will be gone. I didn't remember using this much. Discord said, nodding. 1 hour later and the last remaining plunder seed was turned to dust, and barely an instant later the Tree of Harmony gave out a blinding flash of light of almost palpable happiness. It's a nice tree, it would have been a pity had you destroyed it. Maelstrom said with a small smile. I blame my need of being overly chaotic for attacking it. Now let's go before someone comes investigating the light. Now that the plunder seeds are gone, the tree should be able to recharge by itself, so your girls won't need to sacrifice their elements. Sounds good to me. If you need me, I'll be seeing what Applejack is doing. If this whole herd mess has to work, I'll need to start acting like a proper cult friend with the others as well. Sigh. It would have been so much easier with only Dash to worry about, but I don't want to hurt the others, so for now I'll try to make the best of it. It could have been worse. Changing subject, do you think any pony will ever notice our intervention if we don't talk? The prince asked curious as both walked away. Nope. This is a secret we will take to our graves. No one will ever know our involvement or that we have even set foot here. Discord answered, shaking his head. Unseen by them, the tree of harmony gave out a last shy flash of light while growing a few inches in height, because now, under the star-shaped light in the center, shaped somehow resembling Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark, the marking of a spiral formed by 9 fox tails and a stylized D had appeared on the trunk of the plant to keep company to Celestia and Luna's cutie marks in the same area, and should someone with good ears strain their hearing, a faint mischievous giggling could almost be heard coming from the plant itself for an instant before disappearing. Hoy, I was wondering, is that you the one that is trying to play matchmaker between Twilight's pet dragon and the element of generosity? Discord asked. Yep, but I still can't say we are seeing results, perhaps one day in the distant future, Maelstrom answered, sighing. Perhaps, the Draconequus echoed with a similar sigh. Meanwhile, Ponyville. MMMMMH. Oh, God, how much I have dreamed to do this with you. Did I tell you to stop kissing? The mare lying on the comfy puff said in mock annoyance. No, mistress. Then be a good boy and return scratching my tonsils with that French whatever style of kiss, and remember. Until you grow into a teenage body to match your mind, this whole thing is a secret. Yes, Mistress Rarity. Good spiky wakey, now go back exercising what you have been taught and remember to lick behind my teeth, I like it in there. Yes, mistress. At the same time, with Luna, Fluttershy's home. The Princess of the Moon was silently moving towards the shy Pegasus place clad in full camouflage gear and face paint while covered, just to be sure, in enough obscuring magic to turn an army invisible, all focused on her alone. First subject, herd member Fluttershy, codename, Pervert She. Luna muttered to the small recording device near her while following every movement of the other mare through binoculars. The unaware pony was happily moving through her normal routine and taking care of her animals with a gentle smile on her face and a maternal tone of voice. No. Let the others eat something too, don't be greedy, she said while gently moving one of the fox kits slightly away from the dish to let the other members of the small litter reach the food. Is it good? Good boys. Eat everything and get strong as your daddy and mommy. Fluttershy said, giggling as the small foxes swarmed her, yipping and cooing around her to get her full attention and nuzzles. Guh. That's horrible. She is showing to be good mother mad material. Gurgle. Luna groaned with a green face as the horrifying, from her perspective, image of the mare and Luna's son Maelstrom together and laughing with 1 or 2 fillies trotting around them just like those foxes were doing flashed in her mind. I am over 1,000 years old. I am too young to be a grandmother, the princess said, shaking her head to banish the images. Calm down. Breath in, breath out. She will surely buck up along the way and then I will pounce on that and sweet talk my baby colt about her being unworthy. I can do this, Luna muttered while breathing long and slowly. A subtle flashing of her horn and a near spider got hypnotized into following Luna's orders, another spell to make it stronger and faster, and the little thing soon assaulted Fluttershy, covering the shy Pegasus in a thick cocoon of webs hanging upside down in a matter of seconds. There, now I want to see how you answer to that. Being overly gentle won't make nice kids. But spoiled brats, Luna said in victory. What's the meaning of this, Spidey? Fluttershy said with a scolding tone and narrowed eyes, making the small spider look down in shame. Jokes are good and funny until Sumpony gets hurt. What would have happened had I hit my head? Or what if Sumpony is afraid of heights? Have you thought about it? I am disappointed in you, the Pegasus asked with a perfect, angry mom tone of voice. To the princess's shock, she could literally heard the spider click its tiny mandibles as if in blabbering an excuse. I am not happy, Spidey. I taught you better than playing dangerous games. Now untie me and think about what you have done. Do this again and next time it will be going to be the corner for you. The mare answered, making the small animal nod and gently put her down. The hay. It even wrote, sorry, Mama Fluttershy, with its web before retreating under a rock. She can be strict, she can be strict. She can be strict. Another point for her being a good future mother for my dearest son's future babies. A deep breath was taken before. Damn, eat. A roar of fury mixed at disbelief echoed in the huge garden, startling the shy mare so much to have her miss the small flash of teleportation of Luna. Grr. This means nothing. Just because one of them might be a good choice for a future wife doesn't mean that the others will. It only takes one of them failing to have the rest fall over outside the door, flying at terminal velocity, hopefully via my own royal hooves kicking them out. The moon alicorn thought, growling as she reached the apple family's apple tree acres, where she knew, via paid informations from a night guard, that Maelstrom was visiting to help the element of honesty in her harvesting as a form of date. Adhere puking fit of Luna. Few minutes later, with Applejack. AJ was actually feeling pretty nervous at the moment, not only because the stallion currently bucking the tree near hers with a darned charming smile on his face and clones helping moving the filled boxes in storage with the others. It wasn't even because Big Mac and Granny Smith had started insinuating about AJ and the prince forming a couple being a nice idea with the discretion of a stampede of dragons, luckily only managing to have him answer with a joke or a laughing fit, diffusing the thing rapidly, all for the sake of AJ's embarrassment at his family's actions. No. Her nervousness was to be pointed at two sources. One was the strange feeling of Sumponi glaring at the back of her head as if hoping for it to catch fire, followed by the disembodied muttering-like sounds she kept hearing coming from around her, mostly seemingly lamenting the way she and her family were accepting Maelstrom in their group. Luckily though, she never heard the other half of Luna's mutterings, detailing where Applejack could shove her apples and her cautious flirting with the blonde alicorn. The biggest concern for the farm mare were words about her dealings with the prince, making her subconsciously steal a glance or two at his legs, flanking the rest of his muscles, thing that he missed but Luna surely didn't. "Heya, boss," Bloom said, trotting near the prince and moving one bottle in front of him as soon as she reached him. "Bloomy, what are you doing here, ya little menace?" the blonde alicorn answered, grinning. "I am not a menace," she said, pouting. "I saw your attempt at pranking and cooking, it was horrible." Maelstrom answered with a fake horrified expression that made her pout grow stronger. "Nuu, I am not that bad. And I even brought you some water in case you were thirsty. That's not how a brother should treat a little sister." Bloom answered, pushing the bottle closer to him with her tiny head. "I am your big brother now?" he asked, chuckling. "Once you marry AJ, yes, you'll be." The filly answered, smirking. "Eep." From far away AJ's shriek reached them, not only showing that she was eavesdropping but also covering Luna's strangled scream at the mere idea. "Bloomy. Don't call me Bloomy," Bloom said with a fierce embarrassed blush. "Yes I will, instead. Because it sounds cute. Wanna see something cool?" he answered. "Something cool? What is it?" the little filly asked, curious. "Watch this, without hooves or magic." The prince sticking out his tongue. To AJ the action happened in slow motion, with the thick tongue of the alicorn coming out of his mouth, then it kept coming out, and then came out some more until it circled one of the apples in a clearly already experienced maneuver that brought the fruit to his mouth, where he took a bite. "That's disgusting, boss. Why would that be useful?" Bloom asked with a grimace. "To scare little fillies and colts mostly, but I usually use it to taste things thoroughly." The prince answered with an innocent smile, the innuendo sailing clearly above the younger mare present in virtue of innocence and above Princess Luna's out of sheer denial about him doing anything perverted ever. AJ though. AJ remembered the details of Dash's games with her colt friend and the other usage of that long, thick and surely warm tongue, gently prodding around, tenderly caressing everywhere, tasting every inch and reaching deep down where nothing else could and hungrily demanding its fill until. With Luna, not far away. Why is she looking at him like that? Her eyes seems empty. Is that blood coming out from her nose? Is she injured? Luna thought while looking curious at the element of honesty going through a mental, blue screen, and looking at the prince with unfocused eyes. This is another failure. That mare never tried to go too fast. She is the one taking things slowly so they can know each other better. And both are hard-working ponies that love big families and are honest to a fault and even too much eager to help their friends. The princess muttered, shivering as the things both had in common kept piling up in front of her very eyes, and Maelstrom's laugh echoing Applejack's giggles after one of her jokes must have been the worst sound she had ever heard. Her musing stopped as the couple passed near the tree she was hiding on, forcing her to stop doing any noise so to not be discovered, though the princess's son did momentarily stop to look at the tree with narrowed eyes before grinning and giving it a nonchalant kick with one hoof before joining AJ and walking towards the rest of the apple family. What did he owe? Luna muttered confused, actually jumping when one of the apples of the tree fell on her head, getting stuck on her horn. I should have known he would have spotted me, he is my baby boy after all. Shinobi training notwithstanding, the moon alicorn said amused, snorting when her cheeky son looked back to wink at her and flashing a knowing grin. He knows me too well. She muttered, shaking her head. That he does, a new voice said amused. Eep, the princess shrieked, falling from the tree from the surprise. Did I spook you, O little peeping Tom? Discord said as his face appeared on one of the fallen apples. This is not fun, Discord. Luna hissed as she got up, removing every twig from her mane in a flash of magic. It is instead, from my side at least. The Draconequus answered as his mismatched body appeared in front of the moon alicorn. What do you want? She asked with narrowed eyes. Knowing what you are doing stalking the element bearers and why you are trying to sabotage them in some way may be a nice start. Discord asked, grinning. I am not stalking them, I am analyzing them from afar. And what I do is not sabotage, it's testing their will. There is a difference, Luna answered, indignant. Putting living snakes inside a pie so to have them jump Pinky is testing her will. The Draconequus asked with crossed arms. Of course, it's testing her will of staying with a stallion clearly above her level. I am doing this for their own good, she answered. Our own good, a very well-known voice said from behind the princess. Discord, you have not brought behind me the element bearers to hear me dig my own grave, right? Luna asked with a pleading tone. I fear he did, mother. Maelstrom answered, uneasy. Fan censored tastic, the moon alicorn said, groaning. And you kiss your son with that mouth, Lulu. For shame, Discord said, laughing. Another jab and I'll burn those filthy books you seem to love. The princess answered, growling. You wouldn't dare. We have other matters to discuss now, Dash said with a bitter glare. Listen, I am just a mother afraid to see her son get his heart broken by an uncaring mare. Why a father can harass a cult friend because dating a grill and I can't do the same for Maelstrom? Luna asked. Your Highness, we understand that, but you are going overboard. My father is very protective of me, but he would never do that. Twilight answered, shaking her head. Yup. Big Mac as well gets mad when a stallion speaks to me, but I can say he would never stalk me. AJ added. Really? The princess asked. Of course, both mares answered. Without breaking eye contact, Luna's horn flared in magic, creating a rope that rapidly moved in one of the bushes before re-emerging with the struggling forms of Big Mac, Igneous Rock and Twilight's father all held upside down in front of the mares. Dad, Twilight yelled with wide eyes. Daddy, Pinky asked, confused. Mac, what the hey? Those gentlemen were spying on my son the whole time, just like I was admittedly doing with you all. Luna said, nonchalant. With all due respect, you can't prove it, Your Highness. Igneous tried saying. At that, the moon alicorn simply shook the three stallions, making cameras, recording discs, stacks of pictures with red circles around Maelstrom's head and pages upon pages of tightly written notes down to the floor. Wow, that's creepy, the blonde prince muttered in awe. There is a very valid explanation behind this, honey. And it is? Twilight asked back. We were just curious, Mac answered, making the two fathers with him nod eagerly. Enough, this thing is getting ridiculous. I know this situation is strange, but can we try to resolve it ourselves? Give us a chance, only once. Maelstrom asked. Oh, fine. Is not like my wife is against this, she will be already hard to deal with once she will heard about me stalking you, but if she heard me refusing this I will never live it down. Twilight's father answered, grumbling. Just remember that should you hurt my little princess I will hurt you, badly. Igneous added, sighing. If AJ is sure I will step back, just to keep her hooves away from strange places. Max said, nodding. The three of them finally moved back to stand on their own hooves and released from Luna's magic. Quote. So? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. So, what? Luna asked back. We are still waiting for you to stand back, mother. The prince said. Do I have to? The moon alicorn asked, whining. Mom, please. I love Dash. The former shinobi pleaded, moving closer to her. But I just want what's best for you, she answered, sighing. You are enjoying this little drama, don't you? Rarity muttered while glaring at Discord. I was expecting a brawl with lots of kicks flying around like in those talk shows in the late-night TV that always hosts those dysfunctional families throwing chairs at each other actually. The Draconiquus answered, shrugging. Okay, I will try and let you deal with this without interfering. Luna finally said, groaning in defeat. Thank you, mother. This means a lot to me. Maelstrom said, nuzzling her with a wide smile. I want to hear a promise though, just to make sure. Dash said with crossed hooves. Oh, fine, I promise. Later that night, Royal Castle, Canterlot, Luna's room. I promise to never stop saying that this is an horrible idea. The Moon Princess growled as she slammed her room's door closed. Heard. They think that my beloved son is something they can share like some sort of treat. She said in distaste. And he belongs only to you, right? A distorted voice asked mockingly. Who's there? Show yourself. Luna ordered, scanning the room. I don't need to show myself, you are already seeing me. The voice said, laughing as the princess's eyes went drawn to her mirror. In there the smirking face of Nightmare Moon stood looking back at her with a wide, fanged smile. You do not exist. You are just a mockery of me. A filthy corrupted version, the Moon Alicorn said. Me, a copy, a mockery of you. I am the real Luna, you are just a little scared filly afraid of her true colors. Nightmare Moon answered, chuckling. The elements destroyed you, you are a mere memory. Luna replied, stepping back a little. Ooh, in that you were right. The elements destroyed the Nightmare Moon created by the Nightmare Force, but I am the real Luna, the one that silly corruption awakened from her slumber, the one you buried because ashamed of it. I am what you always wanted to be, the one you should have always been. Not a weakling clinging to her past like a blanket. The reflection said, snarling. I am not a weakling. Luna replied with a quivering voice. Look at you, all trembling, all weak. You are disgusting. You are letting some brats force themselves in your perfect life, all because you can't make your authority get respected as it should. This is my reign, my castle, and that is my son. And you are the one that is costing me everything with your being so damn spineless to protect it. Nightmare Moon yelled, enraged. You are not me, Luna yelled in answer with scared eyes. No, I am not. But that is easily fixed. The corrupted mare said simply as it jumped out of the mirror to pounce on the princess, soon making her body get covered by a thick, tar-like dark sludge covering her mouth as well to prevent her from screaming. Much better. The once again corrupted mare said with a pleased moan as she stood to look at the still normal mirror, winking as the image of Nightmare Moon appeared to return the gesture. Now, first things first. A little makeup adjustment for my precious baby, then the renovations for my reign of eternal night will start. Nightmare Moon said with a small smile as she happily trotted towards Maelstrom's room. With the prince. This feeling, Naruto. Wake up. Kurama yelled as he felt the malevolent presence break down the room door to enter. What the arg? The blonde alicorn had the time to say before the corrupted princess pounced on him with a wide smile. It's time to wake up, my wonderful son. We have a kingdom to rule. Nightmare Moon said with a purring voice. What have you done to my UMPF? Maelstrom tried saying before the princess's mouth covered his, forcing something thick down his throat. This will help you, my son. Now open your eyes. Nightmare Moon said, pleased to see the other alicorn's eyes turn blood red with slit pupils. Celestia's room, few minutes later. The sun alicorn awoke screaming as the oppressing feeling of bloodlust washed over her and seemingly encompassed Canterlot in its entirety, growing in strength and in maliciousness until it settled to simply being the darkest source of negative emotions she had ever felt, so much that even she could simply not comprehend how something so evil could exist. Her answer was the hole wall holding the door to her room vaporizing along a great part of the room to let Nightmare Moon enter with a clearly smug grin. What have you done to my sister? Celestia demanded. I am your sister. I am the true side of her she never acknowledged, her real self. The dark Mare answered smirking. You lie. My sister never was such a foul creature. Your aura of darkness is even worse than what I remembered, the Sun Alicorn answered in disgust. Oh, that is not me, this wonderful power is none other than my dear son finally getting free of his self-imposed limitations, do you remember him? Nightmare Moon answered chuckling. Maelstrom, what have you done? The Sun Princess demanded with wide eyes. I helped him, dear sister, he is a new pony now. And soon he will rule this land with me, in our perfect world of eternal night. The Alicorn answered happily. Grah. In answer to her words an inhuman roar echoed everywhere making the whole castle and the area around it tremble. What have you done to him? Celestia asked backing away in fear. May I present you the improved version of my precious baby? From Maelstrom Knight to Nightmare King. Nightmare Moon said laughing as the corrupted prince showed himself. The deformed Alicorn was now sporting a body seemingly made of flaming dark red energy with his face reduced to a pure white set of shining eyes and an equally shining opening, mimicking a fanged mouth. His ears were now longer, his horn now with its tip twisted into an hook and his wings more similar to the ones of a bat. His tail had been split into 6 fox-like ones while an huge fox skeleton was covering his body, hooves and back like a sort of armor with the skull helmet presenting in whole to make room to the sharp horn. Maelstrom. Celestia screamed in horror as her own spirit seemed to freeze solid at the unmatched evil feeling emanating from her nephew. Here she is, my son. The mare that forces us to be separated, the cause of our sufferance. Of our misery. Show her what do we think about her meddling in our affairs. The corrupted Luna said with a crazed smile. Grah! The prince screamed as tiny spheres of energy converged in his mouth. Maelstrom, it's me, Celestia. Snap out of it, the Sun Alicorn pleaded with wide eyes. Too late, sister. Consider this my way to tell you that your services as princess are no longer needed, farewell. Nightmare Moon said chuckling. No. Biju Dama. Maelstrom roared as the colossal beam of chakra disintegrated the whole room and erased a good portion of the gardens before a magical shield managed to redirect the attack up in the sky briefly illuminating everything with the resulting explosion. TCH. I underestimated your abilities, sister. Nightmare Moon said sneering. Elements. I need the elements. And heavily wounded Celestia said weakly with one of her badly burned wings falling limp behind her. Another shot, dear. Your aunt is still breathing. Nightmare Moon said annoyed making the corrupted prince nod with a grunt. I'll save you both, even if it will be the last thing I do. Celestia answered using her last remaining strength to teleport away to alert Twilight and the others. I guess, my son. Where did she go? The corrupted princess asked bored. Elements. Nightmare King answered with a growling voice. Yes, she is indeed so very predictable. Let's go. Once removed her and those pesky girls we will have the full attention of our beloved subjects and soon even them will forget about those weaklings. Shall we go? She asked kissing the cheek of the Biju cloak-covered Alicorn. Yes, he answered. Then follow me. Bwahahahaha. Nightmare Moon said letting her chilling laugh fill the night as the two powerful forces disappeared in a flash of darkness to hunt down the elements and the wounded Sun Alicorn princess. Ponyville, Twilight's library. Can we please go to bed, Twee? I beg you. Spike pleaded from behind the stack of books he was cataloging. Sigh. Fine. Just because otherwise every pony will say that I am making you work too much. Twilight conceded sighing as she rolled the scroll she was writing on. Yay, the small dragon said in tired elation. Can you continue for me? The purple unicorn asked to the exact copy of herself standing at her left. Yup, no problem, boss, the clone answered cheerfully. This one's act similar to Pinky, I need to write this down. The clones appear to develop quirks in their psyche 1 time out of 10, this along questions about enlarging energy reserves to summon more than one should be addressed with the prince at its earliest. Twilight muttered as she jotted down a new detail about her new spell. Books, books, books. The Twee clone sang happily as she moved back each tome to its place on the shelves. Are you sure you want to summon more than one, Twee? I am already finding a single copy of you creepy. Spike muttered. Maelstrom may be able to summon tens of thousands of them, but I aim at calling only 10. Like that I would be able to get free time for my researches while the clones take care of keeping the library in check. Twilight answered while still studying the copy of herself. With a loud crash, a body fell through the ceiling, dispelling the clone in a burst of smoke, making both dragon and unicorn shriek in surprise. "PP Princess Celestia!" Twilight screamed in fright at seeing the wounds covering the alicorn's body. Elements. The elements," the princess said with a frantic voice. "Your wing is broken, your highness." "What happened?" the other asked with a pale face. "Nightmare. Nightmare Moon is back," Celestia answered as she forced herself to stand only to collapse on Twilight, making the girl groan to keep her standing. "She attacked you?" she asked. "No. It was Nightmare King, the corrupted form of my nephew." The Sun Alicorn answered with a broken voice and sobbing tone. "She corrupted the prince?" Twilight asked. "She turned him into a monster." The Alicorn answered as the bloodlust of the Jinchuriki of Konoha in his six-tailed form covered the whole town. "He is here!" Celestia shrieked as the door of the library went teared off from its hinges to let a smug-looking Nightmare Moon trot inside, accompanied by the corrupted shinobi. "So you were hiding here, why am I not surprised?" the corrupted princess asked mockingly. Maelstrom," Twilight muttered with wide eyes. "Grr," the Jinchuriki answered with a soft growl. "Oh, yes, the element of magic, one of the hussies trying to take away our beloved heir." Moon answered, snarling. "I thought the elements had destroyed you," the young unicorn said. "Ooh, those pretty gems removed us for a little time, yes. But we were still there in waiting for the right moment to reclaim what was rightfully ours to take." The Alicorn answered with a pleased smirk. "I see, the corruption was only put to sleep. In 1,000 years that stuff had got too deep for a single shot to completely remove it." Twilight muttered. "Clever," Nightmare King said, snorting. "Control your instincts, she is not worthy of you." Nightmare Moon snapped angrily. "Jealous," Twilight said, smirking. "Twee," Spike hissed while hiding behind one of the tables. "TCH. A mere tactic like that won't work," Twilight sparkled. "I know who holds the heart of my son in her hoof, and that is not you." Nightmare Moon answered, nonplussed. "You sure? Dash is a nice contender for his affections. Well, I don't want to seem full of myself, but me and the others too are climbing pretty up ourselves." Twilight answered as she kept inching towards one of the windows while dragging Celestia with her. "What are you doing?" Celestia muttered. "Trying to anger her enough to not notice me moving closer to the window to try and escape," she answered. "She is trying something, kill her," the Moon Alicorn ordered. "WRAAAAAAAAH." Nightmare King roared as he prepared to pounce on the two. "Then again, I underestimated the fact she has a warrior with her." "Run!" the purple unicorn yelled as she and the princess had barely the time to jump through the glass to evade the prince's attack. "I'll go call the others, Twee," Spike said as he hurried away. "Can you raise a shield?" Celestia asked as she weakly stood by Twilight's side. "Yes," she answered. "Can it stop a fully powered tailed beast bomb?" the princess asked, worried. "What is that?" "One of the strongest attacks of Sumponi holding a Biju, a tailed beast, inside, and he has the strongest one sealed in his body," the Sun Alicorn said as both corrupted ponies calmly walked outside towards them. "I already know that," Twilight answered. "Then you should know how destructive my baby can be. Why don't you give her a demonstration, my beloved?" Nightmare Moon said. "Biju Dama," the corrupted Maelstrom roared as the colossal beam of energy shot out of his mouth. "Wooza! What the hey is that?" a known voice shrieked as a long silhouette appeared before the two. "Discord," Celestia said with wide eyes while watching the Draconiquus grab the attack to force it upward, making it explode high in the sky and still shocking Ponyville enough to not let a single window unexploded and even uprooting several trees. "Felt some chaotic energy here and got curious, are those two Lulu and Miley?" Discord asked while still blowing on his heavily burned hands. Something happened and Luna returned into being Nightmare Moon, she then must have corrupted Maelstrom. Celestia answered. I see, that's risky. The Draconequus muttered while looking at the prince with narrowed eyes. What? Twilight asked. Nothing important for now. I know that I can't help you dealing with this. He answered. Why? You can't revert the corruption. Celestia asked, shocked at feeling her wounds simply disappear. If I do that the lesson won't stick. Luna needs to learn that bottling her feelings and self-doubts is not safe for her or anybody else. If the last shreds of corruption could spread once again was all because she secretly wanted Nightmare Moon to be back, to be the free woman she felt like under the corruption. The fact that she dragged her son in this is a proof that she just feared his abandonment and wanted him as close and hers as possible. No, she needs to see what she had done and its consequences to understand. Hopefully after this she'll learn to be more honest with herself and finally abandon Nightmare Moon once and for all. Discord answered, shaking his head. Then what will you do? Twilight asked. I'll give a little hand as it is still one of my playmates we are talking about. I don't know where to find another prankster if the prince here gets banished. I'll just stop Ponyville from getting damaged and call here the other element bearers. Then it will be up to you others to resolve this. Try to get through Luna before using the elements. This is all her doing, without her own will secretly aiding it. The corruption this time wouldn't have been able to take over. The Draconequus answered as a faint glow covered the houses around them while he himself moved to sit calmly on a near rooftop to watch. And Maelstrom. Don't worry about that. You have Luna to worry about. Discord answered unconcerned as he snapped his fingers making Dash, Fluttershy, Rarity, AJ, Pinkie Pie and Spike appear near the group. Thanks, we would have wasted time getting here, Spike said as he and the others got back on their feet after the landing. Mile. Dash whimpered at seeing the transformed prince looking at her without signs of recognizing her. Even the Draconequus has abandoned you, it should speak you volumes about your chances of winning, Nightmare Moon said laughing. We still have the elements on our side, you abomination. I will free my sister and my nephew, even if it will cost me my life. Celestia answered in determination. Dash. Maelstrom growled. You want to play with her? Why not? Go and destroy her, she was the one to cause us to grow apart trying to interfere with our perfect life together. Kill her and then return to me, okay? The corrupted princess answered, kissing her son's cheek lovingly. Yes, he answered, opening his wings wide and readying himself for a sprint. Dash. AJ yelled in horror. It's okay, it's okay. If he focuses on me you others won't be able to use the elements, but at least Nightmare Moon won't have him backing her up. The Cyan Pegasus said, biting back her tears. Then me and the others will keep him occupied. A new voice said. Brother. Twilight gasped in shock. As soon as Princess Celestia got attacked, me and few others went to investigate and managed to overhear Nightmare Moon talk about coming here, then I assembled as many soldiers as I could and came here with our fastest ship. Shining Armor answered. I brought them here then myself. They were being too slow. Discord added. We will fight the prince and leave Princess Luna to you others. Shining added. No, Twilight yelled. She is the one that corrupted him, right? She has him as her puppet. If you save her then she will then be able to calm him down long enough for the elements to purify him as well. Just be fast, I don't know how long we will last. His abilities as shinobi have not been discovered fully, so we will be battling an alicorn with extra powers we know nothing about. The captain answered, shaking his head. It doesn't matter how many ponies you amass, you all will fail. But please, do wave plans after plans, so that me and my son we will be able to tear them to pieces along your weak hope. Nightmare King. Destroy them. The Dark Mare ordered, making the Berserk Jinchuriki fly forward with enough power to destroy the street behind himself. Shield up. Layers. Shining Armor yelled as more than 24 horns flared up to create a layered bubble around the group. Gra-ah. Maelstrom bellowed as he moved through the barrier like a bullet of howling red energy with a sound similar to breaking glass, making the group scatter but nailing both Shining and Dash and his charge blowing both back. Dash, Shining. Celestia and the others screamed. Join Captain Shining. Me and the others will deal with her. The Sun Alicorn ordered, making the various soldiers hurry to intercept the prince. While the kids play, what about finishing our old issues, sister? Nightmare Moon asked amused. This time I'll be sure to completely eradicate every trace of you from Luna's mind. Celestia replied snarling. Then come and get me. The dark alicorn said in glee as a wide wave of darkness shot out of her horn making princess and remaining elements scatter. With shining armor, Dash and the royal guards. The transformed alicorn was silently hovering above the group with his luminous eyes reduced to thin slits as Dash and Shining huddled together to prepare. You are his main target, Dash, but you and the other elements are also the ones that should know him better. What can I tell us about him? Shining asked. In this state, he is using the power of a creature the humans sealed in him years ago, since the beast could not be stopped by any other means they needed to imprison it somewhere, him. Dash answered. What kind of power is that? A near unicorn asked. You are. Blessed Horn, I am the magic expert of my squad. He answered. That's human magic, relying on an energy called chakra. I am not Twilight so I don't know about the details, but I know this, in that state he has nigh infinite stamina, and almost impenetrable skin. Define impenetrable, Shining asked. He told me that last time he got like that, before he and the creature inside him become friends, a sword said to be able to cut through everything failed to even scratch him, and now he is using even more power than that particular fight. Dash answered. So in hard shell, attack power. Blessed Horn asked worried. He and the others like him were considered back in that world as weapons of mass destruction, able to erase whole villages from maps and reshape lands in their rage. The Pegasus said grimacing. And he has one of those things backing his alicorn magic. The unicorn shrieked. He has the strongest of them all inside. This is not good, Shining said in dismay. Incoming. A Pegasus yelled moving up in the air to evade the attack. Restraining spells. Shining ordered as ropes of magic circled wings, legs and muzzle of the Jinchuriki forcing him to stay on the ground. Wind. A Pegasus captain ordered as she and several others started flying in circle around the corrupted prince. What are they doing? Dash asked. They are forcing wind to move downward as strong as they can to push him on the ground and stop him from flying. Now go. Join my sister and stop Nightmare Moon. We'll try to buy you others as much time we can. Twilight's brother answered with a strained voice. I can't hold him, a soldier said in despair as his horn was starting losing luminosity. Move, Dash, Shining bellowed. I am going. The Cyan Pegasus answered hurrying away. Grah-ah, Nightmare King roared as he broke free in an explosion of dark red energy launching the flying ponies above him far away from him. I got him. A big earth pony soldier yelled as he pounced on Maelstrom together with his two companions to tie him up. If Unicorn's magic didn't work and Pegasus weather magic didn't stick, then let's see if brute strength from earth ponies have any effect. The captain of the Earth Squad said in pride as other bulky stallions dog-piled the corrupted prince. Captain Boulder, we need to work together in this. Shining said with narrowed eyes as him and the others regrouped. I know what I am doing, Captain Shining. I don't need help in deciding how to. Out of my way. Maelstrom yelled as he blew away ropes and ponies making both fall down around him, glaring at Captain Boulder with smoldering rage. Help, the earth pony asked with a squeaky voice. Regroup and assault. We are going to tire him out. Attack him from afar and then get out of dodge for the others to have a free shot. We are going to use an hit and run tactic. Shining answered. You want some pony with infinite stamina to get tired? The Pegasus captain asked in disbelief. Is the only plan I can come up with, as soon as one of you others gets a miraculous brain wave I don't know how to treat this. He answered. It's something at least. Soldiers, you heard the captain. Onwards. Boulder answered as he and the others charged forward to circle the prince. With Celestia and the elements of harmony. While the assembled soldiers kept battling with all their power to keep the Jinchuriki occupied and not help Nightmare Moon, the Sun Alicorn and the young mares with her kept trying to use the power of the elements on Luna to save her once again. The problem was that last time the corrupted princess was using most of her powers to keep Celestia confined on the sun, but now she had her whole magical core focusing on fighting the group only. The Sun Alicorn groaned as her shield kept being rattled mercilessly by Luna's beam. We need to attack her now that she is distracted. Twilight said. As if I forgot about you others. The moon alicorn said smirking. What the hey? AJ gasped as something impacted with her body. Before coming here I took the time to charm some shadows. Did they look familiar? She asked mockingly. Hi. A distorted version of Pinky's voice said giggling. In front of each element bearer was now standing a copy of themselves. The only difference was that the copies were only colored in shades of gray and had shining red eyes. Copies. Rarity said with wide eyes. Better versions I think is the better term, dear. As I would have never kept my main like that. Shadow Rarity answered haughtily. Mistress Nightmare Moon wants you gone. So we'll have to attack, sorry. Shadow Pinky said waving at the original pink pony. That is not very nice. Pinky answered pouting. Why you are doing this? Dash asked in anger. To remove every obstacle between my reign and me. Luna answered dodging Celestia's spell and flaring up her horn. In answer to that a whole chunk of the street got uprooted and thrown back at the sun alicorn that answered by blasting an hole in the wide slab of rock to fly through it to tackle the corrupted alicorn. Destroy those copies. I will deal with Luna. The princess ordered as she pounced on her sister to pin her down. Destroy the elements. Do that and I'll let you take their place. Fail and you all will cease to exist. Nightmare Moon ordered as she pushed the sun alicorn away and started a new beam war with Celestia while exchanging bullets of condensed magic in a long series of explosions. I think I'll enjoy taking your life. I bet Mistress will even let me take the lead of the Wonderbolts if I do a good job. Shadow Dash said excited. And Maelstrom, do you think he will just love you if you take my place? Dash answered opening her wings wide. The prince, he belongs to Mistress. They will live happily together and no pony will interfere in their lives ever again. The copy answered snarling as both took fly. Saying it like that, it sounds wrong in so many ways. AJ answered grimacing. And what's wrong in de? You're just an empty head, Apple Girl. Shadow Applejack answered laughing. Empty head. I'm goin' ta buck ya so hard ya won't ever remember to ever have teeth. AJ answered as she pounced on her copy in a furious brawl. And you? Will you fight, or just stay and watch, coward? Shadow Fluttershy asked with narrowed eyes. I will help my friends. The real Rarity answered determined. Not too far away. You are the copy. Pinky yelled as she threw an apple pie to Shadow Pinky. No, you are the copy. The gray mare answered with a childish whine while throwing her own pie at the other. No, you. No, you. Faker. Pinky said pouting. You are 10,000 times more fake than me. Shadow Pinky replied. And you are an infinite times more fake than me. And you infinite +1. Arg. Pinky answered as if physically hit by the words. Meanwhile this was happening, both Twilight and Shadow Twilight were shooting each other with bullets of magic, but while the real unicorn tried to spare power and sporadically using restraining spells, the copy kept pelting the original with a rapid salvo of apparently destructive spells as holes kept opening in the terrain whenever they went dodged. Stop running, coward. You are ashamed to magic acting like that. Shadow Twilight hissed as her spell lifted several rocks to throw them to the purple pony. I am devising a plan actually, Twilight muttered as she erected a rapid shield to stop the rocks before running through the streets to hide behind a small group of bushes. Okay, think. Luna can't have just charmed some shadows, she must be keeping them feed with her own magic. I personally can't cast that rapidly or so many spells in rapid succession without even a hint of fatigue. It means that while they're copies of us in personality, the power comes from Nightmare Moon. She muttered, watching as two streams of light, one rainbow-colored and one completely black, kept streaking in the sky at ludicrous speed only to briefly meet halfway in small explosions of sparks whenever Dash or her own copy moved to kick the other. Her ability at magic manipulation is incredible. Doing all this while going hoof to hoof with Celestia at the same time shows an astounding talent and magical reserves, but how to counter this? The unicorn said in dismay. By admitting defeat, of course. No pony can defeat Mistress, she is just too perfect. Shadow Twilight answered from her position on the wall. Hack. The young mare barely had the time to dodge before a new spell could hit her, the attack drilling a deep hole on the ground. You think she is just too perfect? I got it. I need Rarity's help, Twilight said as her horn lighted up for an instant as she ran away. Come back here, the copy of the unicorn yelled as she gave chase. With Celestia. This is going too far, Nightmare Moon. Stop this foolishness, the Sun Alicorn said as her shield finally gave in under the continuous assault. Never. I shall rule on this land, Luna answered as she managed, to Discord and Celestia's shock, to lift a whole house with her powers to throw it at her sister. Okay. I had not thought she could do that, the Draconequus said in disbelief as he moved away to evade the huge bullet. Arg! Celestia cried in pain as she was forced to block the construction from falling down but leaving her open for Luna to hit her. You made a mistake, sister. And that was thinking I was not ready to do everything in my power to achieve my goal. The Moon Alicorn said as she walked closer to the downed princess with an expression of utter distaste on her face. Why you did this? Celestia asked with a sobbing voice. You others forced me, you all are just waiting for the right occasion to take away everything I hold dear. My throne of night, the love of my subjects, my wonderful starry sky fruit of countless hours of work, and most of all, my son, the only thing I have left of the only pony I ever loved and the only thing left of my family. I won't let you take away everything from me, Luna said in blind fury as she prepared a small sphere of condensed magic on the tip of her horn. Luna, Celestia gasped with wide eyes. Farewell, sister. When you'll reach the heavens, tell Storm that I am sorry that he had to waste his life for a land of ingrates, but to rest assured that once done here every pony will remember and honor his sacrifice whenever they want it or not. Luna yelled as the spell was about to leave her horn. Incest. I knew it, Rarity yelled gasping. What? Both princesses said at the same time. I swear, why do you think she is doing all this otherwise? Twilight answered stage whispering. You sure? Shadow Rarity asked enraptured, the three unicorns holding Shadow Twilight tied down and gagged to not interrupt the discussion. No way. Princess Luna wants to mate with Maelstrom. Her son. Rarity asked again. By now both copies and real element bearers had stopped fighting to listen that shocking revelation. Why do you think then? As soon as Dash started dating the Princess Luna started this whole crusade of her against her. And now Nightmare Moon has returned because feeding on her negative thoughts, and since Maelstrom seems to be the driving force, and you saw how she looks at him and how happy she is to kiss his cheek. Twilight answered nodding. She had seen the copies react like the originals, so she hoped that Shadow Rarity would have been as big as gossip than the real one, and she was luckily right, and seeing that Luna and Celestia too were listening then she could also hope that it would distract Nightmare Moon enough to have her control falter and make the copies easier to defeat. What's wrong in that? Mistress is such a wonderful mare that she of course needs the best stallion around to satisfy her, and if the prince is indeed the epitome of studliness then it stands to reason that the two are of course fated to be a couple. Shadow Fluttershy said nonplussed. Bingo! Twilight thought in triumph, pleased by the blind fanatic loyalty of the copies, programming acting like she planned. Luna, Celestia said scandalized. I don't know what TT those pests are talking about. Nightmare Moon stuttered with a red face. Liar. You are lusting after your own flesh and blood. Now I see why you were so against the idea of him seeking a mare friend. The Sun Alicorn said catching with the corner of her eye the wink Twilight sent her. I am not, and even then, what if I am? You have no say in my romantic life. Luna said stomping down with her hoof. That's sick, you can't seriously think that. AJ said grimacing in disgust. I didn't mean to confirm that. I am not in love with my son. Luna shrieked. Yes you are. Just admit it. You wish to mate with him. Celestia yelled in answer. You what? To her shock Maelstrom could be heard scream in horror. Oh, my gosh. Shining said with a green face. I mean, arg. Nightmare Moon, now with her face deep red in both embarrassment and anger. That's it. Everypony dies. The Moon Alicorn yelled in absolute rage as an huge sphere of dark magic rapidly went amassed on her horn. I won't have to justify anything if there is no pony around, she said with crazed eyes. Now, Twilight said as her horn and Rarities flared to life at the same time. What are you? The two copies had the time to ask before twin bolts of magic dispelled them. Nightmare Moon no longer is powering them. Dispel your copies and join us, we need the elements now. The purple unicorn yelled. Got it. AJ answered using the momentary, wavering, or her copy to buck shadow AJ's head clear off her neck, making the fake mare disappear. Booyah! Dash said in victory as she dispatched her copy to rapidly join the others. Too late. This is the end, Luna yelled as the giant sphere kept growing. Stop her, Celestia said as she charged her own magic to try and destroy the sphere. Nightmare King, kill them, the corrupted mare ordered. Biju Dama. The prince roared, shooting a small bullet of chakra destroying the sphere of dark magic, throwing the alicorn back with the backlash of her spell failing. What? She yelled in disbelief. Elements. Now, the Jinchuriki said. Shoot her, Discord added. You'll explain later. Now, girls, Twilight said as her elements and the others gathered power. Now, Celestia said as her magic restrained Nightmare Moon. No, the moon alicorn yelled in despair as the multicolored light caught her fully. Sigh, it's over, Maelstrom said, sighing as the form of Luna was seen fall on the ground unconscious, once again back in her normal form. You okay? Discord asked. It hurts a little, but from a forced transformation it was expected. The prince answered, shrugging. You are in control? Dash asked, uncertain. Managed to snap out of it an instant before shooting that Biju Dama towards Tui Chan and Aunt Celestia. Sorry if I couldn't stop that from happening. He answered, looking down. I understand, don't worry. But how did you free yourself? Celestia asked. That stuff mother used was pretty much negative emotions, condensed. Kurama simply ate it and absorbed it, doing it slowly to not get corrupted himself. That's why it took time for me to return myself. He answered. In the seal. A giant nine-tailed fox with a comically huge bloated belly could be seen pass a toothpick through his fangs with a pleased smile on his face. Burp. Delicious. Nap time. The Biju burped loudly before conceding himself a nice nap to digest his snack. Real world. You knew he was in control, that's why you said that we should have focused on Luna alone, right? Celestia asked. Yes, he was playing a dangerous game, that's why I brought here the guards, like that he would have had a good enough excuse to not join the fight. Discord answered, nodding as he repaired the damages to Ponyville himself. Then why you didn't act sooner? Rarity asked while looking at the prince with narrowed eyes. He was waiting for the right moment. It took time for him to snap out of Nightmare Moon's control. Had she choose a bad moment, she could have reinforced it before we had time to save Princess Luna. Twilight said. Exactly, sorry if I fought you all, I had to make it believable. He said sheepishly. I was wondering why we were still standing after some attacks of yours, or why you kept missing us so widely. Captain Boulder muttered in surprise. Are you scared? Maelstrom asked Dash. I was, she admitted while moving closer. Don't touch me, he said in alarm. I do not believe you to be a monster. The Pegasus said immediately. Not that, silly. It's just that my skin is kind of corrosive now for some pony like you, let me transform back before touching. He answered, chuckling. Oh. NNNHG, what happened? Luna said, groaning as she finally woke up. Well, sister, you. Celestia tried saying before the other alicorn looked around herself, grimacing. I am hopeless, the Moon Princess muttered, sobbing. Can we talk about this later? I really need a medic now. Maelstrom pleaded with a strained voice. Why? Are you wounded? Fluttershy asked, worried. No. If this form is forced, it kinds of put a big strain on the body. Sorry, but I need to turn back, just don't be scared. He answered as he rapidly returned to normalcy, making every pony looking at him blanch at his state. Ah! Luna screamed at the top of her lungs at seeing the male's alicorn body being covered in burning marks everywhere, and with some so heavy to have whole sections where the muscles under the skin out to be seen. I asked you to not get scared, Maelstrom said, smirking before collapsing on the floor. A week later, Ponyville, hospital. A sobbing wreck was what remained of Luna after a whole week of hospitalization of her son. Even the news that thanks to a combined effort of Celestia, The element bearers and the various guards present during the fight, now everyone thought that some mysterious creature had took the appearance of Nightmare Moon and just kidnapped the real Moon Princess before corrupting the prince was consoling her. "Put me back on the moon, Selly. Put me back there," she asked between sobs. "Stop saying such a thing, sister," Celestia said gently. "I destroy everything I touch, every pony I love is destined to die because of me. I can't stay with other ponies, I am not worthy of it," she replied in despair. "Princess," Fluttershy said with a sad expression. "I am a monster," Luna muttered, hiccuping. "Oh, for goodness sake, will you stop the pity party? I don't hate you," Maelstrom answered with a tired yell. It had took the prince just a day to wake up and discover he had been covered in several layers of bandages by, as he was later told, several squads of medics, as no one could finish bandaging him without getting sick by the level of damage he had been subjected to. And although at the beginning Pinkie Pie, Spike and Dash had managed to light the mood by christening him Pharaoh Muley, thanks to his mummy-like appearances, now he was once again trying to have Luna understand that he was not hating her for what happened. "But I turned you into a monster," the mayor answered, nuzzling him. "You were not yourself. Sure, I don't like having you others see the bad side of being a Jinchuriki, but it's not like I could pretend that to never come up. But it is not your fault," he answered, sighing. "That's what some pony like you looks like when he loses control," Fluttershy asked. "Not exactly, that is a form a Jinchuriki can take voluntarily. And if the vessel and the Biju are willing to cooperate, the thing is not as damaging as it was for me, but both this time and the ones back in my past, it all happened against my will, once when Kurama tried to influence me into breaking the seal, and now with Nightmare Moon and her corruption." "I am sorry," Luna said, distraught. "Me too, brat, for those times," Kurama added sheepishly. "That's okay. A week or two and I'll be fine," Maelstrom answered. "Then sister, please take care of him. For the love of harmony, Luna. I am not going to banish you on the moon again," Celestia answered, groaning. "I can't put myself there, I would be tempted to come down then, I need to be banished there." The moon alicorn answered. "Then it means that you don't want to go there, princess. It means that you want to remain here," Twilight said. "But then I will hurt every pony," Luna answered. Sigh. "Fine, I'll ask to A and Killer B if we can use the Falls of Truth, so I will help you deal once and for all with your doubts," Maelstrom said, shaking his head, or trying to, no matter the bandages. "Falls of Truth?" Dash asked, curious. "A special waterfall that can be found on a place called Island Turtle. The waterfall itself is peculiar in that by sitting on the platform at its base and concentrating, the pony is transported into their mind. Once there, the waterfall becomes a mirror which reflects one's true self. This is the first step in the training regime to control the tailed beast. But dealing with her inner self and eventual inner darkness should help her defeating it for good, so to stop Nightmare Moon from coming out again," Maelstrom answered. "And you think I can do this?" the Moon Princess said, uncertain. "I'll be there with you," he answered, smiling. "We will be with you, all of us," Celestia said, making the other girls nod. "Please don't leave. I know how it feels to know you have a mother but being unable to spend time with her, it's painful," Dash asked. "How do you know?" Luna asked back. "I was born from the law of refusal. My mother was not exactly expecting to have me out of her one-night stand with my almost married father. She just wanted to sleep with at least once," she answered, looking down. Sigh. "That's why I insisted to have that half-forgotten law being removed. It only caused pain whenever invoked, but at the time it was a necessary evil to ingest willingly. I am sorry you had to suffer from it," the Moon Princess answered. "Can I stay with him, Your Highness? I want to build a family with him one day, one where the parents are there and love the colts and fillies with all their heart," Dash asked with a pleading tone. "No. Why?" everyone else asked, shocked. "Let me finish, you brutes," Luna said with a sad smile, surprising Dash by hugging her. "Yua," the girl moaned with watering eyes. "Do you feel it? This is the hug of a mother. I said no because you don't need to create a family with my son if me and him are ready to accept you in our little circle. Is this good enough?" she asked, kissing the Pegasus forehead. "Yua," With that, the last vestiges of control flew out of the window and Dash broke down into sobs as she hugged the moon alicorn with all her strength while burying her face in the older mare's shoulder. Dash, Fluttershy said with a small smile as she watched the scene. Ya got the family ya wanted, Sugar Cube, don't waste this chance. AJ said grinning. I am enlarging the invitation to you others as well. Luna added sighing. What? I guess my sister is finally accepting this whole idea, am I right? Celestia said smirking. If I have to, but I am just giving it the famous benefit of the doubt. Actually, I am still going to say that more than a mare dating my baby stallion is a bad idea, even just for my blood pressure. Luna said grumbling. That at least had the effect to finally diffuse the situation completely, as between the giggles of the girls and the thundering laugh of Maelstrom and Celestia the room went filled by laughter. Thank you, Your Highness. Dash said grateful. Yes, Princess Luna. Thank you, Twilight said as she and the other girls gave a grateful bow to the alicorn. That's a problem less for you all, mildly. Now you and your mother just need to face those falls of truth and close this chapter of our lives completely. Rarity said relieved. Why don't you join? Doing that would prevent you others from falling into corruption yourselves. And a burden weights less if shared between friends. Maelstrom offered. Maybe we all should, as a test to ourselves. Celestia answered nodding. I won't do it if you don't mind. If I come in that world I will just pay a visit to the author of Ika Ika and ask for an autograph. I don't want to meet the supposed, true Discord. Discord said snorting as his silhouette appeared on the heart rate machine. Only you would boast about reading that garbage so openly. Luna said grimacing. Hoy, those are very good books. The Draconiquus answered indignant. Maelstrom, sorry if I ask. The moon alicorn said. Yes. You are still virgin, right? She has not seduced you, right? She asked worried. Hoy, I am not a scarlet mare, thank you. Dash said offended. No, mother. We are still waiting for the proper moment to do it. He said rolling his eyes. She can live 1,000 years without being an alicorn. Luna asked surprised. Mom, Luna. Both sun and wind alicorns yelled at the same time in exasperation. What? She said dumbfounded. 1,000 years? Dash asked snorting. Yes. It's the proper time. I think a couple of ponies containing my beloved son should wait before consummating, 1,000 years after getting married of course. Otherwise he would be too young for that. Luna answered sticking her nose up in the air. And what if I wanted us to do it as soon as he comes out of the hospital to celebrate his being still alive and finally becoming each other's one and only? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. Dash, a very red-faced Maelstrom yelled in embarrassment. What? Are you crazy? Never. Luna shrieked in rage. You can't stop us from doing it. The cyan Pegasus replied crossing her hooves. Yes I very well can. Sister. Help me banish this hussy on the moon. No. Better yet, all of them. Luna roared. Why us too? Pinky asked. I saw your dreams. I saw every single dirty fantasy you all, except Miss Rarity here that is indeed a true lady even when dreaming, I must admit we're having regarding my son. Especially the disgusting, kinky garbage I saw in Twilight, Sparkle and Fluttershy's dreams. You two above all of them are the most depraved, disgusting ponies I ever had the misfortune to dream walk in. Luna replied with a furious hissing. What the hell? The prince said with wide eyes. Those were private dreams, Your Highness. Fluttershy muttered looking down with an atomic blush on her face. Not when you two plan of using blindfolds, chokers, whips and handcuffs on him or have him use those things on yourselves. The alicorn answered growling, making the two mares wish the earth to just open and swallow them whole to hide their embarrassment. Ow, please stop. The bandages are too tight around the legs. Maelstrom moaned in agony, finally breaking the stupefied silence that had fell on the room while everyone kept looking at Twilight and Fluttershy with bulged out eyes. Too tight. Maelstrom. Luna said scandalized. I am still an healthy male in his hormonal prime, damn it. He answered groaning. We can try those as well if you want. Dash muttered blushing. Triple A arg. Luna's roar shocked the whole hospital at that. Was escaping the sun a good idea? I had the perfect excuse to escape this madness, but no. I had to come back after Nightmare Moon was defeated the first time. Celestia said with a groan of dismay. Speak for yourself, I am finding this hilarious. Discord said while watching amused the screaming contest between Luna and Dash. Oh, do shut up, you mismatched lizard. The Sun Alicorn answered in defeat. Omake not influencing the plot, the worst possible way to discover a secret. Ponyville, Carousel Boutique. Maelstrom was waiting for Rarity to open the door. He had a serious trouble he needed his friend's help to resolve, and he knew he could not ask the other girls about, especially since the whole herd was the main component of his troubles. How do you celebrate the anniversary of the birth of something like that? It was not a single girlfriend he had to make happy, but a whole group of it. How can a man, with admittedly limited experience in that sort of things, hope to come out alive? Hence why he was desperate enough to discreetly pick the lock to enter, because he knew she was inside and he desperately need her help. Consequences be damned. Eep. He will respect the consequences. Dear God, action have consequences. Oh, my God, he yelled with bulged out eyes as soon as he saw her. What are you doing here? The door was locked, Rarity shrieked. Who the fuck cares about the door? What are you doing? He yelled back. It's not what it looks like. She tried saying. So you are not wearing a leather corset, mask and stilettos heels. Maelstrom said slowly. You have not a riding crop, a burning candle and a paddle with blunt spikes held in the air by your magic. He continued saying, backing away towards the door. You see, the thing is that. It was all because we were curious and, you know how things develop sometimes when some pony gets carried away. The fashionista stammered lamely. And that's definitely not Spike, the one I am watching dangling from the ceiling with manacles around his hands and a ball gag in his mouth, and those on his ass are certainly not whipping marks. The Alicorn said as if never interrupted. NHH. Spike answered, nodding. Please don't get the wrong idea. Rarity pleaded, ashamed. No, I think I am getting just the right idea about this. Now I think I have to pay Big Mac a visit, to him and his reserves of cider. I'll stop drinking only when certain that I won't even remember my name. I at least hope you came up with a safe word. Maelstrom answered as he hurried out, slamming the door closed behind himself. I am never felt such shame in my life. Rarity muttered, looking down. Hey Dieter. Spike said, groaning. Me neither. The next day it will be a very shy Rarity, the one that will ask Maelstrom to keep the secret, especially from Twilight, gaining in answer a terrifying glare and a threat to her life if she or the small dragon ever mentioned the incident again, forcing both to swear on their lives to never recall memories the Jinchuriki and the Biju had already buried in the deepest recesses of their minds. At least give me a corset for the girls too, at least I will be able to switch the horrifying spectacle I saw with something nicer. He then muttered in dismay. She had not the strength to refuse him at that, even just to buy his silence. She did have an image as a proper lady to defend after all.